I don't have any clarity in mind. So, but foreign key is used to impose, a kind of parent-child relationship between two tables. So, what is a parent-child relationship? A parent-child relationship states that, suppose, can you create a child without a parent? It is never possible. First, you have to create the parent, and then you can create the child. So this is what I've written. A foreign key constraint denotes a parent-child relationship. A child cannot be inserted unless what exists? A parent exists. And suppose you delete a parent and the child for the parent exists. So can you delete the parent? You cannot delete the parent. Why you cannot delete the parent? Because the child will become orphan. So this kind of constraint is imposed by a foreign key relationship between two tables. We will also see, after some time, we will see that foreign key constraint can be imposed within the same table. So, so this is just a kind of extension to foreign key. But right now, just consider foreign key is like it points to the primary key of another table, and it maintains referential integrity between two tables. So let us first of all understand the need for foreign key and see how, between these between two tables, there is no referential integrity. For example, I have one table, the EMP table, and I have one table, the DPT table. These tables, kind of tables we use frequently, and I say select star from EMP, and I will say select star from DPT. So let me first of all state that these two tables belong to the same organization. So for the organization, there are two employees, Nikhil and Nitin, and working in the sales and marketing department. So Nikhil is working in sales because his department ID is 10 and department ID 10 is sales department. Nitin is working in the marketing department. So both of these tables belong to the same organization. And now let me do something. I will insert a record into which table? I'll insert a record in EMP table, and I will say values. Suppose there is an employee, third employee, and name of the employee is Neha, and her department ID is 40. If I try to insert this record, it will be inserted, and I will say select star from EMP and select star from DMP. Can you see what is the flaw with this kind of these two tables? What is the flaw with these two tables? There is a serious flaw with these two tables. For example, alright, what is the problem with these two tables? See, because these two tables, they belong to the same organization. Here, these two belong to the same organization. Here I have inserted an employee, which employee, see, Nikhil is working in the sales department, that I know, Nikhil is working in the sales department. But here I have inserted an employee which is working in department ID 40. But is department ID 40 existing? Department ID 40 is not existing. That is why this, if you try to insert this, if you insert this employee should have never have got inserted. See, because department ID 40 is not existing. Then how can an employee work in department number 40, department ID 40? So ideally this record should have never got inserted. Okay, so can you just make out which will be the child table and which will be the parent table? This employees table will be what table? It will be the child table. And this departments table will be what? This will be the parent table. Why? Because the child cannot exist unless the parent exists. See here, this Neha cannot exist until a department with the ID 40 exists. But because we have not inserted the foreign key constraint, it is allowing us to do so. For now, suppose I try to do one more thing. I try to delete the marketing department. So what will I say? Alright, I'll just go over here. Now just delete from which table? Delete from DPT, where dname equal to what? It is equal to marketing. Sorry. Where dname equal to marketing. If I try to delete the marketing department, it will get deleted, and I will say select star from EMP, and then I will say select star from DPT. But again, now there is a serious problem. I deleted the marketing department. But you see, this employee Nitin has become an orphan record. Because why? Because its parent, its corresponding department in the departments table is not existing. The DPT table, it is not existing. So this record has become an orphan record. So ideally, when we try to delete the marketing department, it should not have allowed to delete the marketing department. So if you want to impose these kind of relationship between these two tables, so that what kind of relationship? That a parent, a child cannot exist until and unless a parent exists, and a parent cannot be deleted until and unless it and it has some dependent records, child records. So this is the kind of relationship between two tables that is imposed by a foreign key. So how will we add a foreign key? I will just clear these two tables, delete from EMP, and I will say delete from DPT. First of all, I'll clear these two tables, and these two tables are now empty. If I say select star from DPT, it is empty, and then I say select star from EMP, it is empty. And now if you want to add a foreign key, then you will use this command. What command? To add a foreign key constraint on existing column, use alter table table name, add constraint name, then foreign key, then on the column, on the child table that you are imposing the foreign key, and which table it references. So I'll just want to make a point. So what is a foreign key? A foreign key points to the primary key of what? Another table. So a foreign key is always added on the child table. So whenever you are going to create a foreign key, you always remember, first of all, you identify that which is the child table, and on the child table you create what? You create a foreign key that is going to point to the primary key of the parent table. So that is what I am going to do. So here are my two tables. One is the EMP table and one is the DPT table. So naturally EMP table is the child table. So I will create a foreign key on the department ID column of the EMP table that is going to point to the DPT ID column of the parent, that is a DPT table. Okay. So how will I do it? This is a mechanism for doing it. Alter table table name, add constraint name. So what will I say? Alter table. What is the name of table? EMP. Add what? Constraint, and then I can give any descriptive name to the constraint. Suppose EMP DPT, and impose on DPT ID column, and it is a FK. So what it is denoting? Between tables EMP and DPT on the column DPT ID, a foreign key constraint has been added. And what it is? It is a foreign key. And on what column? On the EMP table. On the EMP table, this constraint is added on the DPT ID. See, on the DPT ID, I want to impose a foreign key constraint. And which table it references? DPT table. And on which column of the DPT table? The DPT ID column of the DPT table. If you try to do this, cannot add foreign key. See, foreign key points to the primary key of another table. So does a, if I say DSC DPT, if I write, does a primary key existing? Is DPT ID primary key in this table? No, it is not a primary key. So first of all, I have to make DPT ID what? I have to make DPT ID as a primary key. So what will I do? Alter table DPT, add what? Constraint. Suppose DPT ID primary key, and what it is? A primary key. And on what column? DPT ID. So I have added a primary key constraint on the departments table. So if you now say DPT ID, so now DPT ID what? It is a primary key. See, previously it was not a primary key. So now I can go on to add a foreign key between employees and the departments table. So now a foreign key constraint has been added. And now if you say DSC EMP, if you try to see, then you see department ID. There is department ID. It is a foreign key that is pointing to which table? That is pointing to the employees. In the employees table, that is pointing to the DPT table. Okay. Now, very good. So let us try to insert one record into the EMP table. What will I say? Insert into what? Which table? EMP. Then I will say value. Suppose there is one employee 1 and his name is Amit and his department is what? His department is 10. Will I be able to create this record? I will never be able to create this record. Why? See, previously I was able to do this because the foreign key constraint was not added between these two tables. But now once I have added the foreign key constraint, I will never be able to do this. Why? Because the parent is not existing. So first I need to create the parent. Which parent? The parent that has the department ID what? Department ID 10. So I will say insert into which table, DPT table, and then I will say value. Suppose there is one employee with department 10, and then this is, say, suppose the sales department. Now if I go and try to create this employee, now it will be created. Let us create one more department. Suppose I'll say department 20, and I will say that this is the marketing department. Okay, alright, so now let us insert one more employee, department number 20, and suppose the name is Neha and his employee ID is 2. Okay, and now so now I can create this employee. So if I say select a star from EMP, select star from DPT, it's also valid. Now can I delete the marketing department? See, this departments table is a parent table. A parent cannot be deleted until and unless the child exists. So here the child is existing, so I cannot, ideally I should not be able to delete the marketing department. Let us try to delete the marketing department. How will I delete it? Delete from DPT, where suppose dname, ideally I should say where DPT ID equal to 20, but I'm saying dname is equal to so that marketing. So you cannot delete the marketing department. Why? Because a parent, a child record exists for the marketing department. So first of all, I need to delete the child, and then I can delete the parent. So what is the only child for marketing department? That is the employee with the name what? Neha, because she is working in department ID 20. So what will I say? Delete from which table? EMP, where e name equal to what is equal to Neha. Alright, okay, EMPP. Alright, I can delete this. I deleted the child. Now I can go and delete the parent. So what is the now I can say something like this. See, previously if I tried to say delete from DPT where dname equal to marketing, it was not allowing, but now if I try to do it, enter, it is allowing. Okay, so now I can delete the parent. Why? Because there is no corresponding child for the parent. So always remember that this this kind of this foreign key is a kind of it's a kind of parent-child relationship between two tables. And you can create foreign key in two different ways. The first way we saw was on an existing column, and it is also possible to create a foreign key when you are creating a table. So how can you add a foreign key when you are creating a table? Let us try to understand this also. For example, I say there is one more employee table that is pointing to the same this same departments table. Okay, there is one more employee table that is pointing to this same departments table. So let me create this table. So how will I create it? Suppose create table EMP11. Suppose I will say 1 3. Okay, there is one more employees table, and I will say EID. Okay, EID, it is of type int, and suppose it is primary key, then ename, and ename is of type varchar 20, and then I have the DPT ID, and that is int. And now during the create table statement itself, I will add a foreign key. How will I do it? Foreign key. On what column? On the EMP13 table I am adding the foreign key, DPT ID. And which table it refer? It is referring to the DPT table. And which column of the DPT table? DPT ID. So here if you try to do this table will be created, and if you see EMP13, if you try to do it, then again DPT ID is what? It is a foreign key constraint. It's a foreign key constraint. Okay, so this much is also clear. We have covered these points, to create a foreign key in create table statement and to create a foreign key on an existing column, we use these commands. Now let us move forward and explore some metadata views that are associated with foreign keys. So there is one view, DSC information underscore schema dot key underscore column underscore usage. This is the one of the metadata views that you can use to fetch the information associated with foreign keys. So I want to have information, then I will say select, I will say constraint underscore name. I'll just copy it from here. Okay, so that it is more clear. I will say constraint underscore name. Sorry, constraint underscore name. Then I will say column name. Column name, and then I will say reference. Okay, referenced table name. Okay, and then paste it, and referenced column name, copy it, and then I'm just gonna paste it. Alright. I think there is some constraint schema, constraint name. Okay, let us try to add the table name also. Table underscore name. Alright. From what? From information underscore schema dot key column usage underscore key column usage, and I think it is correct. And then where I say table underscore name. So first of all, table underscore name, and table underscore name is equal to, suppose first of all I'll say the EMP table, and I will say table underscore schema equal to in the name of my current database, that is the publisher database. So I'll write this. So now you get, there is one constraint on the which table? On the employees table. What is the name of the constraint? This constraint. On what column on the employees table? DPT ID. What is the name of the table? EMP. Which table does it refers? DPT table. And which column of the reference of the reference table? DPT ID column of the DPT table. So now you can get the metadata information. For example, if I just I write this, and then I write this, and then I write, now I want to find about the table EMP13. If I write like this, see, I have already found out about EMP, but I now want to find out about the table EMP13. Then I will write this. So you will find that there are two constraints on this table. One is the primary key constraint. So primary key constraint is on what column? EID column. So there is no reference table, because it is a primary key constraint. But if you go to this, it is a foreign key constraint, and foreign key constraint on what column? DPT ID table, on the table EMP13, referencing DPT table, and what column of the DPT table? The DPT ID column. Okay, so this way you are creating, you can have metadata information about foreign key also. I will just drop this table, drop table EMP13, so that doesn't create any future problems. Okay, so I have just one table EMP, two tables EMP and DPT. So let us try to work some more things. And yeah, this third point, if you observe, foreign key can be set to null. So a primary key can never be null, but a foreign key can be null. Let us try to set a foreign key that is equal to null. I will say select star from the EMP table. Oh, sorry. Select star from EMP table and select star from DPT table. Okay. Let us try to insert one employee. Insert into EMP values, and I say suppose to second employee, his name is Lalit, and his department ID is null. See, department ID is a foreign key that is pointing to the departments table, the DPT table. If I set the DPT ID to be null, it is taking. Okay, so the foreign key, suppose you say select star from EMP, this DPT ID is a foreign key and it is equal to null also. So the DPT ID, foreign key can be null also. So what does this mean? This employee has not been assigned any department. So foreign, always remember that a foreign key can be set to a null value. Okay, like this. And okay, so I think I'll just pause this video, and in the next video we will further study about foreign keys. We will see how, so we have not covered these options on update action, on delete action. So we will study about on update action and on delete action, and also we will study how a foreign key can refer within the within the same table.
So in the previous video, we saw that foreign key is used to impose a kind of referential integrity constraints between two tables, and we discussed how can we how do we impose a foreign key constraint between two tables, and we also saw how a foreign key relationship is a kind of parent-child relationship. In this video, we will continue our discussion, and in this video, first of all, I would like to discuss two important clauses. That is, when you create a foreign key, then you give two important clauses. That is on update action and on delete action. So these clauses on update action and on delete clause allows you to, they allow you to define what should exactly happen when you you modify or you delete the parent rows. So what is going to happen to the child rows, and it, I have said that it can be set, if you go to the second line, I've said that it can be either set to cascade, set null, or restrict. So let us try to understand this with with practical understanding. So I will go to the MySQL console, and I'll just use my database. Okay, this is my publisher database. There is one table that is the EMP table, and there is one table that is the DPT table. So I have these two tables, and we have a foreign key constraint that is on the EMP table, that is on the DPT ID, and it is pointing to which this department ID of this department table. We can actually also see it also. I think we have the query. I have the query also. So here, suppose I take this table. I discussed this query in the previous previous video. We discussed this query, so I'll not explain it again. I'll just again, sorry, I think I have not copied it. Copy and go and just paste it. Yeah. Okay, so there is one constraint on the employees table, that is the kind of foreign key constraint that is on column department ID in table CMP, and it is referring to the table DPT, and which table in the DPT table, the DPT ID column. Now let us do one thing. Let us remove this constraint. So how am I going to drop a foreign key constraint? To drop a foreign key constraint, you have to use this command, alter table name, drop foreign key, and the foreign key name. So how will I drop it? Alter table EMP drop. Before dropping, I'll say show create table EMP. If you do like this, then you have created the foreign key constraint over here. But you see here, if you just observe, you have created over here the foreign key constraint. It is referring to the departments, departments table, but I have not given the the on update or on the delete clause. So let me do that also. So what I will do is that I will first of all, I'll remove this constraint, and then I will insert a new constraint with the on update and on delete clause. How I will do it? First of all, I am going to remove this constraint, alter table, which table? EMP table, and then I will say drop foreign key. And what is the name of the foreign key? If you observe the name, this is the name of the foreign key, EMP underscore DPT underscore DPT ID underscore FK. So EMP underscore DPT underscore DPT ID underscore what? So I have dropped this foreign key. Now let us again create a foreign key between these two tables, alter table EMP, add constraint. What is the name of, suppose I say EMP underscore DPT underscore DPT ID underscore FK. It is a kind of foreign key that is on which column? It is on the DPT ID column, and it references, suppose a DPT and DPT ID. Okay, DPT ID, and I would say on delete, I would say. So on delete, you have three options: cascade, set null, and restrict. Let us first of all explore the cascade option. Okay, I will say on delete cascade. So when I say on delete cascade, see over here I'm saying on delete cascade. What does this exactly mean when I'm saying on delete cascade? So that means when you delete the parent row, what will happen to the child row? So the child rows will be cascaded. So let us try to understand this. So I've added the foreign key, and now if you say show create table, which table? EMP. Then you need I have added what on delete cascade I have added, okay, to the foreign key. So now let us see what are my tables. There is one table, select star from EMP, and there is another table, select star from which table? That is the DPT table. Now if you try to delete from the DPT table, suppose you try to delete the this department, suppose so which is the parent table, this is it, the departments table is the parent table. So if you now try to delete a row from the parent table, what will happen? Let us see. Delete from DPT where suppose DPT ID equal to 20. I'm trying to DPT I'm trying to delete a row from the parent table because departments table is the parent table. Okay, let us see what happens to the child table. Okay, one row affected. And now if I say select star from EMP, oh, select star from DPT, from DPT. Okay. Yeah. So now I deleted the marketing row from which table? From the departments table. So what they did on delete operation, it performed a cascade. It performed cascading delete. So the dependent child records, from the employees table also it got deleted. Okay, clear? So I've said on delete equal to cascade. I think it must be clear. So the child record, which was the Lalit was a dependent record. So it was what? It was also deleted. Now let us try to see this option. So you can set it to on the action you see over here, on update action, on delete action. Here you see on update action, on delete action. You can set the action to cascade, set null or restrict. So let us try to do now one thing. Let us set the on delete action to set null. Okay, so how will I do it? Again I will remove this constraint. So how will I remove the constraint? I have already used the query. Again I will remove the constraint and now I will add the constraint, but now I will then I will add the foreign key constraint. I will set on delete set null. Okay, I will say this thing. So I will say alt table emp drop what? Foreign key. Okay, foreign key emp underscore dpt underscore dpt id underscore fk. Okay, I will again drop the foreign key and then I will again add the foreign key. So here I think I have added the foreign key. Yeah. So now I will say not say on delete cascade, I will say on delete set null. Okay, let us try to see this also. So I have said on delete set null. Now see, this is my EMP table and this is my DPT table. Now what I will say, I will suppose delete, on delete, I will delete this row, the sales, department number 10 row. So what is the dependent row? This Amit is the dependent row. Why? Because Amit is working in which department? He is working in department number 10. So let us try to delete from DPT where department ID equal to 10. So I will say delete from which table? DPT where DPT ID equal to what? It is equal to 10. Okay, so now let us see what is my table. The first table is select star from DPT. It had only one row and that got deleted, so this table is empty. And then when I say select star from EMP, then the dependent department ID, it has been set to null. Why? Because we have said this, on delete I said that on delete I have set which action? On delete I have set the action to set null. Okay, clear? So this is the set null option. So now let us try to explore one more option, and that is the restrict option. So restrict, it will prevent us from deleting the parent, the parent row. It will restrict us from deleting the parent row. Hopefully it will happen. Let us try to see. For example, I'll just again, I'll again drop the foreign key. So now I have dropped the foreign key, then I will create the foreign key. Now I will say on delete what? I will say on delete restrict. Okay, so now I have set the on delete action to restrict. So let me do one thing. Let me because these tables are empty, select star from EMP select star from DPT. See, the departments table is empty, so I will insert a row into department table. Insert into DPT values. Suppose I will insert just one row. Suppose I will say sales. Okay, this is my sales row, and I will say update EMP set DPT ID equal to 10. Okay, I will say DPT ID equal to 10, and when you say select star from EMP and select star from which table? From the DPT table. This is my DPT table. Now let me do one thing. Drop this the parent row. I'll try to delete the parent row. Okay, I'll delete the parent row. And what action I have said? I have set the action to restrict. So let us try to see this. Suppose I say delete from DPT where dpt id equal to 10. Let us try to delete the parent row, and this is the dependent child row, this is the dependent child row. So let us see what will happen to the dependent child row when the action has been set to restrict. Okay, see, it is not allowing us to do it. It is not allowing us to do it. Why it is not allowing us to do it? So restrict means it is restricting the parent row from from deleting the parent row until and unless the child is existing. So if I delete first the child, this is the default action. This we have already seen. Suppose I say delete from emp where dpt id equal to 10. So where dpt id equal to 10. First you delete from the child row and then you delete from the parent row, then it is valid. Okay, because you have deleted the the child rows, then you can delete the parent row. But when you have set the action to restrict, so you cannot delete the parent row until and unless the child row exists. So there is one assignment for you. You can I have explained all these actions with the on delete, so you can try and test it out, all of them, with the update. Okay, so I'll just give one example so that things are a little clear to you. So again, I will just I will remove the foreign key. How will I remove the foreign key? Okay, I'll drop the foreign key, then I will create the foreign key, and I will say on update I will say cascade, on update cascade. Okay, on delete I have said restrict, but on update what I have said? On update cascade. Let us try to see it. Okay, so this is my table. Select star from emp, it is empty. Okay, so both tables are empty. So I will say insert into dpt values. Suppose I insert one row, that is the sales row, and I insert one more row into the department table. DPT table. Suppose I say marketing, and this is department ID 20. I have created these two rows. Then I will insert into the EMP table, suppose values, and then one employee. Suppose I will say Nikhil, and suppose he is he's working in department number 10, and okay. Then there is one more employee, Nitin, who's working in department number 20. Okay, Nitin is having employee ID 2 and is working in department number 20. So when I say select star from EMP, and then when I say select star from this table, from the DPT table, these two tables are there. Okay, so now let me try to update the parent row. Let me try to update the parent row. For example, I will say update dpt, set dpt id equal to 30. Suppose this marketing department is no longer has a department id 20, it has a department id what? It has a department id of 30. So let me do it. So what will I say? Update which table? dpt, set dpt id equal to 30, where suppose dname equal to I want to set the department ID for marketing to be 30. It was previously, it was 20 before. So once when I say select star from DPT, if I select from this department table, because the marketing department has the department ID, now it has department ID of 30. But once when you select from which table, if you say select star from the EMP table, then also this, because on update action I have set to what? On update action I have set to, see here, I have set the on update action to cascade. So the update operation was cascaded because the parent row was on update cascade, because the parent row was updated. So similar modifications were cascaded to the child row also. So here Nitin is also set to what? Nitin also, previously Nitin had department ID 20, now he is having department ID of 30. Okay, clear. So this much is clear. And if you try to delete from parent row, suppose you say delete from dpt where dept id equal to, say, suppose 20, you try to delete it. Okay, sorry, this does not exist. Suppose 30, you try to delete it, so it will not happen. Why? Because on delete I have said what? On delete I have said to, see here, it will not happen because I have said on delete I have said to restrict. Okay, so you cannot delete the parent row until unless the child exists. So this way it is working. So I think I have explained it, so you can further work on it. I think I have explained it in great depths. So now let us try to quickly try to see how can we create foreign key constraints. So foreign key constraints is, it's not like that. It can it can have a it can only span between two tables. There can be multiple tables in which foreign key constraints can be cascaded. So always remember that primary key foreign key relationship. How will you identify a primary key foreign key relationship? I'll just I'll take the paint, and there is always a kind of relationship in which there is a what okay, there is a parent. Oh my god, what is this? I just don't know. Not I think okay, it's not working. Oh. I think okay. Okay, I think now I'll take a new paint window, just a new. I don't want to save all these changes. And then suppose there is a okay. So don't please excuse me for all this, because I really find it very difficult to. There is a parent, and then what? There is a child. There is a primary key foreign key relationship between a child. So a parent has many what? A parent has many childs. It is not possible that child can have many parents, but a parent has what? A parent has many childs. So always remember, suppose we were having table TPT, and where we were having table the EMP. So in one department, many employees were existing. That is why this was department side was the parent side, and employee child was a child side. So on the child table, we create the foreign key. This we already saw, in the previous video. If I just take this, foreign key, foreign key is always added on the child table. Okay, so this we have already seen. So now here, if you go and suppose now I want to create a foreign key hierarchy like this. Suppose I have a table that is the country table, and there is on country there can be many there can be many states. Okay, and in one state there can be many city. Okay, so now I want to create this inheritance hierarchy. Okay, country, state, and city. So let me quickly go and create this inheritance hierarchy. I'll just okay, already 17 minutes for the video have been over. Okay, now let us do it quickly. Okay, create table what this is the country table, and I will say country ID integer, and suppose I'll set it to what? I'll say this is the primary key, and then the country name, and I will say varchar 20. Okay, this is the country table, and then there is one table that is the state table. So I will say insert into state values. Suppose sorry, first of all I'll create the state table. So how will I create it? Create table state, and state table have state ID, that is integer. It will have a state name, that will be of varchar suppose 20, and then there will be a foreign key that will indicate the the country of the in which country to which the state belongs. So I will say it is of type int, and now this has to be declared what? It has to be declared foreign key. So how will I write it? I will say okay, let me first of all create this table, then I will add a foreign key constraint on the CID column. Okay, this table is created. Now in if you observe that this state table, the CID column will be pointing to because this country table has many states. So the child table is a state table, then the country table is a parent table. This we already saw. So we are going to create a foreign key constraint on which table? On the state table. On which column? On the CID column. So how will I add it? Alter table. Sorry, alter table state. Add what? Add a constraint. Add a constraint. Suppose the name of the constraint is country underscore state underscore country. It is imposed on country ID, and it is what? It is a foreign key. So FK. So I will write it is a foreign key constraint, and on what column? CID column. And what does it refer? It references the country table, and what column of the country table? CID column. So you see we have created a all right, I just forgot one thing. I'll first I'll drop this constraint, and I will take table what state drop foreign key. And what is the name of the foreign key? This is the name of the foreign key. I'll just first of all I'll just I'll remove this constraint because I wanted to set this constraint with on delete cascade options. So I'll just let me do it. Sorry. I will copy it and then I'll just paste it over here. Okay, drop this constraint. Now I will create this constraint, but I will say on delete what cascade. Okay, so you can see the cascading options on all the three tables. So I have set it. Okay, so now this is done, and now I will create one table. I will create a table that is the city table, and inside the city table I will have city ID. Suppose it is of int. Suppose city name it is of varchar 20, and then it will have the state ID. Okay, state ID, and it will be of type int, and this will indicate the state to which the city belongs. So a state can have many cities, so the city side is on the many side, cities table is on the many side, so that is why it will have the foreign key. So how will I create the foreign key on the city table? I will do it something like this. I can do like this also, alter table what alter table city, add constraint, suppose I will say not country but city, and that is on the column, which column? The SID, not the CID. Foreign key on which column? On the SID column. SID, and references what? It references the state table. So how will I write state and this column, and I will set on delete, say what? On delete cascade. Cannot add foreign key constraint. Yeah, why I cannot add foreign key constraint? Because I have not added primary key constraint. See where I have created this state table. So in state table I have not added the primary key constraint. So first of all I need to add the primary key constraint on the state table. So how will I add it? Alter table what state, add what? Constraint. Suppose state underscore pk primary key, and on what column? It is on state ID. So now I do it. Okay, so now I will be able to create a I'll be able to create the state table also, city table also. So now let me quickly do it. Insert into country, suppose values. There is one country with country ID 1, and suppose the name is of the country is India. Okay, this is the country, and insert into suppose state value. Suppose in there is one state that is Maharashtra. So I will say suppose the state ID is 11, and the state name is Maharashtra, and the country ID is what? Country ID is 1. Because why? Because it is located, Maharashtra is in which country? It is in India. So I will say country ID is 1. Okay, then I will insert suppose another state. I can insert another state, suppose 2, and I will say not Maharashtra, but I will say what? I will say MP. Why? Because MP is in which country? MP is in India itself. So I will say 1. Okay, so now this is done, and now let us quickly create two cities. So I will say insert into, say suppose city, and suppose I will say one city is having ID 111, and it is suppose the city is Pune, and it is in state, it will have state ID 11. Why? Because it is in Maharashtra. And there is one city, suppose Indore, and suppose it has the ID 222, and it is in MP. That is why it will have state ID of 22. So if you say select star from which country? If you say select star from country, select a star from state, and then you say select star from city. Okay, so now this is for the state table the country table is the parent table, and for the city table the state table is the parent table. That is, and I have set the on delete option to what? I have set the on delete action to cascade. So that means if I'm going to delete the parent table, the child table will be cascadedly deleted. So let us try to delete this this state, for example Maharashtra. So Pune is in Maharashtra. Why? Because its state ID is 11, and the state ID over here is also what? 11. Okay, so let us try to delete Maharashtra. So how will I delete Maharashtra? Delete from what? state where SID equal to what? It is equal to 1 reflected. Now if I say select star from country, there is one country. Then I say select star from state, there is only one state because Maharashtra we have deleted. And if I say select star from city, okay, so now you see the city that was in Maharashtra, that was Pune, it was cascadedly deleted. Okay, now if I try to delete India, can you guess what will happen? Suppose I say delete from country where CID equal to 1. If I try to do like this, because I'm trying to delete country, the state will be cascadedly deleted. And if I delete the state, all the city that belong to that state will also be cascadedly deleted. So all the three tables will become empty. Let us try to see it. Now if I say select star from country, it is empty. If I say select star from state, it is also empty. And if I say select star from, for example, suppose city, okay, so all the tables have been cascadedly deleted. So you can have foreign key constraints ranging from multiple tables also. All right, so now the last thing is that so when I was discussing the foreign key with you all, and I told you that it points to the primary key of another table, but it is also possible for the foreign key to point to the primary key of the same table in which it is existing. How? Let us try to see this. So we saw that the foreign key is the kind of parent-child relationship. And how a parent-child relationship? Because the child cannot be inserted unless parent exists, and parent cannot be deleted if child exists. So this was the basic philosophy behind the foreign key. Now let us try to see our two tables. There is my one table, select star from EMP, and then select star from the DBT table. These are my two tables. Let me add one column to the EMP table. Alter table EMP, add suppose mgr id, and it is of type int. Okay, and I will update the table also. Update EMP set mgr id equal to 1 where eid equal to 2. Okay, and then I will insert one more employee into the EMP table. Insert into EMP what? Sorry, values. Suppose there is one more employee, suppose employee ID 3, her name is suppose Neha, her department ID is suppose 10, and she is having the manager ID of 2. Let us try to see this. Select star from EMP. Okay, so now we have this table. I think I should not exceed the video limit beyond 30 minutes, but still I'll just try to quickly cover it. Let us try to see this. This table is having all this. So for Nitin, for example, who is the manager, his manager ID is 1. That means the employee with employee ID 1 is the manager of Nitin. That is, his manager is Nikhil. And for Neha, the manager ID is 2. So in case of Neha, the manager is what? The manager of Neha is Nitin. So we have already seen it. But now if I try to do something like, suppose I say I try to insert one employee into it, and suppose I say 41, her manager ID is 41, her name is suppose Amisha, and she works in department number 30. That is perfectly valid, and her employee ID is for example 4. Is it possible if I say select star from EMP? See, is it possible that I can have an employee like this? I can never have an employee like this. It should have never been inserted. Why? Because no manager, no employee is having the employee ID of 41. Therefore, how can an employee exist who has a manager ID of 41? Because there is no employee with the with employee ID of 41. Now, if you try to delete Nitin, if I say delete from EMP, where what? EID, where suppose E name equal to what? It is equal to Nitin. If you try to delete Nitin, should Nitin be deleted? Nitin should never be deleted. Why Nitin should not be deleted? Why? Because Nitin is having employee ID 2 and Neha is having what? Manager ID 2. Okay, so Neha is having manager ID 2. So if you try to delete Nitin, then the Neha, who will be the manager of Neha? She is having manager ID 2. But there will be no employee with the employee ID 2. If I try to delete it, and then you say for example select star from EMP, so Neha is having what? Neha is having the manager ID of 2, but there is no employee with employee ID 2. Why? Because we have already deleted Nitin. So this delete also should have never occurred. Okay, so now you can see there is a parent-child relationship between the same table, between the employee ID and the manager ID. So let me set the data to proper values. I will say first of all delete from EMP where suppose EID equal to 4. I'll just delete this Amisha, and I will say I will insert a new employee. Suppose I will say 1 department 30, that is valid, and I will say the name is Nitin, and his employee ID is now it is set to proper value. If I say select star from EMP, so now you can have an idea. For example, if I just take the I'll just go over here and I'll just take the pen tool. So here also there is also a kind of parent-child relationship. How a parent-child relationship? See, this this employee ID is being pointed to by what? This is being pointed to by the manager ID. So which is the parent side and which is the child side? See, this manager side is the child side and this employee side is the parent side. Why? Because you cannot delete the you cannot delete Nitin until delete Nitin if some other employee is having the manager ID of the employee ID of Nitin, that is equal to 2, and I cannot insert an employee with with manager ID 41, because why? The parent that is the parent of him. If this is employee ID is the parent side, if there is no employee with the employee ID of 41, so it cannot be inserted. So that means employee ID will be the parent side and the manager ID will be the child side. So I can add a foreign key constraint within this table also. How I can add it? I can do something like this. I will just write the query for it and I will just end the video after it. So I will say alt table, which table? EMP. Add a constraint, and what kind of constraint? It's a foreign key constraint. On what column it has been added? It is added on the manager ID column, and the foreign key manager ID. And what did this references? It references employee ID and employee ID. Sorry, it references again which table? It references again the employees table, and which column in the employees table? I will say EID. So EID again, it's a primary key. So foreign key always points to a primary key, and EID is always a it's a primary key in this table. So I've done this, and now if you say again, the data will not change. Select star from EMP. So it is like this. But if you say DSC what? DSC EMP. If you write like this, then there are two foreign keys. One is the department ID in the the employees table, that is pointing to the departments table, and this is the manager ID that is pointing to this, that is pointing to the EMP table itself. And which column in the EMP table? The EID column. And you can apply this query also to better have confirmation of all this. I'll just okay, I'll remove it, I'll put it over here, and I need to copy it. Again, I'll just go over here and sorry, I'll just okay, I need to copy it. Okay, I'll just copy all this, and if you try to run this query, let us see what is the output. I'll have two foreign keys in this table. Let's not get copied. Okay, copy it again, and now if I just go and paste it, let us see what is output. So you can see there is one constraint, that is that is EMP IB FK1, that is the on column manager ID. It's on table with the employees table, and it is referring. Oh my god, I did something very crazily bad. Okay, I'll just do one thing. I'll remove this. I should have said EMP, but I've said employees. Okay, so I'm very sorry for that. I mean, I'm just okay. Let us try to remove this constraint. So how will I remove this constraint? Enter, and I will say altered table EMP drop foreign key, and this foreign key I need to drop. So this has been dropped. Now again I will create the foreign key. I'm sorry, I just it references not the it references again the EMP table, alter table EMP, and it references again the EMP table. So I have done it. Okay, cannot add foreign key constraint. Why? Because EID is not EID has not been this EID. If you say so it is pretty interesting. If you say EMP, so this EMP EID column, it is referring to the EID column. See, it references to the EID column of which table? The EMP table itself. So EID has not been yet set to what? It has been not yet made the primary key. So I will first of all make EID as a primary key. So how will I make it? I will say alter table emp add constraint, suppose emp underscore eid underscore pk, and it is a kind of primary key, and that primary key is on which column? It is on the eid column. So now I have created a primary key on the, so now if you say dscmp, then you will get this okay, manager id is a foreign key. Now if I try to create this foreign key, okay, so now the foreign key is created, and I say now dscemp. Suppose I say dscemp. If I write like this, then this manager id is having a foreign key constraint. It's having a foreign key constraint, and now let us try to run this query. So to just verify the output, I'll again copy all this, and if I go and I just okay, I think I again need to copy it. So I'll just go again and I'll copy it, copy, and then if I go and just go and paste it over here, let us see what is out. Oh my god, it's not get copied. Copy, and let us now again go and paste this code over here. I think it should work. Yeah. So yeah, you are getting there is one primary key constraint that is that is on the employees table, that is on the eid column, and then there is one constraint, the emp ibfk1, that is on the manager id column, and it is referring it is on table emp, and it is referring which table? It is referring again to the same emp table, and which column on the emp table? The eid column. And then there is one constraint emp dpt dpt id fk, that is on the department id column, and it is referring the department dpt table, the dpt id column of the dpt table, this dpt id column of the dpt table. So it is doing like this. So I think that I have created I have covered foreign key in great detail with all these two videos I have dedicated to foreign key.
So joins are very important concept as far as writing database SQL queries are concerned. If you know how to use and apply joins, you will be able to write the queries very easily. And one more piece of advice before watching this video is that you must you must have watched my previous videos when I explained the group by and having clause, all those clause when I explained. If you have not watched those videos, then please go first of all watch those videos, because those are preliminary requirement for understanding joins. So let us start our understanding of join and what do exactly joins mean. And so what are joins? So joins are used to fetch data from multiple tables. So if there are many tables and you want to fetch data from those tables, we will be using joins, because sometimes relevant data is stored across multiple tables. For example, I have this table, for example, select star from employees. This is my employees table, and then I have the departments table. This is my departments table. So for example, if you observe, this Nikhil is working in department number 10. Okay, so if I want to find out in which department Nikhil is working, so Nikhil is working in the sales department. Okay, similarly, if you observe Abhinav, then Abhinav is working in department number 20. That means Abhinav is working in marketing department and he is located in Chennai. So if you want to fetch out this relevant information, then you need to fetch data from both of these tables, and for that purpose you need to join these two tables. Okay, so what I have done here is that because these tables are little these are little big, so I have created some small prototype table for better understanding, so that you can have a feel of what are exactly joins. So these are my the EMP1 and the DPT1 tables. So this is one table, suppose the EMP1 table, and this is one table, DPT1 table. Okay, so I have two tables, the EMP1 and the DPT1 table, and if you just see, EMP1 table is having the employee ID, it has having the name, the manager ID and the department IDs, and the departments table DPT1 is having the department ID and the department name. So what are the types of join? The first type of join that we are going to study is the cross join. So cross join, it is like kind of cross product of the of tables. So what does this cross join mean? Let us try to understand this. Okay, so suppose I can also write, suppose I can not only fetch data from one table, I can fetch data from multiple tables. Suppose if I write like this, then you see how many rows are being fetched when I write. So I'm not writing select star from a single table, I am writing select star from two different tables. Okay, one is the emp1 table and the other is the dpt1 table. If you just observe how many rows are there in the emp1 table, there are 5 rows in the emp1 table. Okay, there you see 5 rows are there in this table, and then if you see the dpt1 table, there are 3 rows in the dpt1 table. But if you write emp1 and the dpt1 table, that how many rows you are getting? You are getting 15 rows in this set. So 3 into 5 equals what? 3 into 5 equals 15. So what does this mean? How is this happening? So it is happening something like this. Let me explain it with the help of a pen. Suppose if I take this pen tool, then what is exactly happening is that this Nikhil, for example, okay, I'll just this Nikhil is, you know, it is being matched against this row also. This Nikhil is being matched against the second row of the departments table, and then again, you know, so alright, and then again, I'll just escape it again, you know, I like to take the pen tool. Alright, so now here you observe this Nikhil, for example, this row, it is being matched to the first row of the departments table, it is being matched to the second row of the departments table, and it is being also matched to the third row of the departments table. Similarly, if you go to Nitin, then Nitin is being matched to the first row of the departments table, it is being matched to the second row of the departments table, and it is being matched to the third row of the departments table. So if you observe over here, what is the output? So this part of the output, you know, this part, you know, this part demarcating this part of the output, sorry, I know, again, just, you know, you take this part as separate part. Okay, this part is separate part. So this part of the, you know, the whole output is representing the departments table, and this part of the whole output is representing what? It is representing the whole employees table. Okay, this part is representing the whole employees table. So now if you just observe, Nikhil is first matched to sales, Nikhil is first then matched to marketing, it is matched to finance, and it is matched to what? Okay, it is matched to sales, marketing, and finance. Similarly, Nitin is also matched to sales, marketing, and finance, and Vaibhav is also matched to what? Sales, marketing, and finance. So this kind of join, you know, in which, you know, it is joining every row of one table to the every other row of the other table, such kind of join is called a cross join. So okay, so I think this must be clear. So this is, you know, the first understanding. This is the understanding of cross join. So what is a cross join? If I write the query like this, select star from emp1 cross join dpt1. If you write the query like this, then you will get 15 rows. So what kind of join I have used over here? I have used cross join over here. So the tables will be cross multiplied, you know, one row of first table will be, you know, will be joined with the every row of the other table. All right, so this is basics, this is the basics. Now let us try. So please do watch all these, you know, joins video in sequence. So now what I am going to do is that I am going to alias the tables names. So here emp1 table I am going to alias as E, and the dpt1 table I am going to alias as, suppose, D. Alright, so again I have just aliased the columns. I have not, you know, done anything specific, but I can write something like this. I write, suppose I do something that will make some more sense. Suppose I again take the pen tool. So what we already saw, that this part belongs to the employees table, this part also belongs to the employees table, manager ID is also coming from the employees table, and here department ID, this department ID is from employees table, and this department ID is from departments table, and this department name is from what? It is from departments table. And now if I do something, suppose I write like this. So what I have aliased? I have aliased the employees table as E, and I have aliased the departments table, dpt1 table, as D. So I can write this query like this also. For example, I don't select star, I don't say select star, I select e dot ename and then I say d dot d name. Okay, though what does this, what will this mean? See, Nikhil is being matched to what? Sales, marketing, finance. Similarly, Nitin is being matched to sales, marketing, finance, and Vaibhav again is being matched to what? It is being matched to sales, marketing, and finance. So because I have aliased the employees table, EMP1 table as E and DPT1 table as D, when I say E dot ename, that means the E name of the employees table, and when I say D dot dname, I say the department name from the departments table. Clear? Suppose if I don't use this and I only say, suppose select DPT ID, then it will give me ambiguous. Why it is giving me ambiguous? This field list is ambiguous because once you say select a star from EMP1 cross join DPT1, here if you observe, if you just please observe it, I'll take the pen tool. DPT ID is coming from the employees table also and from the departments table also. So once you are selecting DPT ID from from the cross join of these two tables, it is giving ambiguous. Why? Because it is not able to decide which column it has to take. So that is why it is also sometimes imperative to alias table names. So here if I alias a table name, how if I do it? Suppose if I write something like this, EMP select suppose d dot d DPT ID. If I write like this, then it will not give any any errors with this query. Why it will not give? Because here in this query it is decided that I am selecting the department ID from the departments table. So this is the way cross join is working. So let us again work it out and try to understand this query. Select star from EMP1. Suppose if I say like this, alright. Now if you now select I will also say select star from EMP1 and select star from DPT1. Okay, so now if you just have a look at these tables, and in which department is Nikhil working? In which department is Nikhil working? So Nikhil is working in department ID 10. That means he is working in the sales department. Alright. And Nitin is working in Vaibhav is working in department number 20. So that means he is in the marketing department. But if you observe over here, Nikhil is being matched to sales also. Nikhil is matched to marketing also, and Nikhil is matched to finance also. But here these two these two joining of both these tables are not correct. I only want the joining. Which kind of joining? I only want Nikhil to be joined to sales. Why? Because Nikhil is working in the sales department. And what is the condition that is that condition has to be true? The condition that has to be true is that the department IDs in both these cases has to be what? It has to be 10. Similarly, in the case of Nitin is also joined to what? It is also joined to sales, marketing, and finance. But here also the department ID from the employees table and the department IDs from the departments table has to be what? It has to be the same. Similarly, in the case of Vaibhav is working in the marketing department. So the department ID in the employees table and the department ID in the departments table has to be what? It has to be same. That is same with the case of Neha also. So Neha is also working in which department? She is working in the marketing department. And if you have then Amitabh is working in the finance department. So here also 30, and from here also what? It has to be what? It has to be 30. So let us try to write this query in some different ways. For example, suppose I say so let us frame the queries. Select a star from EMP1E cross join DPT1. Suppose D. Okay, if you write like this, then you will get something like this. Now if you select the employee name from the employees table and the department's name from the departments table. D name. Okay, sorry, D name from EMP1 cross join DPT1 D. Okay, and again if you write E dot DPT ID and D dot department ID, then you will All right, let us have a comma over here. So you are getting this. Now what must be the where? So you have got this query. The select clause have given this query. Now if you write some where clause, then where clause will perform filtering of rows. And what kind of filtering I want? I want Nikhil to be matched with sales. So the department IDs, that is, you know, this department ID that is coming from the employees table has to be matched against the department ID from the departments table. So that if I give a where condition over here also, then let us see what is going to happen. Suppose I escape it and I write like this. I'll just minimize it, and now if I write this query where e.dpt id equal to what? d.dpt id. If you write, then you are getting the correct result. See, now you are getting the correct result. What kind of result? Nikhil is working in the sales department, Nitin is working in the sales department, Vaibhav in marketing, Neha in marketing, and Amitabh in which department? The finance department. Now you can do this thing also. For example, you don't need this, you know, suppose these department IDs. Now you can have a view. Now you have a complete picture. For example, you can see that Nikhil is in the sales department, Nitin is also in the sales department. So this department name is coming from which table? It is coming from the departments table, and the employee name is coming from which table? It is coming from the EMP1 table. Okay, department name from the DPT1 table and employee name from the EMP1 table. And this is, you know, we have fetched data and joined data using multiple tables. So this kind of join is called as a, I mean, I have used a cross join, but I will use better syntax of writing this query. And what is the better syntax? The proper syntax of, you know, when you matched, when you join two tables against, you know, some columns, then you call it as inner join. Okay, so here I am not going to write cross join, I am just going to write inner join. Okay, and then I am going to state the condition for inner join. And what is the condition of inner join? For condition I have to, you know, I have to write on. Okay, so if I write on, then I will get the result. Alright, so this way properly we have got the formatted result. Okay, so now I think you must have got understanding of joins, how we are fetching data from multiple table. But now let us go to our actual table, and this is my employees table and this is my wish table. So what we will do in this videos is that we will solve a lot many of queries. So by practicing all those queries, you will get an idea of how to work with joins. Now the first query which you have to write, this is my employees table and this is my departments table. I want every employee, I want the department for every employee. For example, Nikhil is working in the sales department, Sonali is working in the marketing department. So I think if this query you have already done, so I'll just pause the video. You can try this query. I think it is very simple because we have already seen this. Select, suppose what? E dot, suppose say E dot ename and D dot dname from which two tables? From the, okay, let me do one thing, let me write it in, you know, this notepad, and then I'll call it. Select what? E dot ename comma D dot dname. Okay, from which table? The first table is the employees table, and suppose that I alias it, this table is with E. Okay, and then join which? The departments table. I alias this table with the, you know, name D. Okay, and on what is the joining condition? E dot dpt id equal to what? D dot dpt id. Okay, if I write this query, then you will get the result. All right, let us just copy it and let us just paste it over here. You are seeing Nikhil is working. You are getting every employee, you know, which department name every employee is working. Now this is your employees table. Sorry, select star from employees and select star from the departments table. This is my departments table, and now I want to find out the location where every employee is living. For example, Nikhil is working in department number 10 and department number 10 is in Mumbai. So I want to find out the location where every employee is living. Okay, I want where does the every employee is living. Okay, so this is your query. I'll just take this sheet so that you will get an idea. Sorry. Alright, query to find employees with the respective city. See, this query we have already done. Okay, query to find the employees with respective department we have already done. Query to find employees with respective city. So you can try this query on your own. I'll just pause the video. See, if you are not able to get it, then again it is I think it is very simple to understand. If I write select star from emp1 join what the employees e join suppose I write if I am writing cross join departments, suppose D. If you write this query, then you are getting this result. And now you want, suppose I take this, what do you want? I take this marker, and then it is something like this. For example, this is employee Nikhil, and I want the location where Nikhil is living. So Nikhil is working in department ID, he is working in department ID. Sorry, alright, I have taken the P. Alright. So now you observe this is Nikhil, and Nikhil is working in department number 10. So here also the matching condition will be what? The matching condition will be this is the department ID from the employees table, and this is the department ID that you have got from which table? This you have got from the departments table. Okay, this you have got from the departments table. The departments table. So both these have to be same. And what you have to select? You have to select the name. You have to select the name from the employees table, and then the location from which table? From the departments table. You have to join these two tables, and you have to select what? The name and the location. So how will you do it? And location is coming from the departments table. So how will you do it? I will just minimize this and then select what? E.ename, comma, location is coming from which table? Location is coming from the departments table. From which table? The first table is the employees table, E, and join the departments table, D. On joining condition, what is the joining condition? E.dpt id equal to D.dpt id. Okay, if you write like this, then you will get the required output. Nikhil is in Mumbai, Nitin is in Mumbai, but Sonali and Anshita, they are in Chennai. Okay, then you can do something like this also. Order by location. Now suppose I say you a minor modification. I want all the names of those employees who live in Mumbai. Okay, I want the names of those employees who live in Mumbai using joins. Okay, you have to use join to find those employees who live in Mumbai. Okay, okay, just highlight the query so that it is easy. Query to find the employees who live in Mumbai. I will say also using joins. So because you can also do it using subqueries, but I want you to use joins. Can you do it? Just if you remove this order by location. So just try this on your own if you are able to get it. Okay, so this much, I think this much query I have already explained. Okay, so now you want only employees who are living in where? Who are living in Mumbai. So if you add where clause to it, where location equal to what? Location is equal to Mumbai. Location is equal to Mumbai. If you write, then you will get the employees who are living in Mumbai. And if you just want the name of the employees, because already the location is Mumbai, you only want the name of the employees who are living in Mumbai. So you will write what? Select E.ename from employees, join departments D on e.dptid equal to d.dptid, where location is equal to what? It is equal to Mumbai. Okay. I will continue our discussion and I will introduce to you some new tables. I have these tables. See, I have the city, state and the country table, and I will tell you just how these tables are working. So this is my country table, and this is my, suppose, the state table. This is the state. Okay, select star from state, and this is the select star from the city table. This is my city table. Okay. Okay, now you just go over here. Okay, here. Now you see country ID of India is 1, country ID of USA is 2. Now if you see these states, suppose Madhya Pradesh, MP. Okay, the country ID of this state MP is 1. That means it is located where? It is located in India. And for the country ID of UP, again it is 1. That means UP is also located in India. But if you see Florida, the country ID is 2. The country ID is 2. That means it is located where? It is located in USA. And California, similarly, the country ID is 2. It is located where? It is located USA. Okay. Now again, if you observe, for example, here you see, suppose UP, the state ID for UP is what? 22. Okay. And then suppose I say there is one city, and you can look at the city. Suppose the city is over here. You can see this Kanpur. Suppose there is city, the Kanpur city. Okay. So you are getting the state ID as what? 22. That means Kanpur is in UP. And if you just observe, suppose there is one city, the Miami. So Miami is having the state ID as 66. So that means it is located where? It is located in Florida. And if you see Los Angeles, the state ID is what? It is 55. So that means Los Angeles is located in California. Okay, because the state ID of California is 55. So this is my table. So now for the first query for you is this query to find country with respective states. Okay, you have to write this query. Try solving this query on your own. I think it is very simple. If you have watched the previous video, select a star from what is the country, C join suppose state S. You have not given any joining condition, but here if you just observe what will be my joining condition, so if you see, the joining condition will be something like this. Here what will I say? I will say the country ID. Okay, the country ID from here and country ID from where? Country ID from here. They have to be same. Okay, so this will be my joining condition, because MP is in which country? It is in India. And if you have this, suppose USA, UP is not in USA, and you can see sorry, the country ID is not matching. Here it is 2 and here it is what? It is 1. Now just okay, I'll just change the color. I don't like this color. Okay. So if you want where, for example, California is there, the California is in where? California is in USA. So here also, when California is in USA, that means the country ID on both sides have to match. But here you see in this row, it is not matching. Here it is 1 and here it is what? Here it is 2. So it is not matching. So you have to match by what? You have to match it by country ID. So what will be the joining condition? The joining condition will be the country ID. So what query will I write for this? I'll just escape it, and then what query will I write? I will give the on, and joining condition will be what? From the country table I will take CID, and from the state table also I will take the CID. Now if you join, you will get a proper result. For example, India is in what? India is in MP, and MP is in India, UP is in India, Gujarat is in India, Maharashtra is in India, California and Florida are in which country? They are in USA. So this way I have got the result. Now if you only want the country name and you only want the country and the state name, then what will you do? You will not write star. You will write the country name from the countries table, that is aliased as C, and state name from which table? The state table, that is aliased as S.S name from the country C join state S. Okay, so you have got the result. And to have a better visualization of the result, first I will write the state name and then the country name. so you can better visualize the result. Okay, comma c dot c name. Okay, so MP, UP, Gujarat, Maharashtra and California, okay, you can write, then if you want you can write something like this: order by what? Order by c dot c name. So first all the states from India and then all the states from USA. So you have got this result. Suppose I want you to write one query. I want you to find all the states that are in USA. Okay, so what is the query? Query to find all the states that are in USA. Alright, I want you to write this query. You can try it on your own. What query will I write for this? What query will I write for this? I think it is very simple. Try it. See, if I just minimize it, I just need to add a where clause. I don't need this order by. And what should I write? Where what? I want the country to be just, it has to be India. So c.cname is equal to what? It is equal to India. If you write this, okay, you cannot use table alias in in your where clause. Okay, so cname, is it work? Will it work? Yeah, it is working. So it was not name. The country name was, it was specified by cname. So where all the cname is equal to what? It is equal to India. Alright. And then suppose this is one query, and there is one more query. I want you to find all the, I just go to the, I just go over here and query to find respective country, state and city. Before doing this query, we'll be joining 3 tables eventually. Let us not do this. So I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Okay, alright, I have to go over here. Now this is my state table. Select star from S state and select star from this is my city table. Now I want in which state a particular city is located. So again, can you go for it? I think you can write this query. Please try this query on your own. I want every city name given by their state name. So what will I do? Suppose the city table is aliased as c. So I will say c dot what? City underscore name, comma s dot what? State name. Okay, see here from the city table, if you go to the city table, the city name, this is the city name. So I have selected the city name and then I have selected the state name from the state table. Okay, and then from which table? From the state table S, join which table? Join the city table. This is the inner join. Okay, we are dealing with inner joins. Join city C, and what is the joining condition? The joining condition is that the this SID from the city table is equal to SID from the state table. So you have got it. Okay, and then if you want proper ordering of result, then you can write order by what? S dot S name. Okay, then you will get ordered result. For example, Bhopal, Jabalpur, Indore, Guna, Ujjain, Lucknow, they are all in Ujjain, they are all in MP, and Lucknow, Noida, Kanpur and Allahabad, they are in UP. Okay, and then Miami is in Florida and Los Angeles is in California. So you've got it. Now I want one more query, and now what query I want? I want the respective city name, then the state name. I want the city and to which state does it belongs, and then to which country does it belong. So I want all. So in that case, I will get the city name from the city table, I will get the state name from the state table, and I will get the country name from the country table. So in this case, I will need to join 3 tables. So what will I do for this? How will I join 3 tables? If you want, you can try it on your own. But in this case, because we are joining 3 tables, we will be having 2 joining conditions. Okay, So as a general rule, you can write this also. If if we have n tables to join, then we need total of n minus 1 joining conditions. Okay, so when there were 2 tables, I needed 1 joining condition, and now when there are 3 tables, I will be needing 2 joining conditions. So let us try to write it. Okay, let me minimize it, and first of all let me say select star from select star from country comma state comma city. Let me write this query. So you are getting in a total of how many rows? You are getting a total of 244 rows, and this is valid. You know why it is valid? Because select count star from country, select count star from state, and then select count star from city. See, this is just a cross product. So 16 into 7 into 2, if you do, you will get what? You will get 224. Okay, so this is just a cross join. So here I will be needing 2 joining condition, and what will be my those 2 joining condition? If you just go over here, what will be my those 2 joining conditions? See, the country ID have to match, and then the respective state ID also have to match. So this, you know, I will be having these 2 joining condition. If I just take this pen tool, and now if I go over here and suppose here, so if you observe, Indore is in MP and it is in India also. So you know the country ID will also match. Here CID will be 1, and here CID is also 1, and SID in this case is 11, and SID also here in this case is what? It is equal to 11. Okay. Now suppose you take any example. Suppose you say suppose Ahmedabad. So Ahmedabad is in Gujarat and it is in India. So here you see Ahmedabad is in Gujarat and India. So here the country ID will also match. The country IDs, you know, country IDs will match, and then the state ID will also match. So here, you know, these will be my state ID, and here also the state ID is equal to what? 33. If you take any other example, then it will not work. For example, see here, these, it is the country ID is 2, and here the country ID is what? It is equal to 1. Here the country ID is what? Country ID is 1, and you know the country ID is 1, that is valid, but state ID is here is 22, and state ID here is what? State ID here is 33. So both these conditions have to match. So if I write something like this, if I you know, I'll just you know, I'll escape it, and then you can write this query like this. Okay, so select star from country comma country C comma state S comma city, suppose CI, and if you write 2 where condition, the first condition will be C dot CID, the country ID equal to S dot CID, and what will be the second condition that has to be true? The second condition is that the SID that you are getting from the state table has to be the SID that is in the cities table. So SID, if you write like this, then you will get the required result. You know, 16 rows you will be getting, and you are getting this valid result because here it is Indore, and Indore is in MP, and it is in where? It is in India. If you take this example, for example, Los Angeles is in California and it is in USA. Florida, Miami, it's in state Florida, and then Florida is in which country? It is in USA. And then, you know, you can properly format the result. For example, I just want the, you know, the city name. So CI dot what? City. I will just select the column which I want. CI dot city name, then S dot what? S name, and then country dot what? Country name. If you do this, then you will get this result. Okay, so you are getting the result. Indore is in MP and then it is in India. Ahmedabad is in Gujarat and then also it is in which country? It is in India. But Los Angeles is in California and it is in which country? It is in USA. And there is one, the proper syntax that using join clause. So join. So what will I do for this? I'll just I'll just copy it and alright, just sorry, I think I need to copy it, I'd write it on a notepad so that it is better, so what do I need to select? Select ci dot city name from the cities table, s dot s name from the state table, and c dot c name from the countries table. From country join, country table has been aliased as c, join the state table that has been aliased as s. And what is the joining condition? From the countries table, if you get the country ID, that has to be equal to the country IDs from the state table. Okay, country ID from the state table. So state table has been aliased by s, and then again it has to be joined by what? It has to be joined with the city table. The city table has been aliased as ci. And what is the joining condition for city table? The city table joining condition is that the SID that is from the state table, that has to be equal to the SID from the city table. So SID, sorry, just do like this, SID. So if you write, then also you will get the same result. If I copy it, so this is the proper way of writing these queries. If I write it, then you will get the result. Okay, so this way you have got the required results. Alright, so this much is clear. So what all queries we have solved, we will just try to see it, this number of queries. Okay, alright, alright, now I want to find the city, country, find all states. Okay, suppose I want to write this query to find the number of employees per department. Number of employees per department. Let me go over here. So I want the number of employees per department. So we have previously seen that this query works here. This query, and this query is we have seen this query. Employees and departments. Okay, it is joining an employees table and departments table. So here, if you write this query, then you will get this result. This query I don't think I need to explain, you can directly understand it. Okay, so I now want how many employees are working in the sales department, how many employees are working in the marketing, and how in the finance department. Okay, I want the count of employees in every department. If you just take the previous query and you take the previous query and I write one more thing, order by clause I add, suppose I say order by d dot d name. You copy it and then again you write this query, then what will be the answer? So I want how many employees are working in each department name. Okay, so here you get you have ordered it by department name. So what I need count of employee that is present in every department. So I'll just again take the pen tool. So what I need to do over it, I need to group it by what? I need to group it by department name. Okay, here the department name is finance, then this will form one more group, that is a marketing department group, and this will form one more group, that is the sales department group. And then which function do I need to apply? Which group function I need to apply? I need to apply the count group function. Alright, if you do like this, then you will get the count of every employee in each department. So what query has to be written? The query that has to be written in this case is will be something like this. And just copy it and I'll just paste it. And here I don't want the employee name. Instead, I just want the count of, say, suppose e dot e name. SAS says suppose CNT. I alias this column as C. Okay, and d dot d name, and then I will write what? Group by what? Group by d dot d name. group by d.deep name, and you run this query, then you will get the answer. Just let us see if it is working. Yeah, it is working. So in the finance department, 2 employees are working. In the marketing department, 6 employees are working. And then in the sales department, how many employees are working? Again, 2 employees are working. Now I want you to write some more important and interesting query. I want to find out the name of that department in which the maximum number of employees are working. Okay, the maximum number of employees are working. Then what will you do? So I want you to go for this query. Query to find the department with the maximum number of employees. So how will you write this query? I think you can write it with the help of this. If you have understood this, then you can write it. You can try it on your own. I'll just pause the video. Try this query. Try writing this query on your own. How will you approach it? Okay, if you are not able to get it, then let me solve it. How will you do it? I think it is very simple. I just need to add one more thing over here. Order by d.needName, and then I need to add limit. I already taught you limit. Suppose I say limit 1, then what will happen? Okay, let me write it. Just copy and just paste it over here. Okay, you are getting Giant Finance. I think there has to be something different. Yeah. Order by d.dname DSC. So you will, if you write this, if you I think you must be very clear with all this. If you write it, then you are getting, okay, order by okay, I'm sorry, I just I limit 1. If you write this, I'm sorry, I missed it. Joins are little complex. Okay, so if you order by CNT descending, then what will you get? You just you write this. Okay, let me go for it step by step. Okay. First of all, I will copy it. This much I have already explained. I think this much I have already explained. You will get a count of every employee that is working in each department. Now you add one row, one more condition to it. You order it. You order it by what? You order it by CNT. Okay, and DSC. Okay. So the count in descending fashion. So what will happen? It will happen something like this. The highest count will come first. Because why? Because you have aliased the count column as what? CNT, and then you are ordering it by what? You are ordering it by count. Okay, and then I only want the department with the highest number of employees, then I will only select that row. Then I will say what? Limited to what? Limited to 1. If you just again you run it, then you will get this result. Sorry, I just copy it, copy, and then you paste it over here. You will get the employees, you will get marketing department, because marketing department has the highest number of employees. Now again I want you to write one more query, and that query is to find suppose the state with the highest number of cities. Okay, the state with the highest number of cities. Query to find the state with the maximum number of city. So what will you write? I think again this query is also the same as what we have did. You can try it on your own. So what will I write? Select what? Count of what? CI. Suppose city table I alias it with C. Okay, city underscore name comma s dot s name, from which table? City C join state S. Okay, on which condition? From the SID of the state table, SID of the state table to the SID of the city table. Okay, okay, like this. And then you have to group it by what? You have to group it by you have to group it by state name. You have to group it by state name. So if you write like this, group by what, s.s name, group by s.s name, then you will get this result. If I copy it and if I just go and paste it, then what result will I get? Let us see. Okay, you are getting the count of number of cities which are present in every state. Now you have to do the same. You have to alias this column. So suppose I will alias it as say suppose CNT. Alias this column, and then what will I say? I will say order by what, CNT, and then I want the descending, because I want the highest one to appear first. I will say descending, highest state with the highest count to appear first, and then I will apply limit to be what, 1, because that will only select that particular state. And again, if we go and just here, if you go and run it, you are getting MP, because MP has got the highest number of cities. Okay, so this way we approach this query. Now I want you to write few more queries. Let us see what are the queries. Okay, city query to find the number of cities per state, departments with a maximum number of employees. Okay, maximum number of city. Okay, you are getting this query. You have written this query, and what was this query? You were getting all the how many cities are there in one state, particular state. So now I only want those states in which the number of cities are greater than 1. Okay, I only want those states in which the number of cities are greater than what? Are greater than 1. What query will you write for this? What query will you write for this? I think it is simple. If you just had to, you can try it on your own. I'll pause. You just have to write one thing. What one thing you have to write? You have to do something like this. Okay, I'll write the whole query, for just to make things simple. If I write select count of what, c.c name as CNT, comma what, s.s name from city C join state S, and what is the joining condition on c.cid, sorry, SID equal to s.sid. This is my joining condition. This will be my joining condition, and I'll have to group it by what? I'll have to group it by state name, and then I say group by s.s name. Okay, and then I only want the state in which the number of employee have to be greater than 1. So what again I will write? I will have to write a having clause, having what, CNT greater than 1. Alright, c dot c. Okay, I'm sorry, just because there is no c name, it is city name in this cities table. It is not c name. Suppose I say DSC city, then you are getting what? It is not c name, it is city name. Okay, so I'll just I'll copy it here. Let me paste it. Remove all of this. Remove this again. I'll remove this, and then again I'm gonna remove this, and here I am not going to write cname, I am going to write city underscore name, and then I'll just copy this whole query, and I am going to run this query. Oh my god, it's not copied. Copy, and then if you paste it, you will get Gujarat, Maharashtra, MP and UP, and you will not get California and here Los Angeles. You will not get California and Florida. You will not get, because they have only one. In these states there are only one city, so you are not getting it. So similarly, I think an assignment for you can write this query on your own. Write a query to find only those departments in which more than 2 employees work. Okay, I'll just write this query. I will not solve this query because I have already solved many queries like this, so I'll not write this query. I'll just state this query. query to find those departments where the number of employees working is greater than 2. Alright, you have to write this query on your own. I want you to write this query and attempt this query on your own, okay? In this video, we will continue our discussion of joins, and we will study about outer joins in this video. So outer joins are of two types, the left outer join and the right outer join. So let us try to understand them. What are they? Okay. So one is your the left outer join and the other is your right outer join. So we have already seen cross join. What is cross join? So cross join, it just cross multiplies the table. Each row in one table is joined with each and every row of the other table. And we have already seen, the inner joins. So inner joins are joins table based on some joining conditions. Okay. So you give some kind of conditions, equality conditions for joining those two tables, and mostly these joining relations are on the basis of primary key and foreign key relationships. But now let us try to understand what are left outer and right outer joins. So they are almost like inner joins, but there is some little difference. Let us try to understand what is the difference. So this is my employees table, and here it is my departments table. And now again I will do the usual stuff that I have done many times. I want to get all the employees with their respective departments. So I think the query for this is will be very simple for you. If you have just watched the previous videos, you will write this query very easily. So I will select select e.ename comma d.dname from which table? From employees E, and I was saying join, so this means inner joins. Departments D on what? E.dpt id equal to d.department id. I said like this, and if you go and just copy it, you will get these results. You will get every employee working in which employee every department works. But if you observe this row, for example, I'll just I'll just tell you. I'll take the pen tool. All right. So if you are going to observe it, then this employee, Wasim, this employee is not getting selected anywhere. Say Nikhil, Nitin, Sonali, but Wasim is not getting selected. And you observe also here also this department, that is a training department. Which department? Training department. Is this department coming? No, this department is not coming anywhere. So this is the unmatched rows of both the tables are not getting selected in this case. And you can see what is the joining condition. The joining condition is like you are joining based on equality. But in case of suppose Wasim, the department ID is what? Department ID is null. And in case the training department, when you match it with the employees table, you don't find any employees that is working in the in the training department. You see, all the employees are either in department number 10, 20 or 30, but none of the employee is in department number 40. Okay, so this row is not able to match with any of the rows of the employees table, and similarly this Wasim is not able to match with any of the rows of the departments table. So for this purpose we use outer joins. So so outer joins will also work like inner joins, but they will also fetch the unmatched rows. Okay, so now suppose what I do, I'll just escape it and let us go over here. So see, in this line we are joining employees table and the departments table. Now employees table in which side? Employees table is in the left side and the departments table is in the right side. Okay, so if I say right outer, okay, right outer join department. So what will this right outer join means? Right outer join will mean that what is the table on the right hand side? Employees table is on the right hand side. So the unmatched rows on the employees table will also get selected. The matched rows will always be selected, but the unmatched rows of the employees table. Why? Because this is right outer join, and which table is on, sorry, this employees table according to what I see, it is on the left hand side. So employees table is on the left hand side and departments table is on the right hand side. Okay, so when I say left outer join, which is the table on the left hand side? Employees table is on the left hand side. So the unmatched rows of the employees table will get selected. So how will it happen? Suppose I say, if I write like this, count and I just go and paste it. See, the matched rows are always getting selected, but now previously how many rows got selected? 10 rows, but now how many rows got selected? 11 rows. Why? Because there was one more employee, Wasim, and the department name was got selected, that was equal to null. Why? Because if you just go to the table, if you observe the table, then what you will find? You will find that Wasim employee, this employee has not been yet assigned any department. So that is why his department name is coming out to be what? Null. Okay, so this way. So you were able to find the unmatched rows, but now let us try to do suppose we have tried out left outer join. Let us try to work with right outer join. Suppose so suppose again I will write, this is again to show the tables. Select star from employees, select star from department. These are my two tables, and now what will I do is that I will not use right outer join. Sorry, I will not use left outer join. I will instead use right outer join. So which table is on the right hand side? The departments table appears to be on the right hand side. So the unmatched rows of the departments table now will get selected. See, the matched rows will always get selected, but the unmatched rows on the right hand side, which table? The departments table will also get selected. So which is the only row on the right hand, on the departments table that was not matched? That was the training department. Why? Because you see there was no employee who was working in department number 40. So if you go and copy it out, and then again if you go and paste it, sorry, I just didn't got copied. If you copy and then you just go and paste it, then you will find one department, that is which department? The training department. And in training department, you are getting ename as null. Why you are getting ename as null? Because there is no matching for the training department. But since you have used outer joins, so the unmatched rows on the departments table is also getting selected. So in this way it is working. So your first query is to find out the name of that department in which no employee is working. Okay, to find out the name of that department in which no employee is working. Okay, I'll write the query. Query to find the name of the department in which no employee is working. Okay, query to find the name of the department in which no employee is working. Okay, go for this query. How will you approach this query? I think this what I have written it is just enough to you have to just add one more condition and you will find the name of the department in which no employee is working. So how will you go for it? Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I think it is not very that complex. See, I'll just copy this code. If I copy it and paste it over here. So in this case, I don't want the employee name. I just want what? I just want the department name. And here, if you observe, for the department name in which no employees was working, the employee name was coming out to be what? It was coming out to be null. So with this condition I can write, what condition I can write? Where e.ename is what? Is null. Okay, if I copy it and then again if I go and copy and then again now if I go and run it, you will find there is one department, that is the training department, in which no employee is working. Okay, so in this way we solve this problem. Again I want suppose for every department I want a summary report. What kind of summary report? See, now you can solve this query. I'll give you this query as an assignment. Query to find the city where no employee lives. Okay, so you have to solve this query, and I think it is this query is not different from what we have, this query which we have already written. Just in place of d.dname, you have to select what d.location. Just try it on your own. Okay, I'll not solve this again. Let us write one more query. Query to produce summary report of each department name, whether it has employees or not. Okay, so you have to solve this query. So I want a summary report, and what kind of summary report I want? Suppose I say something. The summary report will be like this. Suppose I say that what are the departments? Suppose okay, I'll take the pen tool. I'll just take. Okay, what kind of summary report do I want? Suppose there is one department, that is the sales department, and then there is the marketing department, and there is a finance department. Please ignore my handwriting. There is a finance department, and I want, suppose in sales department, if you say, if some employee is working, yes, sales department, some employees are working. In marketing department, employees are working, yes. In finance department, employees are working, yes. But if you take the training department, okay, so in training department, because you saw there were no employees, so here the output should be what? No. And this, suppose this is the department, and this is the this is the department, and this column is the has employees column. Has employees. Okay, please ignore the writing. So here sales department has employees, marketing department, yes, it has employees, finance department has employees, but training department has no employees. I just escape it, and you see sales, marketing, finance department have employees, but training department has no employees. So I want summary report like this. How will you go for this query? Just try it on your own. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then see this this query was already solved. So let us write this. Let us write this. Let us write this query, and this was very simple. You just take it. Okay. It's not copied. It's okay here. I'll just copy this, and I am just gonna paste it, and let us see how we will approach this query. This way it was not. But now if I want to find the number of employees in each department, then what you see, training department is also getting selected, but training department there are no employees. Okay, training department there are no employees. That's why we have used the right outer join. And now if I modify this query, and how do I modify this query? Let me, I have already copied it, and just let me paste it over here. I just want the department name. And what, comma, count of e name. Oh, sorry. E dot name. And then I will say group by what? D name. So this is, I think, very simple. I think I don't need to explain it, but still I will do it, because I don't want any kind of confusions on your part. So you are grouping by what? You are grouping by what? You are grouping by department name. So there is sales department, then there's a marketing department group, and then there will be the finance department group, and then there will be the what kind of group? The training department group. And then you are doing what? You are counting the number of employees in each department. So what result will it give you? This is what exactly I'm trying to do. Okay, over here if you observe, this is what exactly I'm trying to do. I'm grouping by the department name, and let us see if it is working or not. Okay, so many times it's not copied. So I'll again just go and copy it, and yeah, if I go here and I just paste it, so you are getting the number of employees in each department. But I don't want the result in this way. I just want this column to be what? It has to be what? It has to be has employees. If it has employees, then it should give the output yes. For example, finance has 2 employees. So here output should be yes. Marketing has 6 employees. Here output should be yes. But training has 0 employees. So here output should be what? It should be 0. Okay. So how will you approach it? I think you can solve it using if condition, if you use if over here. So just try it on your own. I'll pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then it is very simple. See, if the count is coming out to be 0, then there are no employees. So I can write something like this. If count of e dot is equal to what? 0. If it is true, then I will say no. And if it is not true, then I will say what? Yes. As what I will say? As has employees. Okay. And then you go and copy this, and if you go and just it's not getting all right, I will again I'll again copy it from here, and now let us go and paste it. See, finance, marketing, and sales department has employees, but does the training department has any kind of employees? No, it has no employees. So we have produced a summary report. So let us try to produce one more summary report, and this summary report is not related to any kind of left or right outer join. It is related to inner join. But since we are dealing with summary reports, let us try to fetch one more very interesting summary report. So what kind of summary report I want? I'll just write. So here I want this kind of summary report. Query to find summary report of number of males and females in each department. Okay, so I want summary report like this. So what kind of summary report it will be like? I will just tell you what kind of summary report do I want. For example, you have the sales, marketing, and this department. The sales department is there, suppose the marketing department, and then there is a finance department. These are the 3 departments, and then in the sales department I just want a count of number of males, and I want the number of what? Females. Okay, for example, I say that in the sales department there are 2 males and 0 females. In the marketing department there are like 3 males and 1 female, and similarly in the finance department there are 2 males and 5 females. I want a summary report like this. Okay, I think you can approach it. See, here I am taking sales, marketing, and finance. These are coming from the departments table because department name is in the departments table. But the males and female, these were in the employees table. So this data is coming up from what? From which table? The employees table. So if you just go over here and I am just going to write it. Select star from which table? Employees table. Select star from the departments table. By which column you will have to group these results? Naturally, you have to group it by what? You have to group it by the department name. So if you try to approach this query, see, I have already told it, but still again I'll tell it. See, if you just if you just copy this, okay, if I just copy it and okay, and just if I'm gonna paste it, I'll not use outer join, I'll just use say join. Okay, and I will say d.dname comma what? Count, suppose star. See, all right, if you write this this much, copy. Sorry, okay, I forgot to write the group by clause. So group by what? D.d name. If you write it, then what will you get? This we have already seen, we are grouping by, department name, and we are fetching the count in every department. Finance 2 employees, marketing 6 employees, and sales 2 employees. But now I don't want the record in this manner, report in this manner. I want out of 2 employees how many are, because this is the total count, but I want out of 2 employees how many are males and how many are females. Out of these 6 employees which are working in the marketing department, how many are males and how many are females? So how will you approach it? So I think if you watch the my group by videos, and this query will be little easy for you. Otherwise it's it's little involved query. So what will I write? Suppose if I write something like this, sum, if E dot from the employees table, if I select the gender, and if it is equal to what? M, then I say 1, else I say 0, as suppose males, and then if I copy it, and again I go here and I just paste it, equal to what is equal to F, then I will say as females. And now if you just copy this code, I think I've copied it, and you go and paste this code, there's some problem, as females. Where is the problem? Just let me see what kind of problem is there. Alright, yeah, I got it. This bracket should be here. Similarly, this bracket should be here. Okay, now let us try to run this query. Okay, let us minimize this and see if it is working or not. Yeah, it is working. Now you are getting the result. So in the finance department there are 2 males and 0 females. In the marketing department 2 males and 4 females. In the sales department there are 2 males and 0 females. So how you are getting this output? Select star from employees. This is my employees table, and suppose you see the department number 10. So in department number 10 there are Nikhil and Nitin, and both of them are what? They are both males. So that is why department 10, select star from departments. So when you see, suppose the sales department, Nikhil and Nitin are in department number 10. Department number 10 is the sales department, and in sales department there are only what? There are only females, and there are only males. Okay, so you have 2 males in the sales department. So this is how this query is working, and let us I'll just explain how how this query is working. What will I do? I'll just go over here, and suppose I will just copy it here. Okay, there is no, but yeah, and I'll just copy it, and if I paste it, then this much we have already seen. This much. If you group by d.d, then you will get the count of all employees that are working in in any specific department, count star. Alright, and then I write group by d.d name. You write like this. If I just copy this query, and I'll just explain it, because just let me take some time so that I just explain it to you. I copy it, and then I'm gonna paste it over here. Alright. Oh, sorry. Account star, and I'll not use the right outer join over here. I'll just say join, and again if you go and just copy this query, and if you go and paste it. So you are getting this. But now you have formed the groups, and each and every group, see, in each and every group what you are doing, you are checking for a condition. What kind of condition you are checking? You are checking for this condition. See here, you are checking. So this condition you are checking. What you are saying, sum if what, e dot gender is equal to male or female. So it is going, you know, for each and every group it is testing. Suppose for example the sales group, for example, okay, if you are not you know, just let us try to see this query. Select star from employees, order by DPT ID. Alright, so for example you take if I take the pen tool and here, for example, so how this query is working, for example, this is my which group, this is, for example, this is the, you know, this is the marketing group. Okay, this is the department number 20 is a, you know, it is a marketing group. So here what it is doing for this group, what is this and you know, I've escaped the pen tool. What it is trying to do here, it is going to each and every row of this group, and it is finding if the gender is equal to male. If the gender is equal to male, then it is giving the output as 1, and else it is giving the output as 0, and then finally we are producing the sum of all of this, okay, for a specific department. Okay, so in this way we have approached this query. I mean, I'm not sure if you have understood this query, but still I think you should be able to get it. And so with this I would like to end this video of outer joins. So we have already studied about cross join, inner join, left outer join, right outer join. We have already studied about these kinds of joins, and now we will study about self joins. So when a table is joined to itself, then it is called as a self join. So I have taken a very simple table, and that is the EMP2 table, and it's a very simple it's a very simple table. Let us see what are the contents of the table. Select star from EMP2. This is my employees 2 table. So if you go to this table, you are having an employee 1 which has name Amit and the manager ID is null. Now you have another employee which has the employee ID 2, her name is Neha, but her manager ID is 1. So what does this mean? That means her manager is Amit. Why? Because the employee ID of Amit is 1. Similarly, if you see Vishal, what is the manager ID of Vishal? The employee Vishal has a manager ID of 2. And which is the employee that has an employee ID of 2? It is Neha. That is why the manager of Vishal is what? Manager of Vishal is Neha. So now if I, this row has three rows. This table has 3 rows. Now if I write, suppose if you write like this, select a star from EMP2 join, EMP2 comma EMP2. Suppose you alias this column as E and you alias this column as M. So how many rows will you get? You will get exactly 9 rows. How will you get the 9 rows? Because this table is joined to itself. Okay, it is an example of cross join. Why it is an example of cross join? Because this table is joined to itself. It has 3 rows, and you know 3 cross 3 is equal to 9. So the situation is something like this. If you go to the paint example, the situation is something like this. Now I am gonna say, suppose this is my EMP2E, and this table, suppose this table is, say, suppose EMP2M. Alright, so now this E means the employees table. E means, you know, the employees, and the M means is an alias for what? Suppose the manager. Okay, and now what do I want? I want the managers of all employees. I want the managers for the employees. So if you do a cross join, then this suppose you take this row. Okay, this row will be joined to this row also, it will be joined to this row also, and it will be joined to, okay, this row also. Alright, suppose this row, and this row, in case of a cross join that we saw, you know. But if I want to find the manager of Neha, if I want to find the manager of here, see, this is the E, that is the employees table. So the manager ID of Neha is equal to the employee ID of the manager. So I mean, for Neha, the join root should be something that this is the valid join root for Neha. Then you take the Vishal, the manager ID of Vishal, that is 2. Now in case of cross join, it was joined to all the 3 rows, but it should be joined to which row? It should be joined to this row. Because why? Because the employee ID of Neha is 2, the manager ID of Vishal is 2, and the employee ID of Neha is also 2. So what will be my joining condition? You know, the manager ID e.mgr equal to will be what equal to the employee ID from the, if you write like this, the manager ID from the, the manager ID from the employees table has to be equal to the employee ID from the managers table. See, I am aliasing this E table as the employees table and the M table as the manager table. So this way you will approach this query, and the table is joined to itself. So how will you see? So self joined are one very special example of inner join, because the table is joined to itself. So how am I going to approach this query? Suppose I say, see, E is alias for the employees table. I will select the name as suppose employee, and then M is the alias for the manager table. So again I say m.ename as suppose what, manager, from emp to E join emp to what, the managers table, on what is the joining condition, E dot mgr id equal to M dot eid. If you write, sorry, M dot emp id, it is alright, ename from okay, as manager from okay, I think now it is correct, mgr id and emp id. Okay, so you got these results. The manager for Neha is Amit, and the manager for Vishal is what? The manager for Vishal is Neha. Okay, and this is what the result. See, for Amit there was no manager, because the manager ID for Amit was what? The manager ID for Amit was null. Okay, so this way we have solved this query. So now we can go to our original table, and this small table was just for for making things clear. So now you have, suppose I say select ename, suppose I say select eid comma ename comma mgr id from which table? From the employees table. If you are writing alright, select eid. Okay, you are getting this. Okay, so for Nikhil and Nitin there are no manager ID. For Sonali the manager ID is 1, that means the manager of Sonali is Nikhil, and similarly now I have to find the the manager of all the employees. So what query will I write? Select what, e dot ename. Okay, then m dot ename. Okay, so E is alias for employees table, so this e dot ename will be the name of the employees, and M is alias for the manager table, so the that this will be the alias for manager from which table? From the employees table E join again the employees table M. And what is the joining condition? On E dot what? E dot the manager ID from the employees table has to be equal to the employee ID from the managers table. If you write it, then you will get. Okay, so you are getting like this. Okay, now you can, I'll just copy it, so that okay, I've copied it, and then let us go and paste it over here, so that I can do some interesting modifications. So I'll again properly format it, and so from this query, if you are applying this query, you are getting this result. See, I just copy it, and if I go and I just paste it over here, you are getting this result. Now if you just make a small modification in this query, I say order by suppose manager. So m.ename is, this is manager is alias for what? m.ename. So I've ordered by manager. So if I'm just gonna copy this query, and if I go and paste it, you'll find, okay. So there are two managers, Nikhil and Nitin, and this is, this is the result. So I think now we can approach some interesting queries. Let us try to solve these queries. Query to find the employees with respective manager. I think I have just I have already solved this query. Now I want you to write this query. Query to find the employees for whom Nikhil is the immediate manager. Okay, so how will you write this query? I want to find those employees for whom the manager is Nikhil using joins. So what query will I write? Okay, give it a try. If you are not able to get it, then okay, we'll solve it on own. So this was my original query, and now I only want the name of the employees for whom the manager is Nikhil. So I will remove this order by, and I'll add a where condition. Where what? Where the manager is what? m.ename is equal to what? Is equal to Nikhil. If I write, then you will filter out which rows. Okay, again I'll copy it. I'll copy, and if you go and paste it over here, see, now you have done what? You have filtered these rows. If you are not able to get it, then you can just see, because if if I'll take the pen tool, then once I've said where m.ename is equal to what? m.ename is equal to Nikhil. So this was m.ename, the manager. m.ename was manager was alias for m.ename, and I said it is equal to Nikhil. So these many rows were all filtered. Okay, these 6 rows were filtered out, and you are getting the result. And now if you just want the name of the employees, then what will you do? I'll just escape it. And if you just want the name of the employees, then you don't want the manager name, because the manager name is already, it is decided that manager for all these employees is Nikhil. So I just want the name of those employees. So the query is again very simple. I'll copy it, and if I paste it, then you will get the result. So Sonali, Abhinav, Vaibhav, Rashmita, Rajneesh and Wasim. Okay, and Wasim are the employees for whom the manager is Nikhil. And now I want you to write one more query. And what is the query? Query to find the number of employees under each manager. So I want the count of employees under each manager. See, this was my, for example, you had this result. For example, under Nikhil there are 6 employees, and under Nitin how many employees are there? There are 3 employees. So I want the count of employees under Nikhil and Nitin, and you have to make modification in this query. You have to make a modification in this query. So what will you do? Naturally, so give it a try on your own. Okay, I'll pause it. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I want a count under all the managers. So one manager group is what? The Nikhil group. Okay, and I want a count under this group. So, and then the other manager name is what? The other manager name is what? Nitin. So I will have to group by what? I'll have to group by this. I'll have to group by manager's ename. Okay, I'll have to group by manager's ename. See, and then which group function will I need to apply? I will need to apply the count group function, because I need to want to have a count. So for Nikhil, the count will come out to be 6. So how will you approach this query? So I think I need to make some modifications. So what modifications will I make? So here I will not select the name of the employees. Instead I will select what? Count star as, say, suppose CNT, and alright, and group by what? Group by suppose manager. Okay, so see this here, if you go, you are grouping by what? You want to group it by manager. One group of manager will be from Nikhil, and the other group of managers will be from Nikhil. So then you write like this, and okay, if I copy it, and I think we have solved many of these kinds of queries, but still, sorry, I copy it, and then again I'll just terminate it, and if I paste it, oh, there are some problems. Let us see what is the error with the query. Right syntax: from employees e join employees m on, okay, mgr id. Okay, there is some problem. Group by manager. Okay, I think I have forgotten to add a comma. I think now it should work. Okay, let us go and copy it and again paste it. See, you are getting under Nikhil how many employees are there? Under Nikhil 6 employees are there, and under Nitin, which is one more managers, how many employees are there? There are 3 employees under Nitin. Okay, and then I know, I just want you to attempt one more last query for the joins. Query to find those employees who have more than, say, suppose in this case I would say more than 3 employees working under them directly. Okay, query to find those employees who have more than 3 employees working under them directly. See here, under Nikhil 6 employees were working, and under Nitin 3 employees were working, but I want only those managers under whom more than 3 employees are working. So what query will I write? Give it a try. I think it is very simple. If you have just watched my videos, then it is very simple. I just need to add one more clause. And what is the clause? It is the having clause. Having what? CNT greater than 3. See, this count star, this column was aliased as CNT, and now I can use this alias, and I can copy it. And once when I copy it, if I go and paste it over here, I will get, I think I'll get, okay, it's not copied. I don't know why it does, sometimes it's not doesn't get copied. Okay, again I'll copy it, and then if I paste it, I will only get Nikhil. Why? Because under Nitin the number of employees is 3, and I want the name of those managers under whom the number of employees is greater than 3. Okay, so this is you're working with self joins. I think there is one more important select star from employees. This is my employees table, and I just take one more query. And what is a query? Let us see. It is very interesting. If I go here. Query to find all pairs of employees in department 20 who were hired in the same year. Okay, in the same year. Okay, I want to find this query to find all pairs of employees in department 20 who were hired in the same year. See, what do I mean by it? Suppose I say select star from employees where DPT ID equal to what? Department ID is equal to 20. So you are getting a list of all employees who are in department number 20, but I want the the pair of all those employees who have the same who were hired in the same year. For example, if you see Sonali and Anshita were hired in the same year, that is 2017, and Neha and Rajneesh were hired in the same year, that is equal to 2013. So I want such pairs, okay, who are in department number 20. See, all these employees are department number 20. Why? Because I have written this where clause over here, where department ID equal to 20 and the department ID of every employee is equal to 20. But now I want pairs of listing of those employees where they were hired in the same year. So what query will you write for this? Can you approach it by using inner join? Yeah, we'll have to use inner join, because both, so I'm saying pair of employees. So suppose Sonali and Anshita is one pair. Sonali and Anshita is one pair. But if you see, Sonali is also coming from this first part of the pair, that is Sonali. That is also coming from the employees table, and Anshita is also coming from which table? It is also coming from the employees table. So I think it is for first time it may be a little little tricky. It's not difficult, but a little tricky, So select e dot ename. Suppose the first table is aliased as e, suppose, and the second table is aliased as suppose d. Then I say d dot ename from employees e. First table as aliased as e, join the second table, and the second table has been aliased as d. Okay, and what will be my joining condition? Suppose I say on e dot dpt id okay, if I write this much query where e dot dpt id equal to 20, if you write this much, let us see what is output. Let us, I am not sure how to approach this query. Let us try to approach it step by step. I'll have not copied it. I'll copy it and then I'm gonna paste it. Table, okay, it is not existing. Okay, I will just stay the employees table. If again you copy it and so you are getting the pairing of all the all the rows in the table, but I don't want in this manner. Why? So now let us do one thing. Because I want both of the pairs to have the same hire date. So what will I say? Where extract what? Extract year from e dot hire date is equal to what? Extract what? Extract year from which table? D dot hire date. Now if you write this query, then what will be the output? Like if you're gonna just copy it and paste it. Okay, sorry. Alright, I forgot to add the on so on this condition, and again if you write this, I will just minimize it, and again if you copy it and then if you run it. Okay, so now you are getting a listing, but here you see that suppose Neha is occurring with what? Neha is occurring with Neha itself. So I want to I want to remove this also. So I can say and e dot ename is not equal to what? D dot ename. Okay, then what will you get? Copy it and just go and paste it. So you are getting this employees. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I have mistaken with this condition. And suppose I say d dot dpt id, because from the the second table also the department id has to be what? It has to be 20. So if you just go and if you copy it, I think now it should work. Yeah, now it is working. So you're now you are getting the proper result. So because if you see select star from employees where dpt id is equal to 20. See, now you are getting proper result. Why? Because Sonali and Anshita were hired in the year 2017 and Neha and Rajneesh were hired in which year? They were hired in the year 2013. So these are the pair of employees who who are working in the same same department, and they were hired in the same, same year. See why I'm writing this condition. If you just go and remove this condition, I'll take few more minutes. If I go and just remove this condition and I just copy it, okay, I don't think many times it doesn't get copied. I'll copy it, and then why I'm writing this condition, I'll just explain. Oh, see, all right, again I will go and copy it, and let's leave it. Just you see. So now you are seeing what is exactly happening is that, see here, Neha is being repeated with what Neha, and Rajneesh is also coming out, because you are selecting names from both of the tables. So Rajneesh is also occurring with Rajneesh. So I know I will add one more condition that the names that you select from one table has not to be equal to name that you select from the other table. So this much modification you also have to do. If you just I just go and then if I go and if I copy this code, and once when I go and paste it, copy, and now if I go and paste this code, you will get this result. Okay. Whenever you are asked about what is a subquery, you can always say that a query within a query is a subquery. And so what is the order of execution of subqueries? The order of execution is that the innermost query is executed first, and then the query above the innermost subquery is executed, and then based upon that result it moves from bottom to up. So in this way subqueries are executed. It will become more clear when we will study some more examples related to subquery. And then there are a few types of subqueries, the single row subquery, multiple row subqueries, and the correlated subquery. So a single row subquery is a query in which the inner query returns only one row. Then multiple row subquery are queries in which the inner query returns more than one row. So for multiple row subqueries, we cannot use these operators like the equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than. All these operators we use in single row subquery, but for multiple row subquery we use operators like in, any, and all. And then there is a correlated subquery. So correlated subquery, we will have a separate video for it, and it's a kind of subquery that takes information from the outer query. So it will become more clear when we take some more examples. So let us, without wasting any time, let us go to the database and let us try to do something. Okay, so just maximize it. All right, just it's getting away. All right. So now let us. So this is my employees table and this is my departments table. Suppose I want to find out those employees whose salary is greater than Sonali's salary. So what query will I write? Okay. So this is your first query. I will not. Okay. How many employees get salary greater than Anshita's salary? Okay. So you have to write this query. You can try this query on your own. So in order to, if you want to do this query, first of all, what you must find what is Anshita's salary. Okay. So how will you find Anshita's salary? You will say something like this. Select salary from which table? From the employees table, where ename equal to what? It is equal to Anshita. Okay. Ename is equal to Anshita. So salary of Anshita is equal to 60,000. Now if I want to find out the names of employees whose salary is greater than Anshita's salary, then what will I do? So I will write something like this. Select ename from which table? From, suppose I did not do something like this. I can do something like this. So this is returning me 60,000, and all those employees who earn, suppose, greater than Anshita's salary. So I can select ename from employees where salary is greater than this amount. Okay, this amount. So you got Nikhil, Nitin, Abhinav, and Neha are 4 employees whose salary is greater than Anshita's salary. You can also do something like this. Select ename, comma, salary. Okay, so all their salary is greater than what? Anshita's salary, because Anshita's salary is equal to what? It is equal to 60,000. So here it is what? It is a kind of example of subquery. How come it is an example of subquery? See, this is the inner query, and based upon the result of the inner query, the outer query is executing. So effectively, this query is resolving to something like this, because this subquery is returning me what? It is returning me 60,000. So here I can say something like this also, 60,000, and then when I run, I will get the same result, because the inner query is returning me 60,000, and it is an example of single row subquery. Why it is example of single row subquery? Why? Because if you observe this query, the inner query is returning me only one row, and this is what we said. If you go over here, the inner single row subquery, when the subquery returns only one row, then we use what? Then it is called a single row subquery, and we use these operators. So what operator we have used? We have used the greater than operator over here. So I think it is very simple and self-explanatory. And according to my, the problem, how many employees get salary greater than Anshita's salary? If you want to have a count of all employees, then what will you do? Select count of, say, suppose star from which table? From the employees table, where salary is greater than what? Where salary is greater than Anshita's salary. And what is the salary of Anshita? Select salary from which table? Where name equal to what? It is equal to Anshita. So this way I have solved this query. So number of employees whose salary is greater than Anshita's salary is equal to 4. Okay. So now you have to solve this query. Get the name of employees whose salary is greater than the average salary of the organization. Okay. Write down this query. Try it on your own. Okay, if you're not able to get it, see, I have to find the name of all employees whose salary is greater than the average salary of the organization. So first of all, what I have to find? I have to find the average salary of the organization. So how will I find the average salary of the organization? Select average salary from which table? From the employees table. So this is the average salary of the organization. And now if I write all the employees who is greater than, select ename from which table? Find the employees table, where salary is greater than, suppose what? The average salary of the organization, and this inner query is returning me what? The average salary of the organization. Alright, so this is also example of single row subquery. Why? Because this query is returning me how many rows? It is returning me only one row. So this is an example of single row subquery. Okay, try and solving this query. Get the names of employees who were hired in the same year as Anshita. Okay, so you have to find the name of all employees who were hired in the same year as Anshita. For example, select ename, comma, hire date from employees table. This is my employees table with their hire date. So in which, suppose I say, alright, from employees, and then I write something like this: order by hire date. Order by hire date. Okay. Alright. Order by hire date. Then you have ordering by hire date. So now Anshita is hired in the year 2017. So I have to find all those employees who were hired in the same year as Anshita. Means they were hired in which year? They were hired in 2017. So what query will I write? I will write something. So what is, in which year Anshita was hired? I can write something like this: select extract what? Extract of year from which? Extract year from hire date, where suppose ename equal to what? Anshita. If you write this, then you will, okay, from which table? From the employees table, where ename equal to what? It is equal to Anshita. Now you have, now what was my query? Who were hired in the same year as Anshita. So first I have to find the hire date, the year in which Anshita was hired. So by this query I have found the year in which Anshita was hired, and now I can write something like this. What? I have to find the, I have to find the names of employees. So I will say select ename from which table? From the employees table, where what? Extract year from what? Hire date is equal to this amount, is equal to this, is equal to this. And what is the inner query returning? It is returning me 2017. So you are getting 4 employees. Who 4 employees? Sonali, Anshita, Jayant and Wasim. But is here Anshita is getting repeated, so you can have a fix for it. What fix will you write for this? Okay, and suppose you can write like this: and ename is not equal to what? Anshita. Okay, then you will get only Sonali, Jayant and Masim. Okay, so select ename from employees where extract year from hire date equal to what? It is equal to this inner query, and this inner query is returning me what? It is returning me 2017. Alright, I think it is clear. It's not very difficult to understand. Alright, let us move to the next query. Get the name of manager of Abhinav. This is an interesting query. Get the name of manager of Abhinav. Okay, so this is my employees table. This is the employees table, and I'll take the for explanation I'll just take the pen tool and alright. So pen tool, and if you just go over here, for example, you take this employee Sonali. Sonali is having what? Sonali is having a manager ID as 1. That means the manager of Sonali is what? It is Nikhil. Similarly, if you observe, for Anshita, the manager ID is 2, and which is this? So for Anshita, the manager ID is equal to what? It is equal to, and which employee is having the employee ID as 2? It is Nitin. That is why for Anshita, the manager is Nitin. So I have to find out the manager of Abhinav. Okay, so you can see also, for example, if you observe, Abhinav has a manager ID of what? Abhinav has manager ID of 1. Abhinav has manager ID of 1, and which employee has employee ID 1? It is Nikhil. So if I have to find the manager of Abhinav, first I have to find the manager ID of Abhinav, and then I have to find that employee whose employee ID is equal to the manager ID of Abhinav. Okay, so you have to write this query in this way. So first of all, what will be the thing? I have to find the manager ID of Abhinav. So I can write select mgr ID from employees where ename equal to what? It is equal to Abhinav. So you have got the manager of ID of Abhinav, and now you have to find the employee whose employee ID is equal to what? The manager ID of Abhinav. So what will I write? Select ename from which table? Where EID is equal to what? EID equal to select okay. So the manager of Abhinav is Nikhil, and who is the manager of, say, suppose Anshita? Suppose I don't say Abhinav, I say Anshita. Then who is the manager of Anshita? Manager of Anshita is Nitin. Because why? Because Anshita's manager ID is what? Anshita's manager ID is equal to 2. Okay, and this is also example of single row query. Why? Because the inner query, see this query, select mgr ID from employees where ename equal to Abhinav, is returning just one row, and so it is an example of single row query. See, and for single row subqueries, what are the operator? Greater than, not equal to, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than. All these are operator for single row subquery. So I have used the equal to operator over here. Okay, so in this way I have found it. So an assignment for you, I have to find the manager of Anshita. If you are not able to understand it, see, who is the manager of Anshita? The manager of Anshita is Nitin. Okay, and who is the manager of Nitin? It is equal to Nikhil. So I have to find the manager of Anshita. You have to write this query on your own. I will not solve this query for you. Okay, all right. Again, move on. In which city does Nikhil lives? I have to find the city in which Nikhil lives using subquery. Okay. See, I'll also tell you one more very interesting thing about subqueries. But first of all, you try this query. I have to find the city in which Nikhil lives. See, this is my employees table. This is my employees table, and this is the departments table. So for example, Nikhil is having department ID 10, and Nikhil is having department ID 10. That means department ID 10 is in which city? It is in Mumbai location. So you have to use two tables for it, the employees table and the departments table. So you have to find the city in which Nikhil lives. So how will you go for it? Just try this query on your own. What query will you write to find the city of Nikhil? I think it is simple. So first of all, what you have to do, you have to find the department ID of Nikhil from which table? From the employees table. So I can say select DPID from which table? Sorry, from employees, where ename equal to what? It is equal to Nikhil. So the department ID of Nikhil is what? It is equal to 10. And now I have to find, from the departments table, I have to find the location of that department whose department ID is equal to what? It is equal to 10, or the department ID of Nikhil. So I can write something like this. Select the name. Sorry, I have to find the location. Select location from which table? select location from departments, where department ID equal to this value. I will just minimize it. See, so Nikhil is living in the city. Which city? He is living in the city of Mumbai. All right. I think this is clear. And one more thing which I want to bring into notice. When you are given some problems to solve using subqueries, we can also, there are some problems, specific problems which can be approached by subquery also, and they can be approached by joins also. For example, I have to find the city in which Nikhil lives. So I can write something like this. Suppose I write select. Okay, I'll write it now. I'll not write it over. Select. I'll write it over here. I have to find location in which Nikhil lives. So I will say select e.ename comma d.bname from the employees. From employees E, suppose join departments D. On which condition e.dpt id equal to d.dpt id. If I write like this and I copy it, and suppose now if you go and you write like this, then you will get the all employees name with the department. See, if you are not able to understand this query which I have used in which I have used joins, then you please go to my video in which I have explained joins. So I have already explained how you can find the employee's name and their respective department name using joins. And now I can write something like this. I can use one more where condition and e.ename equal to what? Sorry, I don't have to find the department name. I have to find the location. Okay, so I will say something like this. All right, I'll just remove it, and then I will copy it, and let us go and paste it. Okay, let us see what is output. See, so you are getting the employees with their respective locations. So you only want it for what? Nikhil. You only want it for Nikhil. So you can say something like this, where e.ename ename equal to what? It is equal to Nikhil. So you will get what? You will get the location of Nikhil. And how will you get it? See, if I just go and paste it over here, you will get the location of Nikhil to be Mumbai. Okay, so the same query I have solved it using joins. I have same query I have solved it using subqueries also. If you see, I have solved the same query, the location of Nikhil, one using joins and one using subqueries. Which is the better and the preferable approach? So in this case, naturally the subquery is the preferable approach, because performance wise it is much more efficient. Why it is much more efficient? Because joining is a costly operation. See, when you join two tables, suppose one table has 10 rows and the other table is say about 10 rows. Okay, suppose 5 rows. One table has 10 rows and the other table has 5 rows. So 10 into 5, 50 join operations checking have to be performed when you do joining of tables. And if tables are very large, for example, says one table has 1000 rows, other table has say about 100 rows, then a lot many of join operations have to be performed to reach the final result. So when you have a choice that you can solve a query using joins and subqueries, it is better approach to use always subquery, because they are always performance efficient. Okay, all right. Now let us move to the next query. All right, interesting. Get the count of all employees working under Nikhil as their manager. Okay, don't solve this query. Let me first of all solve this query. Per job, how many employees of marketing department get more than 40,000? Okay, so you have to solve this query. So let me explain this query. Per job, how many employees of the marketing department get more than 40,000? So see here, this is my employees table. Okay, and when you say the department, what was the query? I'll not say suppose marketing department. I'll just okay. Suppose I'll say where dpt id equal to, if I write, if I want all the employees of the marketing department, then I can write something like this: select dpt id from employees, okay, just minimize it, where dname equal to what? It is equal to marketing. Alright. Okay, it is not employees, it is departments. Okay, where dname is equal to marketing. So you got all the employees of the, all employees from the marketing department. And what you want the salary has to be greater than what? The salary has to be greater than 40,000. So again, what will you write? You have to write something like this. See, and okay, and salary is greater than what? It has to be greater than 40,000. So now you got these employees. Okay, these employees. So now these are the employees who belong to the marketing department, and their salary is greater than what? Their salary is greater than 40,000. Now I want per job count of all those employees in the marketing department whose salary is greater than 40,000. For example, there are 2 trainers. See, there are 2 trainers in the marketing department whose salary is greater than 40. Whose salary is greater than 40,000, and they are in department number 20. There is one analyst in the marketing department whose salary is greater than 40,000, and there is one one developer in the marketing department whose salary is greater than what? Whose salary is greater than 40,000. So how will you approach this query? I think it is very simple. You have to write what? You have to write select designation, comma, count star, from which table? From the employees table, where department ID is equal to this and salary is equal to this, and then what you have to write. Okay, I'll just because this query is little long, so I'll just I'll copy it and I'll paste it over here. Okay, let us do this thing. Okay, let us paste it over here, and from employees, where department ID is equal to and what, and salary has to be greater than 40,000. So here, okay, and what can I write more? I will write group by designation. Okay, then if you write this query, you will get the result. So you get, okay, so in department number 20, 2 trainers get more than more. In the marketing department, 2 trainers are there who get more than 40,000. One developer is getting more than 40,000, and one analyst is getting more than 40,000. So this is this was a query which I wanted to ask. Per job, how many employees of the marketing department get more than 40,000? Okay, then you solve this query. Okay, get the name of employees getting the highest salary in department 20. Okay, try it on your own. Okay, so I have to find the employee getting the highest salary of in department number 20. So first of all, I have to find the highest salary in department number 20. So what I have to write? I have to write select max salary from which table? From the employees table, where dpt id equal to what? It is equal to 20. So I have found the maximum salary of department ID 20, and now for all the employees who belong to department ID 20, I want the name of the employee whose salary is greater, is equal to so what will I write? Select ename from employees, where salary equal to what? Where salary equal to, okay, I'll just minimize it so that it is clear. Where salary equal to this, salary is equal to this value, and again I will write what? Where department ID equal to 20. Okay, so you are getting Abhinav as an employee who is who gets a maximum salary in see, I can write select ename comma salary from employees, where dpt id equal to 20. If you are writing like this, then you are getting all the employees of department number 20 with their name and salary. Now you want the salary, you want in those employees only only that employee that has the highest salary. And which employee has the highest salary? I have found the highest salary of department number 20 using this subquery. Okay, so select max salary from employees where department ID equal to 20 will give me the maximum salary in department number 20, that is equal to 70,000. And once when I say select ename from employee where salary equal to what, where salary equal to 70,000 and department ID equal to what, it has to be 20. Why I am putting this condition and department ID equal to 20 in I am putting this condition because there may be some other employee in some other department. Say suppose an employee in department number 10 that can have also a salary of 70,000, so that employee can also get selected. Okay, so in this way I am working this with this query. Get all the employees who get maximum salary among all the managers. So I think I'll leave this query to you as an assignment because I think it is based on what I have done in the previous query. You can do it as an assignment, and now you can try this query. Get the count of all employees working under Nikhil as their managers. So I have to find out all employees who are working under Nikhil as their managers. So for example, I say select star from employees. So for example, here you see Sonali has manager ID 1, and then Abhinav, Vaibhav, Rashmita have manager ID 1, and then Rajneesh and Wasim have manager ID 1. So I want how many employees are under Nikhil. So how will you approach this query? How will you approach this query? So in order to approach this query, I have to find, first of all, I have to find, so all the employees who are under Nikhil will have what? Will have their manager ID as 1. And this will be equal to the employee ID of Nikhil. So first of all, I have to find what? Select EID from employees, where ename equal to what? It is equal to Nikhil. If you write this, then you will get the employee ID of Nikhil. And all the employees who work under Nikhil will have one as their what? They will one have as their manager ID. So I can write something like this. Select what? Select count star from employees where MGR ID equal to this. Okay, if you write like this, you will get, so 6 employees are under Nikhil, okay, as their managers. See this query again, one very interesting thing. I can solve this query using subqueries also. How can I solve it using, I can solve it using joins also. For example, if you just watch my joins video, I was saying, suppose there one table was aliased as employees, another table was employees as what? It was aliased as m dot ename from employees e join employees m on e dot what? E dot mgr id equal to m dot eid. Okay, if I was writing like this, then I was getting all the employees with their managers. See, if you are not getting this query, then you please go to my videos in which I explain cell joins. Then I only want for Nikhil. So what, again one more condition with that I will write this condition where m dot ename equal to what? It is equal to Nikhil. So you will get of what? You will get all the employees who are working under Nikhil as their managers. So you will get all the employees working under Nikhil as their managers. So now all these, now if I want a count of all these employees, then what will I do? What can I do? I can do something like this. Suppose I alias this column as EMP, and I alias this column as suppose MGR. And then what I do? I do a select count star from this table. From this, I have created an anonymous table. Okay, and I have aliased as suppose as a. I have created one anonymous table and I have aliased it as a, and then I am selecting the count from this, the whole record. Okay, I think you will get it. So you'll get 6. Okay. The same query, you know, I solved it using joins also, and I solved it using subquery also. But the preferable approach is always using subqueries. Okay. See, if you're not able to get it, then, you know, this, you know, if you just observe this, you know, this is giving me this result. Okay. This query, you know, select ename, m.ename, this is this part, you know, if you observe this, it is giving me this result. And I am, you know, treating the result of this query as a separate table, and I have aliased it as what? I have aliased it as A, and I am selecting, you know, the whole count of all rows from this, you know, result set. So I am getting the count of 6. Okay, clear. This video we will study about subquery, but in subqueries we will study about multiple row subqueries. So when the inner query returns more than one row, then it is an example of multiple row subqueries. Okay, so let us straight away jump to try to understand what are multiple row subqueries. For example, I want to solve this queries. List all cities in MP and UP. So this is my state table, and there are two states, MP and UP, and I want to have, you know, all the cities. Suppose I say order by SID. If I write like this, then you have cities ordered by their state IDs. Now if you suppose I say select star from the state table. This is my state table. For example, so I want all the cities in MP and UP. So all the cities in which, you know, what is the SID of MP? It is equal to 11. So all the, you know, if you go to cities table, all the cities where SID is equal to 11, they are in what? They are in MP. And UP, you know, the SID of UP is equal to 22. So all the cities where SID equal to 22, they are in which state? They are in all in UP. And what is my query? You know, I want to have a list of all the cities in which they are in either they are in MP or they are in UP. So I will have to, first of all, what I have to say, select city underscore name from which table? From city, where I can write SID in what? Either SID is equal to 11 or either equal to what? Either is equal to 22. So you will get all the cities who are either in MP or they are in UP. So now if you have to write this query using subquery, then what will you write? Now I can write something like this. Select SID from the state where sname is equal to what? Either sname equal to UP or sname equal to what? Sname equal to what? If you write this query, then also you will get the same result. See, if I write select SID from which table? State table, where sname equal to either it is equal to UP or sname equal to what? Either it is equal to MP. Then you will get 1 1 and 2 2. So this query is returning how many rows? It is returning more than one row. That is why it is an example of multiple row subquery. Okay, so for multiple row subqueries you don't use equal to. For example, if you use something like this, if you use equal to over here, then it will result in a problem. How it will result in a problem? See, subquery returns more than one row, so you will have to use multiple row subquery operator, that is the in operator, because it is having more than one value, so you cannot equate more than one value, so you will have to write something like this. Okay, again, get the count of all cities in India. Get the count of all cities in India. See, this is my country table. This is the country table, and this is the state table, and this is the city table. So I want to have a count of all cities that are in India. So what will I write? What query will I write? See, for India, how many states have the CID? You try this, first of all, you try this query on your own. How will you go for this query? All, I want to have a count of all the cities which are in India using subquery. So how will you go for this query? So first of all, see, for example, I will say select star from country table. Then I will say select star from the state table, order by, say, suppose CID, and then I will say select star from the city, and then order by, say, suppose SID. Okay, if you write like this, then you observe, for example, when I say select star from state where so here I am having the listing of all the states. So wherever the CID is equal to 1, all these states are in which they are in India, and then I want this list, 11, 22, 33, 44, 77. Okay, I want a list of all this. So how will I, how will I write it? Select, select SID. Suppose I write this query. Select SID from state where CID is equal to 1. So you will get the, the state ID of all the states which are in which country, which are in India. And one can be replaced by what? This can be replaced by, suppose I write CID from. So you have to write this query, select count of cities which are in India. So you can write, so for India, first of all for India you will have to get the country ID. So how will you get the country ID of India? You will write select CID from country where C name is equal to what? It is equal to India. Okay, if you write like this, then again you will get the same result. Okay, so now if you want to have a count of all cities that are in India, so what query will you write? You will write this query, select count star from which table? From the city table, where SID in what? SID in this. If you write this query, you will get a count of all cities that are in India. Okay. See, if you are not able to get it, then what is this part of query returning? This part of query is returning what? 11, 22, 33, 44, 77. These are all the state IDs that are present in India, and then I am saying what? Select count star from CID where SID in what? These values. Okay. So I am getting a count of all cities that are in India. Okay. Get the sum of salary of employees in the Mumbai location. Okay. Get the sum of salary of employees in the Mumbai location. For example, this is my employees table, and then this is my departments table. Okay, then I want to have the sum of salary of all employees in which location? In the Mumbai location. So first of all, what I have to do, see Mumbai location here. So if you see Mumbai location, then in this Mumbai location, department ID 10 is also located, and department ID 20 is also in Mumbai location. So any employee working in department, either in department ID 10 or in department ID 20, any employee living in Mumbai will be either working in department number 10 or working in department number 20. So first of all, if I write like this, select DPT ID from which table? Departments, where location equal to Mumbai. Then you will get what? You will get 10 or 20. Now you have to find, these departments are in Mumbai location. Now you have to find the sum of salary who are working either in department 10 or in department number 20. So I can write what? I can write sum of salary from which table? From the employees table, where DPT ID in what? Where DPT ID in this value. Select where DPT ID in, select DPT ID from which table? Departments, where location equal to, it is equal to Mumbai. Okay, then you will get the sum of salary of all employees who are working in, who are living in Mumbai. Okay, sum of salaries of all employees who are living in Mumbai. Okay, you have to list the managers of the organization. Get the list of the manager of the organization. For example, if you say select star from the employees table. This is my employees table. So who are managers in these employees table? See, employees who, you know, suppose I say select MGR ID from employees. So you are getting what? 1 and 2. Suppose I say select distinct MGR ID from employees. If you write like this, then you will get 1 and 2. So these are the managers of which? These are the manager. These are the, so all the employees that have employee ID either as 1 or either as 2 will be the manager of the organization. So if you write suppose like this, select ename from which table? From the employees table. From the employees table. Where what? Where EID in what? Select MGR ID from which table? From the employees table. If you do like this, then you will get all the managers of the organization. Okay. See, this inner query will return you what? This select MGR ID from employees will return you what? It will return you 1 and 2. And then I will find all the employees who have the employee ID. I will find the name of all employees who have employee ID either as 1 or either as 2. Because, you know, only, you know, when I say select star from which table? When I say select star from employees table, only 1 and 2 are what? They are managers. Okay. 1 and employee ID, 1 and 2 are managers. Okay. Now suppose, again on the same lines, I want you to solve this query. List the departments where no employee work. Okay. So one more, you know, interesting, you know, you can solve this query using you can solve this query using joins also. How will you solve this query using joins? Okay, let us not do, you know, let us not indulge in it. Let us first of all try to focus on, you know, working with subqueries. List all departments where no employee work. How will you go for this query? Okay, now I'll just minimize it. Try it on your own. Okay, I'll pause the video. List all the departments where no employee work. How will you go for this query? See, select star from department. This is my departments table. Okay, and now I want to find the department where no employees work. See here, department number 40, no employee is working in department number 40. So I'll just give you a hint. You will have to use not in over here. Okay, you will have to use not in over here. See, okay, try it on your own. So when I say select DPT ID from which table? From the employees table. When I say select DPT ID from employees table, you are getting 10, 20 and 30. Suppose I write select distinct DPT ID from which table? From the employees table. You are getting 10, 20 and 30. So now one more hint I'll just give you. You will have to approach this query using not in. Okay, joins and then not in. Okay, how will you approach this query? List all departments where no employee work. See, it is simple. What will I write? Select dname from which table? From the departments table. Where DPT ID not in what? It is not in select DPT ID from which table? From the employees table. Okay. Okay, suppose I write okay, it's not working. Select dname from select distinct DPT ID from employees. Okay, what I will do is that suppose let me do one modification. I think there is a problem with this null. Okay, so let me do one thing. Update employees, set DPT ID equal to suppose 30, where ename equal to Wasim. Okay, then when I say select star from employees, you are getting list of all these employees. Now when I write this query, let us see if it is working or not. Yeah, it is working. So null was creating a problem, you know. So select dname from departments where dpt id not in what, select distinct dpt id from employees. If you write select what, dpt id from this table, if you write like this, then you will get 10, 20 and 30. The inner query will return what, it will return 10, 20 and 30, and then you are selecting what, selecting that department where department id not in 10, 20 and 30. So you will be left with what, you will be left with 40. Suppose when you say select star from departments, okay, when you say select dname from departments where dpt id not in 10, 20 and 30, you will be left with only that department where no employee is working. Okay, clear? So this is also an example of, you know, multiple row subqueries. Yeah, and one more important, this is, you know, very important from interview point of perspective. You are asked to find, you know, the highest salary, you know, the second highest salary. Suppose when I say the highest salary of the employees, so what is the maximum salary? Select max salary from the employees. This way you are getting the maximum salary from the employees table. Now I want you to find the second highest salary. Okay, so what will you write using subqueries? If I write like this, select max salary from employees where salary not in what, it is not in, select max salary from employees. Then you will get the second highest salary of the employees table. See, what will this query mean? This inner query will return what? It will return 1,20,000, and effectively the query will result in what? It will result in this, you know, 1,20,000. So you are getting, you know, we select max salary from employees where salary not in the maximum salary. So you are getting the second highest salary from this query. Now suppose I say I want you to find, you know, so I'll, you know, I'll just copy this. I'll copy it. Okay. This is giving me, you know, this is giving me the second highest salary. And if I want to find, you know, the maximum, you know, this query, it is giving me the second highest salary. And what if I want to find the maximum salary, then what will I say? Select max of what? Salary from which table? From the employees table. This is giving me the maximum salary, and this, you know, this is giving me the highest salary, and this is giving me the second highest salary. If I want to find out the third highest salary, then what will I write? I will write something like this: select max salary from which table? From the employees table, where salary not in these two values. Okay, where salary not in, suppose if I write like this, then you will get what? You will get the third highest salary from this. I just had, you know, if you write like this, okay, there is some problem. Let us see what is the problem. Select max salary from employees where salary not in what? I think I need to, you know, I think now it will work. If I copy it and then once when I go and paste it over here, let us see if it is working or not. Yeah, it is working. So I'm getting, you know, the third highest salary. So what does this mean? You know, I am saying select max of what? Select max of salary from which table? From the employees table, where salary not in, you know, not in the highest, and what? Second highest. Okay, so select max salary from employees where salary not in the highest and the second highest. So highest I will find using this, select max salary from employees, and second highest I will find using this, select max salary from employees where salary not in, select max salary from employees. So in this way I am getting, this is returning me the second highest query. So if you want to find out the third highest query, it has not to be equal to the highest query and then the second highest query. Okay, so in this way, you can approach it. So it is, very deep level down of nesting. So generally we don't use these strategy for, finding the nth highest strategy. I will tell you something that is more interesting. Okay, in some more upcoming videos we'll deal with this. Okay, so what is a correlated subquery? Let us try to understand. And so what is a correlated subquery? A subquery whose result is dependent on the outer query is a correlated subquery. And there is a special identification for a correlated subquery, and this is the way you identify whether a query is a correlated subquery. When the alias name for outer query table is used in the subquery, then the query becomes a correlated subquery. How? See this query. I'll just state the purpose for this query. But if you observe this query, here in this is the inner query. This is clear. This is the inner query. This is the inner query, and this is the outer query. This is the outer query. And what alias name have you used for employees table over here? You have used E. In the outer query, you have used the alias name for employees table as E, and the same alias name you are using in the the inner subquery. So this query is a correlated subquery. It is not a simple query, it is a correlated subquery. And correlated subquery, they have different kind of execution. So what kind of execution? Suppose for example I say this is I go over here and I say that this is my table. Okay, this is the table on which some kind of correlated subquery operation is being performed. So what a correlated subquery will do, it will not first of all how a normal subquery operates. First the innermost query is evaluated, and then the query above the innermost subquery is evaluated. In this way from bottom to top approach is followed. But a subquery it operates in some different way. What ways it operates? First of all, it will go to the first row. It will get the values from the first row, and depending upon the values from the first row, it will execute the subquery. Okay, so it will execute the subquery. Then again it will go to which row? It will go to the second row, and the value that it gets from the second row, it will again execute the subquery. And then it will so on, it will go to the third row and fetch the values from it, and the values that have been fetched, those values or based upon that, those values it will solve the subquery. So this way the correlated subquery works. So if it is not clear, then let us try to solve it with one very simple example. So it is most commonly this example is given when correlated subqueries are discussed, and this example is something like this: a query to find the name of those employees whose salary is greater than the average salary of their department. How will you solve this query? Okay, so I have to I have solved this query by using correlated subquery. So let me explain how I have done it. See, let us first of all do one thing. Let us first of all find the average salary of all the departments. Average salary of all the departments. Let us first of all write like this. So I will write select dpt id comma count star from which table? From the employees table, and then I will say group by dpt id. You will get I don't want I want the average salary. So I will say avg of salary from which table? From the employees table, and then group by what? Group by dpt id. Okay, group by department id. You are getting the average salary of department number 10 as 1 lakh, of 20 as 50,000 50333, and for department number 30 you are getting the average salary as 34,666. Okay, and then I say select star from the employees table. This is my employees table, and now what query I have to write? You observe this query. I have to write this query A query to find the names of those employees whose salary is greater than the average salary of their department. What does this query mean? This means, for example, if you take Nikhil, and what is the department ID for Nikhil? Department ID of Nikhil is 10. And what is the salary of Nikhil? The salary of Nikhil is 1,20,000. And what is the average salary of department number 10 or the department where Nikhil belongs? It is 1 lakh. So his salary is greater than the average salary of his own department. Therefore, Nikhil will be selected. But if you take Nikhil, if you take Nitin, what is the salary of Nitin? It is 80,000. And what is the average salary of department number 10 or the department to which Nitin belongs? It is 1 lakh. But Nitin's salary is 80,000. So Nitin will not be selected because his salary is less than the average salary of his own department. Similarly, if you see Sonali belongs to department number 20 and her salary is 50,000. But the average salary of department number 20 is what? It is 50,333. So Sonali will not be selected in this case. So this is the query which I want. Query to find the names of those employees whose salary is greater than the average salary of their own department. So if I write a query like this, I am just copying the query, then I will explain the execution of query. Once you understand the execution of query, you will get a better understanding. Okay, let me first of all copy it, and then I will just paste it. So you are getting these employees. See, Nitin is as I told Nitin is not getting selected, but and Sonali is not getting selected. But if you take Anshita, to which department Anshita works, 20, and what is her salary? 60,000, and that is greater than the average salary of the department number 20. That is why Anshita is getting selected. Okay, so how this query is working? So let us try to understand this. Okay, so I will this is very important to understand the working of correlated subquery. So I will just take the pen tool. Okay, so if you are asked about the working of correlated subquery, then I told you. Okay, so here what is the identification? See, the alias name was E, and this same alias name was used in the subquery. That is why it is what? It is a kind of correlated subquery. First of all, it will go to the first row. Okay, and then based upon the value that it fetches from the first row, it will go to the subquery. So what is the value of EID it has fetched? 1. Name is equal to Nikhil, salary is equal to 1,20,000, and then with taking all these values from this row, okay, from this row it is going inside the subquery, and select ename comma salary comma department ID from employees E, where salary is greater than what? Select average salary from employees, where department ID is equal to what? E dot department ID. So what is equal to E dot department ID? E dot department ID is equal to, in this case it is equal to 10. So this effectively, this query is resolving for row Nikhil. It is resolving into select average salary from employees where department ID is equal to 10. So this is giving me what? It is giving me 1 lakh. And Nikhil's salary is greater than 1 lakh. So that is why Nikhil is getting selected. Nikhil's salary is 1,20,000. But now it will go to which row? It will go to Nitin. So it will fetch all the values of Nitin, and the department ID that will be fetched will be what? The department ID will be fetched is equal to 10. Again, with the department ID value of 10, it will go to the inner query and execute the inner query. And what will be executed? Select average salary from employees where department ID equal to what? Where department ID is equal to 10. And that will again give you 1 lakh. But Nitin's salary is what? It is 80,000 and it is less than 1 lakh. So that is why Nitin will not be selected. Again, now it will go to the third row, and for Sonali it will fetch the department ID value of what? It will fetch the department ID value of 20. And then what will be the inner subquery? Inner query will resolve to select average salary from employees where department ID equal to what? It is equal to 20. And based upon this value, so for department number 20, the average salary will come out to be what? 50,333. But Sonali's salary is what? 50,000. So Sonali will not get selected. But if you go to Anshita's salary is 60,000, and what is the department ID? 20. So when it comes to Anshita's rows, it will go inside the inner query and set the value of department ID to be what? To be 20. And so the average salary will come out to be 50,333, and Anshita's salary is 60,000. That is greater than 50,333. That is why Anshita will get selected. See here, Anshita is getting selected. So this is the working of correlated subqueries. Okay, so let us escape it, and then let us try to solve some interesting examples in which we can apply correlated subquery. So I will I'll quickly go over here. and suppose I say first of all get the list of all managers in the organization. Okay, so I want to get the list of all managers in the organization using correlated subquery. So I will write one query, select ename from employees E, and then I will write employees E where exist, and what do I write inside this query? Select say suppose AAA from employees where so I have aliased this this alias this column as E. Okay, this column as E, in this table as E, and then inside this query what I am writing, select AA from employees where mgr id is equal to id. Okay, if you write like this, then what will you get? Okay, you are getting the list of all managers. So first of all, again you try to solve this query. I'll take this pen tool. Okay, I'll take the pen tool and try to explain how I approach this query. So here you go. Here, see, this alias name of in the outer query was E, and the same alias name I am using inside the query. So this is an example of what? This is an example of correlated subquery. Again, now so it will execute row by row. First of all, it will go to the first row and it will fetch the value of employee ID to be what? It will fetch the employee ID to be 1, and with employee ID 1, it will go inside the subquery. And what operator I have used? I have used the exist operator. So exist operator will it will evaluate to true when some rows will be selected. Okay, so here you are writing select AA from employees where manager ID equal to what? Manager ID equal to E dot employee ID. For Nikhil, the employee ID is 1. So the query is effectively resolving to select AA from employees where manager ID equal to 1, and this query is existing. Why? Because for all these so many rows, the employee ID is the manager ID is equal to 1. So it is existing. So that is why this name Nikhil will be selected. Again, it will go to the second row and it will fetch the employee ID to be 2, and with this employee ID it will go inside the subquery, and what it will be search? It will search select AA from employees where manager ID equal to what? Where manager ID equal to 2, and this will again be it will again exist. Okay, it will again exist because manager ID 2 is present. Now suppose it will go, so Nitin will be selected. Now suppose it will go to the third row and fetch the employee ID to be what? Employee ID to be 3, and then it will with employee ID 3 it will go inside the subquery. And how the subquery will execute? Select AA from employees where manager ID equal to 3. So is there any manager ID which is equal to 3? So will it exist? No, it will not exist. So in this case, Sonali will not be selected. Similarly, Anshita, Jayant, Abhinav, Vaibhav and all the remaining employees will not be selected. Only Nikhil and Nitin, which are managers for the organization, will be selected using the correlated subquery. Okay. Again, I think now you can write some more list the departments where no employee work. Now you can write it on your own. Try this query on your own using correlated subquery. Okay, you have to find the departments where no employees work. How will you write the query? I'll pause the video. So if you are not able to get it, then what will I write? Select D name from which table? From the departments table, and analyze the table as D, where I say suppose not exist. And what does not exist? I'll just minimize it. Select suppose I can select any value, suppose SDDS from say suppose the employees table, where DPT ID equal to what? D dot DPT ID. If you do like this, then you will get the training department. See how it is working. Suppose I say select star from departments. If you select all, and then you say select star from employees. So how this is an example of correlated subquery, because the inner the outer query table alias name is used in the inner query, so that is why it is example of correlated subquery. This part is clear. Now it is, first of all, it is doing select dname from department. This is the outer query. So for each row in the outer query, it will go to the inner query. So first of all, it will fetch the value of department ID to be what? Department ID to be 10. And then on that basis, it will execute the inner query. So what is the inner query? Select SSDS from employees for the first row. Select SSDS from employees where department ID equal to what? Where department ID equal to 10. And this query is existing. Why? Because in employees table you are finding department ID 10, you are finding, so it is existing. So will this dname sales will be selected? No, it will not be selected. So let me take this pen tool, to better explain it, so that okay, I'll take this pen tool. Again, suppose now it will go to the second row in the departments table, and it will get the this row, and it will get the department ID 20. So over here where department ID equal to what, it will come out to be 20. Select SSDS from employees where department ID equal to 20. Okay, so will this query exist? Yes, it will exist, because in in employees table there is department number 20 is present in employees table. Okay, so this will exist. So I have used a not exist operator. So it will come out to be false, and marketing department will not be existing, will not be selected. But once when you go to the training department, what will be the department ID? It will be equal to 40. So here it will be replaced by what? It will be replaced by 40. Select SSDS from employees where department ID equal to 40. Is there any department ID 40 in this table? No, in the employees table. See, here I use the employees table. Is there any department ID 40 in the employees table? It is not existing. That is why this will not exist, and not exist will prove to be true. That is why training department will be selected in this case. So it is example of correlated subquery. Okay. Again, I will give you a very interesting last interesting example of correlated subquery. There is one table, and what is the name of the table? Suppose this is the name of the table. This is my test table. Okay, and I have to find the minimum insertable position in this my test table. For example, you see the sequence that is coming out 1 2 3, and after 3 I will say after 3 4 and 5 is not coming. After 6 7, after 7 8 9 and 10 are not coming. So what is the minimum insertable position? The minimum insertable position is 4. See, I write like this. Okay, suppose you just go over here, and what are the numbers? Sorry, I'll write 1 2 3. This is in sequence, but 9. Now you are getting 6 7 11 12. Now between 3 to 6 4 and 5 are missing. Between 7 and 11 8 9 10 are missing. So the minimum, if I want to insert a new serial number, I would say I would insert it in the 4th position, the minimum insertable position. Okay, so I have to find this. How will you go for it? Using correlated subquery. I'll give you a hint. You have to solve it using exist and not exist. But what you have to do, for example, 1 2 3 4 and suppose 1 2 3 4 is not there. Suppose 1 2 3 6 7 11 and 12. These are the values. These are the values which is in the table. Now it will, suppose that if it is a correlated subquery, it will it will go to this first row, and it will, in the subquery, it will find whether the number which is just 1 greater than this number is it existing. If it is existing, then this the number after this 1 is in, there is some number after 1. There is no vacant position. Now it will go to 2, and for 2 it will again execute the subquery and find, is there any number that is just 1 greater than 2? It is there. So it will it will continue. Again, now it will go to 3, and then at 3rd position it will find, is there any number that is just 1 greater than 3? So it will not find. Okay, it will not find it. It will not find it. That is why it will come to the conclusion that there is some vacant position after 3. Similarly, it will come to the conclusion that there is some vacant position after 7. Similarly, it will come to the conclusion that there is some vacant position after 12. So you can solve it using this. Can you do it? I'll just pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I will solve it. Select serial number from, what is the name of the table? My test. Okay, and suppose I alias the table as M, where I say where not exist. And what does not exist? Select serial number from my test, where serial number equal to m dot serial number plus 1. If I write like this, what will you get? You will get all the backend positions. I think I will not explain how this query is working. If you just if you try to work it the way I have explained, how correlated subquery work, you can easily reach this conclusion. Okay, then I have to find the minimum insertable position. Then what will I write? I will write something. I will have to get the minimum value out of all these values. So I will have to get the minimum serial number. So out of 3, 7 and 12, I have to get the minimum serial number. So how will I get the minimum serial number? I will write something like this. Suppose I alias this whole table as A. Okay, this whole table has been aliased to suppose A. Then I will write select min of what? Select min of serial number from this table, okay. And then if you do this, then the minimum insert table position is 3, and then once you add, suppose if I say plus 1, okay, sorry, I think it's yeah, okay, I just okay, so I think this much is clear. I'm sorry, I just made this mistake. So you are getting the minimum insert table position, so the minimum insert table position will be equal to 3 plus 1, that is will be equal to 4. So if you want to insert in this table, which table? Select star from my test. If you want to insert some rows in this, so you have to insert it in the 4th position. So that position I found using the correlated subquery. Okay.
So indexes, if you read this PowerPoint presentation, then indexes are used by queries to find data from tables quickly. So and then if you read the second line, then it states that if there are no index to help the query, then query engine performs the entire table scan. Let us try to understand this with our table. So this is my table, and suppose I say again, I will write this is my employees table, okay. So here I've got my employees table, and now I want to issue one query. I want to find the name of all employees whose salary is, say, suppose 50,000. Then what will I say? I will say select ename from employees where salary equal to what? It is equal to 50,000. So you have found one employee, that is Sonali. So how is this query executing? How is this query executing? This query is executing in a very simple way. What is this way? I will just explain. I'll just explain it to you. For example, what is happening? I'll just take the pen tool, and it is because it is a select statement, so it is going to every row, and it is testing if the salary is equal to 50,000. No, it is not equal to 50,000. Then again it is going to the next row, then in this row, so it is going to each and every row and then finding whether the salary is equal to 50,000. So for example, in the case of Sonali, it is finding that salary is 50,000, but it has to scan the whole table. It has to scan the whole table. This whole table it has to scan, every row it has to scan to find for which employee the salary is, say for example 50,000. It has to scan the whole table. So this is the what is happening right now. But so you can test this also out. For example, I just say that this is my I'll just come over here, and what I will write, I will say, suppose explain this query. So explain is it is it tells you about the performance related configurations with the query. For example, if you just see over here, for example, if you observe that here the number of rows which have been scanned are equal to 10. So in effectively for finding the salary of for finding the name of all employees whose salary is equal to 50,000, a whole table scan was done. Okay, a whole table scan was done. So this is not a very efficient approach. So for example, I say that I'll just take a paint, And for example, I say that you have a table, and inside the table you have, say, suppose 50,000 rows. Okay, how many rows? 50,000 rows. It's a big number. And then you have to so these are the number of rows. Okay, so these are the number of rows in a table, and then you have to search for a value, say suppose 3500. Okay, you have to search this value. So it is almost like performing a linear scan of all these 50,000 values. So you will have to make 50,000 comparisons. You will have to make 50,000 comparisons. So this is not very advisable. So that for that, for solving this, we use the concept of indexes. So here you can also see that for finding a name of the only one employee was returned, but for just finding the name of that employee, that was Sonali, I was searching how many rows? I had to search 10 rows. Okay, and if the table is very big, suppose it is contain 1 lakh rows, then you'll have to search how many rows? You'll have to perform a linear search of 1 lakh rows, and this is what is exactly stated over here. If you just if there are no indexes, the second line, if you see, if there are no indexes to help the query, then query engine performs the entire table scan. So many times it happens that in your where clause, for example, I have written this in where salary is equal to 50,000. So many times you have to perform some scanning on the table based upon some where clause. So in where clause you are using some columns. For example, I can say where suppose gender is equal to male. Gender equal to what? Gender is equal to male. So again it is scanning 10 rows for it. So you are performing searching based upon the condition that you have given in your where clause. So many times it happens that in some organization, for example, frequent searches have to be performed against some columns. For example, here in the employees table, there may be very frequent searches against the salary column. So in that cases, it is advisable that I create an index on this column. Which column? The salary column. I create an index on this column. So what does this exactly means to have an index on a table? We will try to understand this. So I'll just again select the table, select start from the employees table. This is my employees table, and I'm just now to create some space, I'll move it up, and now I'll take the pen tool and try to I'll try to explain it to you in what way an index can actually help. So okay, so what an index is gonna do is that index is going to if you create an index, for example, on salary, you create an index on this table on salary. Okay, so what it is going to do, it is going to sort the salary. Okay, it is going to sort the salary. So suppose I say I'll just escape it, and I say select a salary from employees and order by salary. If I say something like this, this is the sorted order of salary. This is the sorted order. This I've got the sorted order of salary. Now again, let me explain it by using a pen tool. If you go over here, okay, so what if I create an index on which column? Suppose I create an index on the I think I need to change the color. If you create an index on, say, suppose the salary column, okay, which column? The salary column. So what it is going to do, see, this table is saved over here. Table is it is stored over here, but what it is going to do, it is going to allocate some different memory. Okay, it is allocating some different memory for the index, and it is going to store the your which values, your salary values in sorted fashion. Okay, so first it is going to store what? It is going to store first it is going to store 50,000, then it is going to store 30,000, and then it is going to store 34,000, and similarly all the values in sorted order. So I've got this sorted order. So somewhere in the memory a space for index creation will be created, and all the salaries will be listed in which order? In the in sorted order. In MySQL, this the order of sorting is by default ascending order. So it is it will arrange them in ascending order. So this is 60,000, suppose 67,000, and and so on. For example, 70,000 and 80,000 and suppose 1,20,000. So okay, I think so. Again, what it has done, it has, so in a separate this is space, I'll say it, suppose this is the space for index. Okay, and index on which column? On the salary column. So it has stored all the salaries in which order? In the ascending order. And now it is going to do something like this. For example, this, so it it may or may not happen exactly like this, but I just want you to give an idea. The idea is the idea of a textbook. Suppose if you study from some textbook, then a textbook always has an index. Okay, so how how you work with index? You suppose you have to go to certain lesson, then you find at which index position at which page number this this lesson is at, and then you move on to that. You don't have to search the whole book for finding that lesson. You use the index that is given in the book. So this is it is almost analogous to this. For example, this these rows have certain address. Suppose the address of this row is, say, suppose I'll write the address is, suppose X, sorry. Alright. The address is, say, suppose X1. The address of this row is, say, suppose X2. And suppose I'll write it over here. Okay, the address is, suppose first row is X1, the second row is X2. Every row will have specific addresses. Suppose the fourth row address is X4. Then what it is going to do, it is going to associate these sorted salary values with the address of the actual rows. For example, for sorry, I made a mistake. For example, this which employee has a salary of suppose 15,000. This Rashmita has a salary, Rashmita has salary of 15,000, and suppose it is associated with address X, suppose X15. Okay, it is associated with address X15. So with 15,000 it will associate which value? It will associate X15. Now the second the second lowest salary is what? 30,000. Suppose the address with this row is X27. Okay, so what it is going to do with 30,000? It is going to associate the address value X27. Now what is the, again it is 34,000. So 34,000 is this row. Suppose this row, the the 30, this row, Wasim row, it is at address, say, suppose suppose X59. Then against 34,000 it is going to it is going to save also what? X59. Okay, so it is going to store the salary values in ascending order, plus the address of the specific rows in which these salaries are found. For example, 50,000. So 50,000 is suppose 50,000 it is over here, and it is found at address X68. Then it will for against 50,000 it will save the address X68. Okay, it is going to store all the values like this. Now for example, I want to search for some salary. Suppose I want to search for 40,000. Then what it will do, it suppose now if you want to search for the employee whose salary is 40,000, so it will not go to this table. It will not scan the whole table. Previously what I was doing, I was searching for the employee whose salary is 50,000, and for that the whole table scan was done. But here it is what it is going to do, since these values are already sorted, it is going to it will go to which position? It will go to the position where the salary is what? Where the salary is 40,000, and it will fetch the address that is associated with the row of the row that has the salary 40,000, and it will directly fetch the values from this row. Alright, you are getting it. For example, I say that I want the name of the employee whose salary is 50,000. Then it will not have to search all these values, because all these values are already sorted. It will go to this value that is 50,000, and it will take out the address that is associated with the row that has 50,000. For example, 50,000, this was associated with the row of Sonali. So this row has, suppose the address what? It has the address x68. This row has the address x68, and then it will fetch the name from this row. That is what? That is Sonali. So in this way, these indexes are working, and a separate space for index is allocated. Okay, the table, the table is allocated over here. This is the space for allocation for the table, and this is space for what? This is space for allocation of the index. All right. So remember this. These are a special kind of indexes. We will study in the next video that these are secondary index. For secondary index, always a separate storage space is allocated. So this, in which the index values, the column on which you create an index, all these values plus the addresses of the corresponding rows is saved, and then you can perform fast lookup through those through these sorted values. For example, in this salary, I can perform, because these values are sorted, I can perform very fast lookup in the table through this index. Okay, so I will try to I will show you also practically. So before showing, let us see this. If you have to create an index, then what command you use? You use this command, create index, the name of the index and the table name. Okay, and then the column name you have to specify on which you are creating index. For example, if I go to my database and this is my employees table, I want to create an index. So what will I say? I will say create index. Suppose the name of index is index2, index2, and then on the table name, on which table, the name of the table is employees, and which column of the table? The salary column. Suppose now I have created the index on the salary column of the employees table. Now what you do? Now you do something like this. Select star. I think I just know. I'll go a little slowly. I will first of all drop this index. How do you drop the index? Drop index name on table name. So what if I need to drop this index, then what will I say? Drop index what? Index2 on which table? On the employees table. I'll first of all drop this index. Let us write this query. Select ename from employees where salary equal to 50,000. Okay, so you are getting Sonali because Sonali's salary is 50,000. And now if you do one thing, you do explain of this query. You do explain. Okay, so this I have already taught you. So if you just observe how many rows can have been made, 10 rows can have been made. But now I do something different. I create an index on the salary column. So how will I create an index? I will create an index like this. I have created an index. And now if I say what? I say select star from select ename from employees. I think, yeah. Okay, select ename from employees where salary equal to 50,000. Then also, in both these cases, you are getting the same result. Then what is the advantage of indexes? If you just try to now explain this query, what is the performance issue related with this query? So if I do explain of this query, now you see how many rows can have been made. Only one row has been made. Why? Because you have created an index on which column? You have created an index on the salary column. And now because you have created an index on the salary column, it is not being, the whole table scan is not being done. It is going to the place where index are allocated, and from that index it is performing a very fast lookup on your table. So you can just imagine this table is only, it is containing 10 or 11 records. If the table has so many records, for example 1 lakh records, there are many tables like that. So an index can perform very fast lookup. So your query can become very fast and very optimized. Okay. So this much is clear. Now again, if you do something like this, I say suppose I I say on commission, where commission is equal to 50,000. See, again, since you have not created an index on which column, you have not created an index on commission column. That is why when you are explaining this query, you are then again in this case also you are performing what? The whole table scan you are performing. But I can do something like this also. I can create an index on which column? I can create an index on the commission column also. How can I create an index? I will say create what? Index. I will say index. Suppose the name of the index is index 3 on which table? On the employees table. And which column on the employees table? Suppose the commission column. And I have created the index on which column? On the commission column also. So now again if I go and perform this, then again the rows have been previously when I was performing the query, it was performing a scan for 10 rows. Now it has just performed a scan of how many rows? Of only 1 row. So this is the advantages of using indexes. Okay, so if you want to very frequently perform some search operations through on some columns in the where clause, you generally you create an index on those columns. Okay, so this much is clear. So now I will introduce you to something different, and that is the metadata information related with the views. So how can you find the metadata related information? There is one view and that is information underscore schema dot db underscore sys dot tables. Okay, if you describe it, then you are getting these columns. Suppose I want the table ID from the table name. So what query will I issue? I will say something like this. What will I say? Select table underscore ID from okay, tables, where name is equal to what? Name is equal to publishers. The name of the database is publisher. So I'll first put the name of the database, and then what is the name of the table? So this is my employees table. So this is the metadata view for. I'm sorry, there is some problem with this. Okay, select table ID. Okay, I have not put the from over here. I'll just put it from. Yeah, so you have got the table ID of the employees table to be what? You have got it to be 1446. Okay, so now what is gonna happen? So this is what kind of view it is? It is information schema DB sys table. So it is fetching the metadata information of the tables. Now I want the metadata information of the indexes. So what will I do? I will do something like this. I will not say table, I will say indexes. So you are getting this. See, I have fetched the the table ID of the employees table, that is to be 1446, and now I will fetch the see here my database is what? On a side note, just on a side note, what is the name of my database? It is publisher. So that is why I've used the name of the database followed by the name of the table. I have found the ID of the table. Now I write something like this. What do I write? I write something like this. Select star from information and what, and I say indexes, where what? Guess what? Table underscore ID. Table underscore ID is equal to what? It is equal to what was the ID of the table? It was 1446. 1446. Okay, let us go. So you can see that there are two indexes. What was the name of the first index? It was index 2, and the second index what? It was index 3. See, here I created these two indexes on the employees table. So you are getting the metadata information. One was index 3 and other was okay, index 2. So I have created these indexes, and you are getting the metadata information related to these views. Okay, and forget about this. This is the clustered index of it is created on the primary key of the table. So we will discuss this on in our next video. But for now, you can just remember this one thing, that what thing, that for these secondary indexes. So the kind of indexes that we have studied till now, these are all secondary indexes. And what is the identification for secondary indexes? Secondary indexes are allocated differently. There is an allocation for the table, and there secondary index have their different allocation. That's what we saw previously when we created an index on the salary column. So I think I'm just done with this. So yeah, I'll just take one more example. I'll create one table. I'll create the table, say suppose test 5, and in this column I will add suppose serial number that is of type int, and then I say I'll insert some random values in this table. Insert into what is the name of the table, test 5, and value. Suppose first value is 10. I'll randomly insert some values. Suppose the next value, say suppose 1, suppose 13. Okay, all right. Then I say the value 5. Then I insert the value 1, and then I insert the value, say suppose 11, and then I am inserting 9. One more to go. I suppose insert 4. Okay. So if I say select star from test 5, you are getting these values. You are getting these values. Now what I'm gonna do is that I am going to create, suppose I say select serial number from test 5. Okay, select serial number from test 5. Okay, so you are getting these and in which these rows have been stored in generally you can just see that they are stored in the order of their insertion. But now let me create an index on the serial number column. How do I create an index? I will use a create index. Create index, suppose the name of index, I'll just give some proper name to this index. So what is the name of the table? Test 5 underscore suppose serial number underscore index. It's a proper name. Okay, so test 5 on serial number column we have created an index. Create index name on which table? Test 5, and which column on the test 5 table? The serial number column, and I have created an index. Now what will I do? Now if you say select a serial number from which table? From test 5 table. What you are getting? You are getting sorted record. Okay, so I think it must be clear, because what it is happening, what is exactly happening over here. See, you have created an index on which column? You have created an index on the serial number column. So it has stored serial number in some in sorted ways, 1, 4, 5 and 8 and 10, and what we just saw previously. For example, the address of this row is it is x55. Then against this 11 value, it is storing which address? It is storing this address x55. So these allocations, these are dependent on the database server. So it is just to give you an idea. There may be some different kind of allocations. I read it somewhere, these addresses are not stored. Sometimes the primary key values are stored. So there may be different kind of allocation, but you just get an idea that it is searching, it is almost like a textbook searching some content in a textbook through the index. Okay, through the index of the textbook. It is almost like that. So you have created an index, and now you can do something like this also. First of all, let us find the the ID that is associated with this table. So what is the name of the table? The name of the table is test 5. So what is the ID that is associated with this table? The table ID is 1576. For test 5, the table ID is 1576. And now I can write something like this. What can I write? I can say, suppose select star from information schema indexes, where it is equal to what? 1576, and you will get what? There is one general clustered index, we will discuss it later. It is just the index that that is it is a kind of clustered index, we will see in the next video. But it is just storing, it is storing the data of the table in the order in which it was inserted, and we will deal it with in the next video. But here you can see we have created one index, test 5 serial number index, and it is what kind of index? It is a secondary index. Always remember, the type 0 specifies a secondary index. Okay, so here we are using a secondary index. Okay, and if you write something like this, explain select serial number from test 5 where serial number equal to 5. If you write like this, so serial number equal to, you are going to what? How many rows will be searched for, scanned? Only one row will be scanned. Okay, So if you have watched the previous video, then we discussed about indexes, and we saw, indexes are used to speed up queries. And we also saw that how, you can create indexes, you can drop indexes. And we saw that, the index is almost like, working with the index of a textbook. For example, if you have a textbook, then if you want to search a particular lesson in that textbook, you don't have to, scan the whole textbook, each and every page of the textbook. For example, if the textbook has 1,000 pages, you don't have to, scan all the 1,000 pages. You have an index in the at the very start of the textbooks, that is, having, so you can look at that index and go to that particular lesson of your choice. And that is the case with indexes also. They are allocated at a different memory location, and they contain pointers to the actual data that is stored in the table. So this is the way indexes work. But so this was the working which we saw in the previous video, but there is one more kind of index, and that is a clustered index. So what is a clustered index? If you want to know about clustered index, you just go through the first 3 lines of this PowerPoint presentation. And I have mentioned that clustered index determines the physical order of data in a table, and it is analogous to telephone directory. It does not require additional disk space. So what does this mean? So a clustered index, my dear friends, it is not like the general index that you find in a textbook. It is more like a telephone directory. So a telephone directory, if you have, if you have searched some numbers in a telephone directory, then they are sorted on the basis of their, the name, the alphabetical sorting on the basis of the name. So actually this alphabetical sorting of the name is deciding at, which number will come at which place. So the same is the case with a clustered index also. Clustered index, it will determine the order in which data is occurring in a table. So, just let us try to understand this with the table. And, just keep these three other 2 points also in your mind. That table can have only one clustered index. Why? Because there can be only one ordering of data in the table, and primary key constraint creates a clustered index automatically. What does this mean? Let us try to understand. Suppose this is my database, and first of all, I'll be a little graphical, and I'll try to explain what is exactly the difference between clustered and secondary index. So what we have seen till now is that what we have actually seen is that if there is some table, and if the table has some rows and some columns, and there is this is, for example, this is my relational table, then there is separate memory allocation for the column on which you are declaring an index. For example, you are declaring, suppose this is, this is the salary column, and on the salary column you were declaring an index. So the salary column, it has values, say about 2000, 1000, and say, for example, 500. So the values will be what? The values will be put in ascending order in a sorted fashion. 500 and then 1000 and so on. I have explained it in the previous video, so I will not go in the depths of it. But this is the way that was happening previously with indexes. But with clustered indexes, it is something different. So clustered index is actually determining the order in which the rows will be stored in your table. For example, this is the table, and if you create a clustered index on, suppose this column, you create a clustered index. Suppose this is the ID column, and you create a clustered index on the ID column. Then in the actual table itself, the rows will be sorted according to which? It will be sorted according to the ID column. So for example, if it will have ID column will have sorted, ID values, and the data will be actually sorted on the basis of the ID. But in case of these indexes, these indexes are also called secondary indexes. So secondary indexes, the actual data is not sorted. Only the column on which you are declaring an index, that is sorted, and it contains pointers to the actual rows on which data is stored. But here in the case of clustered indexes, these clustered indexes. So this is a clustered index. Okay. So in case of a clustered index, the data is actually sorted on the column on which you are declaring a clustered index, and these were the secondary indexes. And now you can also better understand that why there can only be one clustered index on the table. See, in the second point, if you go, a table can have only one clustered index. Why can table have only one clustered index? It can have only one clustered index because there can be only one ordering of rows in a table. Clear? This is for example, if this is your table, there can be only one ordering of rows in this particular table. So that is why a table can have only one clustered index. But it is possible for me to create separate allocation and have I can create a different index on the same two secondary index or more than two secondary indexes on the same table. That is completely possible, and it is totally feasible. But in case of your clustered index, there is only one clustered index that exists in the whole table. Okay, so this way it's got a little clumsy, but this is the general understanding of indexes, of clustered and secondary indexes. So secondary index we have already covered in the previous video. I'll just tell you again, but let us now go to the database and try to explore what are exactly clustered indexes. So what I will do, I will create a table. Suppose the name of the table is test 8, and in this table I just create a serial number column, and I just create a table. So I've created this table, and I will insert some random data into this table. Suppose I say insert into test 8 values. I will insert 11, and then I will insert say 5, and then I will insert 3, and suppose then 7, and okay 15, 16, or maybe anything like that, 13 and 9. So I have stored some random data inside this table, and then when I say select star from which table, from the test 8 table, then what do you get? You get the data in which you actually inserted the order in which rows are coming in this table is the order in which you inserted the data. So you first of all inserted 11, so 11 is coming first. Okay, in this way data is coming in this table. So if you just go and explore this table, so you go to you fetch out some information from the metadata view. So what was the metadata view? For information underscore schema dot inodb underscore sys tables. First of all, I need to find the table ID. So what will I say? Select this we covered in the previous video. Select table ID from this metadata view, where name is equal to, so I will give the name of the database, that is the publisher database, and followed by the name of the table, that is the test 8 table. So here you get, alright, it is InnoDB. Okay, so the ID of the table, that is the test 8 table, is 1580, and then I will write something like this, where table underscore ID is equal to what? It is equal to 1580, and I will say select star from information schema dot inodb sys indexes, and I will select the whole metadata view. So I will say select star. So now you are getting that there is a general clustered index, and there is already a general clustered index, and that clustered index is, it is saving the data in which it is ordering the data according to the way you inserted the data in insertion order. But now let me do one thing. Let me create a primary key constraint on this table. How will I create it? I will say alt table, which table? Test 8. Add a constraint, and this is a primary key constraint, primary key, and it is inserted on the serial number column of the test 8 table, and I will add this constraint. Now again I will if you issue some DDL command on a table, then the table ID often changes, so I'll have to again find the table ID. It has changed to 1581. See, previously it was 1580, so now it has changed to 1581. So I will now fetch the information with this ID 1581. So now you see that there is that this index is gone, and its place has been taken by this which index, this primary key index. So this proves my third point. So this index is of type 3. It's a kind of clustered index. So it kind of validates my third point that primary key constraints creates a clustered index automatically. And now if you go and select star from table, from which table? From the test 8 table. So you will get data in sorted order. Okay, so you can see actually the data in the table is sorted according to the serial number values. Why? Because the clustered index has been created by the primary key on the serial number column. Okay, so that is why according to the serial number column, values of the serial number column, the data in the table is actually shuffled or sorted. So this is the working of a primary key constraint, and a primary key constraint automatically or implicitly inserts a clustered index on the table. And since there cannot be only one primary key constraint on a table, so there can be only one clustered index for the whole table, but there can be more than one secondary indexes. And my dear friends, one more thing that I would like to tell you is that you can create if you add a unique constraint to a table, then also it creates an index on the table. How it does it? Let us try to see. For example, I'll just alter the table and add suppose a column, suppose name, and suppose I say the name is of varchar 20. Okay, alt table. Okay, so what was the name of the table? Test 8. So I've added a column name, and then I will add a constraint to this table, the unique constraint on the name column. Alt table test 8 add constraint. And what is the name of the constraint? Suppose I say unique underscore name underscore test 8 table. So a unique constraint on the name column of the test 8 table, and it is a unique constraint. And on which column? It is on the name column. So I have created a unique constraint. Now again, if you find a table ID that is coming out to be 1582, and if you say something like this, then you will get two constraints on this table. So there is one more constraint, one more index on the table that has been created by the unique constraint. So this is not a clustered index, but it's also an index on the table. And it can have many secondary indexes. So secondary indexes we already covered in the previous video. So I will go over here. Then I just told you secondary index is just like the index of a textbook, where it is allocated separately and it contains pointers to actual memory locations of the data. So that is what I've written over here. Secondary index is the same as index of a textbook, where data is stored in one place and index in another. The index will have pointers to storage locations of the data. And always, my dear friends, in MySQL, secondary index store data in ascending fashion, ascending order, and there can be more than one secondary indexes on a table. For example, I can we saw in the previous video also in the employees table we created secondary indexes on the commission column also and on the salary column also. So this is the difference between a clustered and a secondary index. And again, to repeat, clustered index determine the actual form in which data will be stored in the table. And so this completes my discussion of indexes. And indexes, although they come with a lot of advantages, so this indexes can give you very fast searches, but there is also some disadvantages that are associated with index. That what is the disadvantage? That insertion and deletion in a row becomes a heavy operation. Why it becomes a heavy operation? Because if you have created an index on some column and you are inserting a new row in that table, then that index has to be shuffled. The entire structure of that index has to be shuffled. That is why indexes are costly as far as insertion, deletion, and updation operations are concerned. Okay.
So cursors, before starting with the video, I would like to tell that cursors are not they are not very performance efficient. So it's not that you will frequently use cursors. Only only in some situations where it becomes imperative to use cursors, then we use them. But they are not very performance efficient. So generally their use is discouraged. But still if you are to explore the working of cursors, then cursors are like they are used to iterate the result set of a query. So if you have worked with JDBC or like any other, you know, database connectivity mechanism from like languages like C# or maybe Java or any other, you know, programming languages like Node.js. So you have, you know, when you get data from a database, you select data from a database, then you are returned a result set, and you iterate over that result set row by row. Okay, so this is, you know, this is the working of a cursor. So cursors, you know, process the result set of return by a query row by row. Okay, so let me, you know, go to the database and yeah, explore you know, the working, how you can work with cursors. So I'll just go and open the database. Okay, use the publisher database, and if I say select database, then it is, you know, publisher database. So suppose I write select a star from the, you know, the table which we very frequently study, that's the employees table. If we say select star from the employees table, then, you know, if suppose so there are two things associated with this, you know, the query and the result set that has been returned by the query. So we will look onto it. Okay, so for example, suppose here, if you just see what is my query, this is the query, you know, this. Okay, just okay, so here is the, you know, this is the query. Okay, select star from employees, this is the query, and this is the result set that has been returned by this query. You know, this is the whole you know, the result set that has been returned by this query. This is the result set that is returned by this query. So what cursors are going to do, they are, you can, you know, you can process this result set row by row. Okay, one row, second row, third row, and then you can process this result set row by row by the use of cursors. So this is, you know, and then you can perform some operations on, you know, the value that you are fetching from every row. So there are some steps involved while, you know, if you work with cursors. First of all, what you do is that you declare a cursor. So declaration of a cursors mean, you know, just declare the query that is associated with the cursor. So cursors are always associated with a select query. Then you open the cursor. So opening cursor means you are initializing the result set of the cursor. Then you fetch the data from a cursor. Okay, fetching, you know, you row by row fetch the data from the cursor. So this works on a row by row basis. On row by row basis, you fetch data from a cursor and then you close the cursor. So these are the 4 steps. Always you have to use these 4 steps if you want to perform some operations on cursors. Okay, sorry, these are not much. Okay, so all right, so these are 4 steps that are involved if you work with cursors. So I'll go to the PowerPoint presentation, and then, you know, these are the 4 steps. You know, first you declare the cursor, then you open the cursor, that will initialize the result set for the cursor, and then fetch cursor into some variable list, you know, to retrieve the next row pointed by the cursor and move the cursor to the next row in the result set. So what is happening exactly, you know, suppose I just go to this paint, and I'll just, you know, I take a new window, and I don't save it all this. Suppose what is happening is that suppose from a result set, there is, suppose a result set of something like this. Suppose you are having a result set of, suppose the employee name and the employee salary. Okay, this is the result set. Suppose there are only 3 rows. Suppose employee name Amit, Neha, Vishal, these, and then the salary, suppose 1,000 and 2,000, and say suppose 3,000. All these, they are the salary. This is the, for example, this is the result set. Okay, consider this to be the result set. So now what is gonna happen is that you are going to fetch these result set into some variable. So I'll have to declare some variable. Suppose I'll say v underscore ename, and I'll say suppose v underscore salary. So these are my variables in which I will fetch the name and salary of the first row. For example, Amit and 1,000. So the value of v underscore ename will become what? It will become equal to Amit, and when it is in the first row, and the salary will become into what? 1,000. And once I have fetched it, the cursor will move to the second row, and then, you know, the ename will not remain Amit. It will become what? It will become Neha, and in the salary will become the salary of Neha. It will not remain 1,000. It will become 2,000. So this is the way, you know, you work with cursors. So let us head on, and without wasting any time, let us move forward and create how can we create a cursor. So before creating cursor, let me tell you the query that I'll be processing with cursor. So I will say select ename comma salary from which table, from, suppose I say the employees table. I'm getting the ename and salary, and I'll create a cursor for it. So alright, so first of all, you remember that in MySQL, if you create cursors, then they have to be always inside a stored procedure. So I will say create procedure, say suppose proc underscore emp, and begin, and then end. So you must go to the class in which I have explained about stored procedures. So these are the delimiters for the stored procedures. So I have declared a delimiter for the stored procedures. So first of all, my task will be to suppose what I'm doing, what my query is. So I'll have to declare the cursor. So how will I declare the cursor? Declare cursor. Suppose the name of the cursor is C1, and the query is select ename, comma what, salary, from which table? From the employees table. So I've declared the cursor, and then I need to what? Then I need to open the cursor. What is the name of the cursor? C1. See, I have declared a cursor, and the name of the cursor is C1, and I am fetching what? I am fetching the name and the salary. I am fetching name and what? I am fetching the salary. So this way I am doing. So let me do one thing also. Let me declare two variables, and I will say declare I will say v underscore ename as varchar suppose 100, and I will say suppose declare v underscore salary, and I will declare it as an int. Okay, so I'll fetch the name and salary into what? This query is returning what? It is returning name and salary, ename and salary of every employee row by row, and I will fetch them into these variables. I will fetch them into v underscore ename, and I'll fetch them into what? V underscore salary. So how am I gonna write it? I'm gonna write it like this. Suppose I'll say fetch C1 into what? Fetch C1 into v underscore ename and v underscore salary. I'm going to say like this. Okay, so this way it is going to work, but I need to process it for all the rows. Okay, but I need to process it for all the rows. So what will be happening is that, so the cursor will move from one row to the next row. For example, it was on this row, then it will go to this row. Again, when you will say fetch C1 into v underscore ename and v underscore salary, then it will fetch the values, and it will move to the next row, but it will not find the next row. So a net not found exception condition will be raised. So we need to handle that not found exception condition. How I'm gonna handle? So you need also to be good with the concepts of exception handling. So I will say first of all, I will declare a variable and v underscore finished. Declare v underscore finished, I will say integer, and default I will set it to 0. Okay, so this v underscore finish. So v underscore finish is a kind of variable that I'm maintaining, that so when I'm processing the rows, for example, if you go over here, when I'm processing the rows, suppose if it is in the first row, then v underscore finish will be it will be equal to 0. For the second row also, the v underscore finish will be equal to 0. For the third row also, v underscore finish will be equal to 0. But when no rows will be found, not found exception will be raised, and for that I will set v underscore finished equal to 1. Okay, I will set v underscore finished equal to 1. Sorry, I'll write it over here. Okay, think over here. All right. For when you don't found any rows, then I will set v underscore finished equal to 1. So why I'm maintaining this variable? Because this will be the exit condition for my this will be the exit condition for my loop. So if I exit the loop, I will exit the loop based upon this condition. Okay, so what I will say declare continue handler for what is the condition that will be raised if no more rows are not found, and I will say in this you set v underscore finished equal to 1. Okay, alright. So when this condition will be raised, not found condition will be raised, v underscore finish will be set to what? V underscore finish will be set to 1. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a loop. Suppose I say loop, and suppose the name of the loop, I'll say get emp. This is the name of the loop, and inside the loop I say fetch C1 into what? Into v underscore ename and v underscore salary. So this, you know, for per row they will fetch the name and salary of every employee in, you know, every employee in my employees table. So they will fetch the name and the corresponding salary. Then I need to check what I need to check. If v underscore finished equal to 1, this is the case, then I need to get out of the loop. And get out of which loop? The get underscore emp loop. See here, you see now you have declared the name of the loop, what? Get emp. Okay, so I think there is some it's not like this. So get underscore emp is the name of the get underscore emp is the name of the loop, and then I will say something like this. Okay, and then leave and then you know I'll end the if conditions. So I will say end if. Okay, so here I am ending the if condition. So this if condition is starting from here, you know, it is from here to here. Okay, okay, now what I'm going to do is that I will just select what? I will just select concat. I will say v underscore ename comma v underscore salary. Okay, just let it remain very simple, and then I will, you know, I will say okay, then I need to close the loop. So how will I do it? I will say end loop. And which loop? You know, the name of the loop is get underscore emp. This is the loop. And then you have, you know, this open cursor is, you know, this is the second step. You know, once you declare the cursor, then you need to what? You need to open the cursor. So how I open the cursor? The name of the cursor is C1. So I say open C1. And once you have, you know, you have finished processing with the cursor. So in which loop I have finished processing with cursor? The C1 cursor. Inside this loop I have finished the processing with the cursor. Then I need to do what? Then I need to close the cursor. So what will I say? Close. What is the name of the cursor? C1. So in this way I have declared this, created a stored procedure. And what is the name of the stored procedure? Proc underscore emp. Okay, this is the name of the stored procedure, and inside the stored procedure I have done what? I have fetched the name and salary of every employee row by row, and I'm displaying them. Okay, here, see here I'm displaying them. You know, when you are saying select concat v underscore ename v underscore salary, you're just displaying the name and salary that you have fetched from the result set. So I think in the database I have already let me, you know, ensure that there is no procedure of this name proc underscore emp. Okay, first of all let us drop this procedure, and then you know, I'll just control A. Sorry, I will go over here. I will just not getting. Okay, control A. I'll just copy all of this, and then I will, you know, paste it. Let us see if there is there's some problem. Declare continue handler for not found set v underscore finished equal to 1. Okay, I think there is a problem with the I need to write something like this. Declare C1, and then I need to write cursor. Okay, control A, copy. I think now it should work. All right, yeah, it's working. Okay, so this way you have, you know, you have created the stored procedure. Now what I will, so you have created the stored procedure. How do you call the stored procedure? By using call. What is the name of the stored procedure? Proc underscore emp. And you know, if I just say like this, okay, the delimiter is $. So you'll get, you know, the name of the employees followed by their what, you know, followed by their salary. You can also do something like this. For example, I'll first of all again drop the stored procedure. Drop procedure proc underscore what? emp. I've dropped the stored procedure. Okay. You know, why I'm doing like this, you know, I have set the delimiter to $. So you know, what I need to do is that again reset the delimiter. So I will reset the delimiter to, you know, this. Okay, so again I need to copy it. I think control A. Right. Here I need to make some changes. So what changes will I make? I will say something like this. For example, I will use a nested concat over here, and inside this nested concat I'll just, you know, put like this. So I have two nested contacts, and I'll just paste a comma over here, and yeah, I think it should work. And then of course, yeah, so what I've done, I have concatenated the name followed by, you know, this this symbol, and then followed by the what? Followed by the salary. Then you will get, you know, a better formatted output. Just for this purpose, let me, you know, control A. Sorry, I'll just, you know, copy the whole code, and here I'm just first of all let me drop the procedure. So drop what you need to drop a procedure. What is the name of the procedure? Proc underscore emp. I just dropped this procedure. Okay, it does not exist. I've already dropped it. Okay, I need to again recreate the procedure, and then again I need to call it. Call what? Proc underscore emp, and then if you just do it. Oh, sorry, the delimiter has been changed. Delimiter is $. Okay, there is some problem. All right, what is the problem? Concat. All right, control A, copy. There was a spell mistake, so again I need to drop the procedure. So what will I say? Drop procetu procedure, proc underscore emp. This is the name of the stored procedure. All right, I have dropped. Again I need to create it. So how will I create it? Here you see, I'll just go and paste it, and here I've created, and then I need to call it. Call what? Proc underscore. I'll say first of all delimiter, and I'll set the delimiter to this, and then I will call it. Call what? Proc underscore emp, and let's see what is output. Then you are getting first you are getting all this but now you are getting a name and salary, and then between the name and salary you are getting what? You are getting a hyphen sign also, okay, in between them. Okay, in this video we will continue our discussion of cursors, and now I have written these two programs. You have to write these two programs using cursors. So first program is that you have to create a cursor to do to list all employees in a department, and the department is passed as an argument to the stored procedure in which the cursor is declared, and then then you need to create a stored you need to create a cursor for conditional increment of salary. For example, if the designation is a manager, then you need to increase the salary by 20,000. If the designation of the employee is sorry, all right, I'm just little changes. If the designation, if he's a developer, then the increase the salary by 10,000, and if he's a trainer, the designation of the employee is a trainer, then you increase the salary by 30,000. So you have to create stored procedure for these two programs. So first of all try this on your own. I'll just pause the video, try to do this on your own. If you are not able to get it, then of course we'll solve it. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then I think first of all I need to declare the delimiter, and this is the delimiter. Okay, then I need to create a procedure, and suppose the name of the procedure is emp underscore list. Suppose emp underscore list per department. Okay, employee list per department. This is the name of the stored procedure. Suppose okay, it is taking one argument, that is the dpt id, and it is of type int. Okay, and suppose there's one more argument, and it is of type inout. Okay, so inout are special type of arguments that will be be reflected in your calling code also. Okay, so if whatever changes you make to this these kind of variables, inout variables in your stored procedure, they will be reflected outside the stored procedure also. So I will say emp list, and it is of type, say suppose varchar, and say suppose 2000. Okay, so here I have created this is suppose the body, and this is the end, and then I will say $. So now I have to write the whole body of the stored procedure in this for loop. Okay, like this. So what I need to do, I need to fetch the name. So for fetching the name, I need to declare a variable. Suppose I'll say v underscore ename, and I will say varchar suppose 100. This is the variable that I will use to fetch the name, and I need to declare, like if you watch the previous video, I have declared one variable, and what did I this is for processing the loop. If the loop gets if the cursor finished the execution of the result set is exhausted, then I will set the v underscore finish to 1. Because when the result set is exhausted, then not found exception is raised, and I'll declare a continue handler for the not found exception, and I will set v underscore finished equal to 1, and this will be the exit condition for from my the loop that I'll be working with. Okay, so I will set the default value equal to what? Is equal to 0. Okay, then I need to do something like this also. For example, I just need to okay, so all right, I think yeah, let us declare the cursor. So how will I declare the cursor? Cursor declare suppose c1 what? Cursor for what? Select ename from which table? From the employees table. Suppose I will I will not I'll say this column as v underscore tpt id. Okay, v underscore tpt id, and yeah, let us just give some. Suppose I say it is integer 11. Okay, it doesn't make any big difference. Declare c1 cursor for select ename from employees, where I will say suppose dpt id equal to what, v underscore dpt id. So if you pass if you pass the department ID 10, then if it will fetch that the employees that are fetched, the names of the employees that are associated with which department, with the department 10. Okay, so and then I need to declare what, then I need to declare the this also, declare what, continue handler. Okay, handler for what, for not found, and I will say set what, when the result set is exhausted, then I will set v underscore finished equal to 1. This is exactly what we did in the previous video. I think if you just watched the previous video, I think. Okay, so then I need to do what, I need to create a loop. Suppose the name of the loop is get emp, and what I will say, this is I have started the loop, and I will end the loop with this. Okay, end what, end loop, and what is, sorry, and what is the name of the loop, get underscore emp. Okay, so in this way I have ended the loop. So here I will write the whole loop body. So what I will say, fetch c1, sorry, what is the name of the cursor, c1 is the name of the cursor. So I will say c1 into what, v underscore ename. I will fetch c1 into v underscore ename, and then I'm going to do something, then the regular check, if v underscore finished equal to 1, then I need to do what, I need to leave which loop, I need to leave the get emp loop. So it's almost similar what we have done in the previous program, and then this is the closing end if condition. So I have stated this also, and then I am going to say something like this. For example, I will say set set this emp list. So this emp list variable, I'm going to set the all the list of all employees I'm going to set into this variable, the emp list variable. So I will say set what, set emp underscore list equal to what, I will use a concat function. I will concat suppose emp underscore list, and then again I will use a nested concat function, and then I will say suppose like this, and I'll just give one more space, and I will say v underscore ename, name. I think this will work. Okay, and then I just ended the loop, and then once the loop is over, I need to close the cursor. So what is the name of the cursor? The name of the cursor is c1. So I just close the cursor, and then I think this is done. Okay, so I think I've created this program, so I'll just copy it, and I'll just copy it, and emp list per department. Okay, so let us try to work around with this. Where is just I think I just need to go to, alright, so here I'll just minimize it. I'll go to the database, and I'll just create the stored procedure. It should work. Okay, yeah, it's working. Okay, fine. And now what I need to do, I need to declare a variable, and I will say suppose declare I will say set emp underscore, suppose I'll say list, and I will set it to say suppose blank string. Okay, then okay, so I need to do like this. I need to change the delimiter, because when I created the stored procedure, I changed the delimiter to $. So I've changed the delimiter over here. Now I need to call the stored procedure. What is the name of the stored procedure? Emp underscore list underscore per underscore what, department. And then suppose I pass for department number 10, I pass the department ID as department number 10, and then the second argument is what, emp underscore list. Okay, let us see if it is working or not. Cursor is not open. Okay, yeah, so I need to do one thing. I just need to drop this stored procedure. So how will I drop it? I will say drop procedure PROCETU procedure, and then I will drop the stored procedure. Let us see if it is working. Okay, the stored procedure has been dropped, and then once if I start to process something with my cursor, I need to I need to open the cursor also. So I just forgot it. So I will say open what is the name of the cursor? Open C1. Okay, so now I think it should work. I'll just again copy it, copy, and then Control Z, copy, and I am just gonna again paste it. Let us see if it works or not. I think it should work. Open C1, yeah. Alright, so again I need to alright, I've already declared. I need to call emp underscore list underscore per underscore department, and then suppose I pass the department ID 10, and I then pass the emp underscore list. Okay, delimiter. Okay, and then once when I say select @emp underscore list, okay, $. Okay, so there are two employees which are working in the department number 10. Okay, so you are getting the list of department. For example, if I say call first of all, let me set the delimiter, and delimiter I'll say suppose this, and then again I'll call this, suppose now I pass department number, so it's 20. Okay, and then alright, and once now if I say select @emp underscore list, you will get the list of okay, I got it. Alright, I think there is some problem, because I'm closing the cursor also, closing C1. Alright, because I need to reinitialize it. For example, I say set emp underscore list equal to, because it was previously it was set to Nikhil and Nitin, all the employees which belong to department number 10. So I'll first of all do this. Okay, I'll set it to a blank value, then I will call this. Okay, what I will call, I'll call this. And now if I say select emp underscore list, okay, then you will get all the employees which belong to which department, the department number 20. And you can do this also, select ename from which table, from the employees table, where dpt id equal to 20, and you will get it. Okay, and I would like to give you one change. I don't want in this manner. I want the first argument to be the suppose this is select star from employees, and select star from the employees table, and select star from the departments table. So now I'm not passing these department IDs. Instead I'm passing the suppose department name, and then according to that department name I want to fetch the the corresponding employees. So what will you do? See, I am not so I will not call, I will call the stored procedure something like this. I will not pass department number 20. Instead I will say, because 20 now, department number 20 is which department? Is the marketing department. So I need to do something like this. So if I pass marketing, then for the marketing department I want all the employees who work in the marketing department. So try it on your own. I'll just pause the video. I think this is a good change for this program. How will you approach it? You need to use joins. I'll give you a hint, because two tables are involved, so definitely joins will be used. And then you need to make two changes. One change you need to make in the the declaration of the cursor. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then I will just tell you. So here, if you see what will be the change, the first change will that this argument will be changed, and I will say it will not be department ID, it will be department name. Okay, and it will not be of type integer, it will be of type varchar. Suppose I say varchar 100. Okay, and then I need to join these two tables. Suppose I will alias the employees table as E, then I will set e.ename from employees E, join departments department D. Okay, on e.dpt id equal to d dot department ID. I think this is all has been explained in joins when we were doing joins. And d dot I will say d dot d name equal to v underscore d name. Okay, I think this must be clear. This is the query, v underscore d name. Okay, So here I have worked. So here I have worked with this. So I'll just end this and let us see if this program is working. So before doing this, I'll drop the stored procedure. So I will drop the stored procedure. I will say something like this. Suppose I will say drop procedure, and what is the name of the stored procedure? EMP list per department. Okay, so first I will drop it, then again I'll recreate it. So here I think I need not to make any more changes. Okay, I think, yeah, I don't think I need to make more changes. I'll just copy it, and if I just copy it and I just go and paste it over here, let us see if it is working or not. Okay, it is working, so that is good. So now let us run this program, and then I will set at the rate emp underscore list equal to, I'll first of all set it to blank, and because the delimiter is $, I need to change the delimiter. So the delimiter is now semicolon. So now I need to call this stored procedure. So what is the name of the stored procedure? emp underscore list underscore per underscore department. Okay, and then I need to pass, for example, now I need to pass of the ID. I need to pass the name of the department. Suppose I say marketing, and what at the rate emp underscore list. Okay, so yeah, so you must be very thorough with, if you don't understand this query, then you please go to my videos in which I have explained joins. Okay, so from that you will get an understanding of this query, then you will be able to approach this problem. Then I will say select what at the rate emp underscore list, and you will get the list of employees who work in the marketing department. If I say suppose okay, I'll just set emp list equal to, suppose again I will set, and then if I suppose I need to find employees for the sales department, then what will I do? I will say, suppose what I will say sales. Okay, sales, and then if I get the list, you'll get. Okay, and then you select what at the rate emp underscore list list, and you will get the list of employees who work in the sales department. So this is where it is it is working. I'll just explain this program. If you're not able to see v underscore rename, we have used this variable for fetching the names from the cursor, and v underscore finished is a variable that is it is used for getting out of the loop. When my result set has been exhausted, I set it to 1 by using what? By using this continue handler. Okay, so when not found exception is rate, we set v underscore finished equal to 1, and this is honestly the exit condition from my infinite loop. When v underscore finished equal to 1, it will leave the loop. Which loop? The get underscore emp loop. So this is going to get the so what is the this is the query. So it is going to fetch all the names that are in a specific department. Suppose what I said, d underscore dname is equal to what? V underscore dname. And what is v underscore dname? See, this v underscore dname you have passed as an argument to this stored procedure. Okay, so you have passed this as an argument. If you pass it as a marketing, then what the query will resolve? It will get all the employees that are in which department? That are in the marketing department. So you have fetched the employees, fetch the employees one by one into v underscore rename, and then you are concatenating them into a list. So what you are doing, you're concatenating the list plus what? The space, and then what? The name. Okay, so the list is going to be concatenated. Suppose if I just go over here and I just take this pen tool, and suppose if the list is employee, suppose it is okay, I just go over here, the list of the employees, suppose Amit and Neha and what, and Vishal. So first of all, this variable emp underscore list, this variable emp underscore list is equal to what? It is equal to blank. It is null. And then what is happening? It is concatenating blank with what? A space, and then followed by what? The name. So first it will it will space, it will have Amit, and then again it will be followed by a space, and then the next name. What? The next name, suppose then Neha, and then space, and then followed by the next name. What? It is Vishal. So because this variable, if this variable emp underscore lit is a in-out variable, so whatever changes you are making over here, they are reflected also even outside the code. Okay, you are here changing the value of emp list, and you are reflecting that change outside the body of the stored procedure. Okay, so this is the way you can work with stored procedures. So I'll just escape it, and then let us quickly go and solve this. So try this problem also on your own. You have to increase the salary based upon the designation. So what I will do, I will not write the whole code. I'll just try to do this to write this cursor on your own. If you're not able to do it, then we'll solve it. Okay, so just try it. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then let me try to solve this also. Okay, here I need to declare what? I need to declare two variables. Okay, first of all, I don't think that I need any parameters in the stored procedure, because I need to do it for every employee. I just need to check if the designation is, if it is a manager, then I need to increase the salary by 20,000. If he is a developer, then I need to increase the salary by 10,000. And if he's a trainer, then I need to increase the salary by what? 30,000. So what will I do? I need to declare a variable that is designation, and I need to declare one more variable. I will say declare v_eid, and it is of type, say, integer. Okay, so I have declared two variables, and the body of the cursor will be something like this. I will change it, and I will select the what? I will select the eid comma what? Designation. From which table? From the employees table. I will select the ID and the designation from the employees table, and based on the designation I will perform conditional updates. So I've declared the I think all this will remain same, and fetch C1 into what? Now I need to fetch C1 into what? See, from the result set you are getting the ID and what? The designation. So first you need to fetch C1 into what? You're first going to write EID, and then you are going to write what? v_designation. Then you need to fetch into designation. So now I need to perform conditional updates. So how will I perform conditional updates? I don't think I need this. I just need to perform conditional updates. So I'll just remove it, and then I will write, suppose, something like this. If the designation that you have fetched is equal to what? Manager. If it is something like this, then what you do? You update what? You update the employees table. Set what? Set salary equal to salary plus what? See, for the managers I need to increase the salary by 20,000. See, I have written it over here. For the managers you just need to increase the salary by what? 20,000. So if designation equal to manager, you just increase the salary by 20,000. Where what? EID equal to what? EID equal to what? v_eid. Okay, so I do like this, and then I will say and if, and then I need to just copy these conditions. I'll copy it, paste it, again I'll paste it, and then I will say, suppose if the designation is the designation of what? If the designation is a developer, then I need to say increase the salary by what? 10,000. And if the designation is what? It is a trainer, then I need to increase the salary by what? I need to increase the salary by 30,000. Okay, so I think it is done. Yeah, and dollar and loop, and here I have I'll just if you just go over here, I'll just, this is the exit condition for my loop. This is the exit condition. So if v_finished equal to 1, then I will leave the loop, and I'm fetching the value into what? v_eid and v_designation. Okay, so so here I'll just get it, and I think now it is done. So I just need to copy all this, and $. I think I need to copy all this. Okay, it's EMP list per department. So I will I'll rename this stored procedure. I'll not set it EMP list per department. I will say update salary based I will say designation. Okay, suppose this is the name of the stored procedure. Okay, update salary based designation. So you have to update the salary based upon the designation of the employee. Okay, I'll just copy it, and if you copy it and when you go to the database and you just run it, I think it should work. Okay, yeah, it's working. So now if you see select EID comma designation comma what? Salary, from which table? From the employees table. If you write like this, okay, this is all right. First I need to set the delimiter. All right, I've set the designation delimiter, and then I need to do like this. So I need to spell it properly. Designation from what table? From the employees table. So you are getting this. So now for example this again I'll call this stored procedure. What is the name of the stored procedure? It is update salary based designation. So update underscore salary, underscore based underscore designation. Okay, and just need to call this stored procedure. Okay, and now if I do suppose, so you see, so this employee was a manager, and therefore previously his salary was 1,80,000. Now his salary is what? It is equal to 2 lakh. Why? Because for the managers, I said for the managers I need to increase the salary by what? I need to increase the salary by 20,000. And for example, this employee was a developer, her salary was 90,000, but now her salary is what? It is equal to 1 lakh, because for developers the salary was incremented by 10,000. And for example, this employee was a trainer, and his salary was 1,10,000, but now his salary is what? 1,40,000. So because for trainer the salary has been incremented by 30,000. So this way, we have worked with cursors. So these are few interesting programs of cursors, so you can try these programs on your own. So if you go to this PowerPoint presentation, and what is the first line that I have written? In MySQL, views are not only queryable. So we have seen that views are queryable. Like if you create some view, you can query that view also. But there is one more important property that is associated with views, that they are also updatable. But how come views can be updated? Because we saw in the previous video that views are just logical abstractions. So whenever you update a view, like you insert, update, delete into something into a view, then the underlying table based on the view gets changed. Okay, so that's what I have written over here. So in MySQL, views are not only queryable but also updatable, which means that we can insert, update or delete statements on views to change the underlying table. So whenever you insert, update or delete something on a view, the underlying table gets changed. So this is very important. Let us try to understand this. And so here, for example, this is my table, select star from the EMP1 table. Suppose this is my employees table, and now I have created this suppose view v1. I'll drop it, and then I will create a view. Suppose the name of the view is v1, as select the star from which table? From the EMP1 table. Okay, suppose now I create this view, and so if I say select star from v1, if I write like this, then v1's, what is the definition of v1? The definition of v1 is select star from emp1. So when you say select star from v1, then you will get all the details of the employees table with every row in every column. And now let us try to do something. Let us try to insert something into v1. So what will happen? Suppose I say insert into v1 value. Suppose there is one employee. Suppose the name of the employee ID is 5 and the name of the employee is Amita, and what are the columns? Then manager ID, suppose manager ID is 2, and then department ID, suppose say department ID is 20. Okay, so you have inserted into which view? You have inserted into this view v1. But see what has happened. If I say select star from emp1, if I write like this, then in the underlying table the data has got changed. If I suppose say something, if I write update not the table but the view, what was the name of the view? v1, and set suppose dpt id equal to 10, where eid equal to 5. Suppose I write like this. So now I have updated the employee ID of 5 to be what? To be of department ID 10. Previously it was department ID 20. Now if again I have made this modification inside the view. See, I have not made this modification, update modification inside the table. I have made it inside the view. So once now you go and you select star from the emp1 table, then what is happening? You see the underlying table is getting updated. And now if you say delete from suppose v1, where suppose ename equal to Amitabh. Okay, if you go to delete this, then again if you say select star from emp1, then what is going to happen? Underlying, from the underlying table, it is getting deleted. So is every view updatable? No, this is not a fact. Okay, this is not correct. Only simple views are updatable. So what do you mean by simple views and what do you mean by complex views? So let me take a notepad and write it. Okay, just a notepad, and what I will say, only simple views are updatable. And mind you, when I say updatable means when you update a view, that means the underlying table gets updated. So if you have so what is a, so views are of, we saw in the previous slide that views are of two types. Simple views, I think I have written it. See, views can be either simple or complex. So if the view is complex, then it cannot be updated, okay, or it is not updatable. So here, if you see the second line, only simple views can be updated. So it means that views containing joins, having group by, order by, aggregate functions are not updatable. Okay. So that means if in a query you have something like, if you have joins in your query, if you have group by, order by, or some aggregate functions in your query, and you form a view out of those, these clauses, then your view is not updatable, or the view becomes a complex view. Let us try to understand this. Suppose I say, so there are some metadata view. There is one metadata view, information schema dot views. Okay, so I can have metadata information about views. Okay, so what query will I write? I will go to the notepad and I will write select table underscore name, comma. You see there is one column, and that column is the this is the is updatable column. So it is telling whether the column is whether the view is updatable or not. Okay, so I will select it also, comma is updatable. From where? From information underscore schema dot views. Okay, and I will say something like this, where table underscore schema equal to so I have to give the name of my database over here, I have to give the name of the database in table underscore schema. So let us see the metadata information associated with the view. I have just copied it. Sorry, I think okay. Now let me copy it again, and let me go to the database, and I can paste it. It's not getting pasted. And again, copy it. I'll go to the database, and okay. So all right, I think I have not created where table name is equal to, okay, table underscore schema is equal to there was a spell mistake. So again, now let us just copy it, and I'll go over here and paste it. Let us see. So this view, this is the v1 view. Because it is a simple view, it is selecting just the data from the table. It is a updatable view. So you are getting is updatable equal to true. Now let us do something. Suppose there is my table, and this is the employees table. Okay, now let me frame some some complex query, and suppose I say I want the count of all employees in the department per department. So what I will say, select count star. So I have already dealt with this dpt id from which table, from the employees table, and then I will say group by dpt id. And yeah, this is one query. Suppose if you go and if you copy it, and if you go to the database and you try to run this, then you are getting the count of all employees in every department per department. Then I will create a view out of it. So what will I say? Create view v2 as, suppose this. Okay, so this is my view v2. Let us again copy it and paste it. Okay, so the view is created once when I say select star from v2. Okay, if I say select star from v2, so this is this is giving the same result. Okay, the count of employees per department. But now if I go and do something like this, I get the metadata information associated with every view. So here I am getting the metadata information associated with every views. So see, this v2 view that we have created is not updatable view. That means if you make some modifications to this view, it will not be reflected in the underlying table. Okay, like this. For example, suppose all right. First, so this, I think this much is clear. So there were two views. The v1 views was select star from emp1, and v2 views, is giving the count of all employees in per department. So v2 view is not updatable. Why it is not updatable? See, this only simple views can be updated. If you go to the second line, that views containing joins having group by and order by. So here if you just see the view that I have created, it is creating what? It is creating a group by clause. So that means this view is not updatable. So let me try to make some modification in this view. I will say update. Suppose the name of the view is v2. So v2 is not updatable. Suppose I will say set okay. There is always a good option to alias this column. Suppose I will say C and T. Okay, and since I've already created the view, so one option is that I delete the view, or I say create or replace view. Okay, so I will choose the second option. Okay, all right. All right. Now again, if I say select star from v2. Okay, so now previously I have not aliased this column, so I cannot access it. But now I have aliased this aggregate function. I have aliased it as what? C and T. So now I can access it. How? Suppose I can do something like this. Select C and T from v2, where dpt id equal to, say, suppose 10. I can access it also. So now let us try to make some modifications. Suppose I try to update the view. Update v2. Set what? Set cnt equal to 5, where dpt id equal to, say, suppose 10. See, there it is giving an error. The target table v2 of the update is not updatable. Okay, even if I try to update the view, it is not getting updated. Why? Because v2 view is not updatable view. Why? Because here you see I have when I fetch the metadata information associated with all the views, then I am getting that this v2 view is not updatable. Okay, clear. So this is this is about the updatable views. Now let us move forward and try to understand one more thing. So you can also create views with the check option. Okay, so if you go to some other databases like Oracle database or SQL Server database, they have some check constraints. But MySQL unfortunately does not have a check constraint, but you can create views with check options. So what is this check option? If you want to have some constraint of your own, suppose what can be constraints of your own? Suppose I say that no employees of the organization can be less than 18 years of age. I say that in my organization no employee can get a salary of less than 30,000. I say that so there can be many constraints. Let us try to put in place one constraint. Suppose this is my select star from emp1 table. Okay, then I move forward and I create a view out of it. Now first of all, let me add a column to the table. Alter table, which table? emp1 add, suppose add a column, and the column is, say, suppose age, and it is of type int. I have added one column. And now so if you say select star from which table? From the emp1 table, you will get the age also, but age has been set to what? It has been set to null right now because you have just added the age column. Now I will create a view. Suppose the name of the view is v3. Suppose as what? Select star from emp1. Select star from emp1 where age is greater than 20. Okay, all right, I have created this view, and I'll just update this in I'll update the table also. Suppose I say update emp1 set age equal to 23, where eid equal to 1. I'll write this. Suppose where eid is equal to 2, I'll set the age to be 25, and suppose now where eid is equal to 3, I'll set the age to be, say, suppose 17, and where eid is equal to 4, okay, 4, I will I'll create the age as, say, suppose 19. Okay, so if I say select star from emp1, then you will get all these records. But now when you say select star from B3, what will you get? You will get only employees of age greater than what? Greater than 20 years of age. Why? Because you have created this view like this, at select star from EMP1, where age is greater than what? Where age is greater than 20. Now I want that suppose I try to insert into this view V3. Insert into V3 values. Suppose there is one employee 5, his name is Amitabh, and suppose his manager ID is 2, his department ID is say suppose 10, and his age is say suppose 18. If I try to do it, you know, it is getting inserted. See, select star from V3. Select star from EMP1. See, this row is getting inserted. And what is the age of Amitabh? It is less than, see, we inserted Amitabh through which view? Through the view V3. And the age of Amitabh is less than what? It is less than 20. But here you see the view definition. What is the view definition stating? The view definition is stating, if you just observe, the view definition V3 is what? It is created with, you know, it means that all the employees, you know, it is selecting the employees with age greater than 20. But using this view V3, I have inserted a row inside the EMP1 table with age less than 20. So this is, you know, not a good practice. So I want, you know, to keep a check constraint on this table. So how will, you know, I'll keep a check constraint on this table? Suppose I will now do something like this. I will create the view. See, I will I'll just I think I'll just okay, where it is. All right. Create or replace view. What is the name of the view? V3 as select star from which table? From the EMP1 table where age is greater than 20, and then I will add a special option with check option. Okay, suppose now I create a view, but now in the end of creating the view I have said what? With check option. So what does it with check option means? Is used to maintain consistency of views. So this clause prevents us from updating or inserting. See, inserting or updating rows which are not visible through the view. So what will this mean? This will mean now through the view V3, you will not be able to insert any employee with less than 20 years of age. Okay, so if I try to, even if I try to do it, for example, I say insert into V3, suppose values. There is employee with suppose employee ID 6, his name is say suppose Hemant, and his manager ID is say suppose 2, his department is 10, and then his age is say suppose less than 20 years of age. Suppose his age is say about 14 years of age. Then what will happen? It is not going to insert it. Why? Because the check option has failed, because we have created this view V3 with the check option that age should always be greater than what? It should be always greater than 20 years of age. Alright, and then now suppose I do something like this. So I'll just see. Okay, now if you try to do something and you do like this, suppose now you create an employee with 24 years of age, then it is going to get inserted. Why? Because it is going to, you know, check the consistency condition that age should always has to be greater than what? It has always to be greater than what? It has to be greater than 20. Okay, clear? I think it is clear. All right, let us try to, you know, see some more interesting situations in which, you know, we can apply the, you know, you know, with the check options. For example, I will just I'll, you know, so here I can again, you know, see if this view is updatable or not. For example, I go over here and I, you know, just copy it. The view, this view V3 we have just created. Let us try and test out that whether this view V3 is updatable or not. Yes, it is updatable, because, you know, we inserted data into the employee EMP1 table using which view? Using the V3 view. Okay, so let us, you know, I'll just take one more interesting example of this, you know, with check option or check constraint. Suppose I want this is my employees EMP1 table, select star from EMP1. This is my EMP1 table, and I again alter the table, untable EMP1, suppose EMP1, I'll add a column, and that is the mobile number of the the employee, and I say suppose it is of length varchar 100, whatever it may be. I created one column. Now what I will do, create a view. Suppose I will say view 4 as select star from which table, from emp1. Okay, select star from emp1, where I say mobile. So so I am an Indian, so in India mobile number, it starts with 91. Okay, it starts with 91, and then it is 10 digits long. It is 10 digits long. So what will be the what wildcards can I use here for so the mobile number will be something like this: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 10 underscores will be there. So mobile number belonging to India will be something like this. So I want that all the mobile number should be like this. So now I say where mobile like what, mobile like, I'll just copy it. All right. Okay, let us copy it, and I'll paste it over here. Okay, and then if you try to do it, then now suppose I try to, so what is, if I say DSC V4, you will get all the information related with V4. Now I say insert into what, insert into V4 values. Suppose there is an employee with ID 7, his name is Mahesh, and his manager ID is say suppose 2, his department is 10, his age is say suppose 21, and then his mobile number is something like this. Suppose it is something opposite like this. It's not okay. So I have not created this view with check option, so I will say create or replace view 4 as what, then I will say with check option. So now whenever you are going to insert some row inside the employee table using the view V4, the mobile number has to be something like this. Now if you try to insert like this, suppose there is an employee and the employee ID is 8, his name is suppose Anand, and his okay, his manager is 2, his suppose his age is say suppose 25, and now if you try to do it, see, the check option will fail because the mobile number has to confirm with something like this. It has to start with 91 and followed by how many digits? 10 digits, for example. Now if you do create, suppose you start the mobile number with 91 and then you add 10 digits. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and then 1. Suppose these are 10 digits. Okay, now it will get inserted. Okay, so this way you can you can add some check constraints in your database that mobile number has to be something like this, or the employee name has to start with some some fixed alphabet. So all these you can do using these check option. Okay, so thank you so much for watching my videos. So this video we just covered what were updatable views and using the with check option. Okay, so one more thing I'll just I'll tell you DSC. Suppose I say DSC information underscore schema dot views. If you write like this, then there is also there is one more option, that is the check underscore option. Let us try to explore this also. For example, I just go over here and is updatable, and then I will say check underscore option. Okay, and now again if I select it, let us see what is happening. Okay, it's not get selected. All right, I'll just copy it, and oh, it's not getting pasted. Again copy, and then I will paste it. See, so views V3 and V4 were created with what? Were created with check option. So here you are getting what? Here you are getting cascaded. Okay, so it is like this. And view V1 and V2 were not created with check option. Okay, this we already saw. But all V2 view is a complex view, so it was not updatable. But V1, V3, V4 are updatable views. Okay. So what are stored procedures? If you have went through like some of the popular programming language like C# or Java or maybe like Node.js or any of the popular languages, then you must have created some functions, and functions are, they're a block of declarative statements that have a name and then they take an argument list. So similarly it is the case with stored procedures. Stored procedures are a declarative block of SQL statements, and they have a name, and they have an argument list. So stored procedures are used to increase performance. How do they increase performance? Why? They increase performance because once you create a stored procedure, it is stored in a parsed and a compiled format inside the database. So so whenever you call the stored procedure again and again, you do not need to every time parse and then compile the stored procedure. So this is the advantage. So it gives you better performance. They reduce network traffic. Why? Because if you fire some query on a database, then if through the network you have to pass the entire query to the database. But in case of stored procedure, it is like you just pass the stored procedure parameter, and you don't need to pass the entire query. So that is why it reduces the bulk of network traffic, and they provide code reusability. Why do they provide? Because once you create a stored procedure, you can call it again and again many times, so your code becomes reusable. Okay, and then security also. Why? Because you create some stored procedure that performs a specific operation, and then you can grant access to that stored procedure to some specific user to make your application more secure. So these are the distinct advantages of using stored procedures. So let us try to explore stored procedures in greater detail, and without wasting any time, let us go to the database, and I will say I already created some stored procedure. I will first of all delete them. Also just so let us try to understand stored procedure. So I'll okay. So how do you create a stored procedure? You write something like this: create procedure. Suppose I say the name of the stored procedure is pp1, and I said begin, and inside I write select star from departments, and then I say, so this is very basic simple procedure. So what is the name of my stored procedure? That is equal to pp1. So if you just go over here, I think here, then I have explained it. How do you create a stored procedure? Create procedure, then you give the procedure name followed by what? Followed by the parameter list, and then within begin and end you give the whole body of the stored procedure. So in the body of the stored procedure, first you make variable declaration, and then you perform some operations on those variables. Okay, like that. So here I think it is very simple. What is the name of the stored procedure? It is equal to pp1. These are just keywords that you have to write every time when you create a stored procedure. Okay. So I need to do one thing that is not exactly related to stored procedure, but I need to create a delimiter over here. Similarly over here. So why do I need to create a delimiter? Because the default delimiter is what? Default delimiter is semicolon. So what you are sending a bunch of SQL statement. Every SQL statement is terminated by a semicolon. So if they are terminated by a semicolon, then and semicolon is the default delimiter, then it will not take then MySQL will not take all these SQL statements in bunch. Okay, so that is why you need to provide the default delimiter to process your whole every SQL statement that you write inside the stored procedure as one particular bunch of code. So for that purpose, you just need to change the default delimiter in this when you create stored procedure in MySQL. So here I do that, and I'll just copy all this, and let us go to the database and just run it. I think it will work. Okay, there are some errors. What is the error? Select star from departments. Okay, what is the error is that I need to always I need to even if there are no arguments, then also I need to pass these round brackets. I think now it should work. Yeah, okay, it is working. So now I have created the stored procedure, and how do you call a stored procedure? You write something like this: what is the name of the stored procedure? pp1, and you make a call to the stored procedure, and all right. So you are getting what? The whole departments table. See, this is what you have written inside the stored procedure: select star from departments. So I think I will set again. I will set the default delimiter to be semicolon, and then I'll again call what? Call pp1. If I call it, then I'll get the whole departments table. Okay, so this much is clear, and then you can pass parameters to the stored procedures in 3 different formats. In, out, and in out. So let us see this also. So here I will create one more one more stored procedure. Suppose the name of the stored procedure is pp2, and I pass one variable a, and it is of type, say, suppose integer, and the parameter passing mode is, say, of type in. So in means pass by value. So pass by value means whatever changes you make to this variable inside the body of the stored procedure, it will not be reflected outside the stored procedure or in your calling program. So here let me do one thing. I will say set a equal to a plus 10. Okay, a plus 10, set a equal to a plus 10. So this is what I did inside the stored procedure. Whatever argument you are passing to the stored procedure, I am incrementing it by what? I am incremented it by 10. So let us see if it is working or not. I'll just copy it. I think alright, I'll just copy it, and if I just go and run it in my database, let us see what happens. So yeah, okay, I will again change the delimiter, because now delimiter is what? $. So if I need to before I will set at the rate a equal to, say, suppose 2. Alright, I've set, and then I need to call what? Call the stored procedure pp2, and I will pass one argument, that is at the rate a. See, over here I've set at the rate equal to what? I've set it equal to 2. So if I pass, I'm passing 2, and then the value of a is being set to what? A plus 10, that is equal to 12. But again, if I do something like this, select at the rate a, if I do, then you are getting what? 2. See, because whatever you have passed the argument as call, in parameter mode, that is call by value. Okay, so whatever changes you are making, inside the body of the stored procedure to the variable, that is not getting reflected in your calling code. So that is why the value of a still remains to be what? It still remains to be 2. Now let us do one thing. Let us change the parameter mode to be what? Let us change it to out. Okay, and I will say just whatever value of a you pass, you in the calling, in your stored procedure, you are setting the value of a equal to 10, whatever, irrespective of whatever value you pass. So let us try to see this code also. I'll just copy it, and before trying to do it, if I try to create it, then what will happen. Let us see. Procedure pp2 already exists. So first of all, I need to drop the procedure. Which procedure? pp2. Drop procedure pp2. First of all, I need to drop it. Okay, drop procedure pp2, and because when I created the stored procedure, I set the delimiter to be $. So over here I'll just first of all, I need to change the delimiter to semicolon, and then I will say drop procedure pp2. Yeah, I've dropped it. Now I will create the stored procedure, that is the pp2 stored procedure, and I need to call it. Before calling it, I will say set at the rate a equal to, say, again equal to 2, because the delimiter is $. Okay, again I will change the delimiter to semicolon. Okay, then I need to call the stored procedure. What is the name of the stored procedure? pp2, and I'm passing one argument, suppose at the rate a. Let us see. Okay, and if I select at the rate a, it is coming out to be 10. Why it is coming out to be 10? Because you have passed a parameter as in which mode? You have passed it in out mode. So once you have passed it in out mode, that means whatever changes you make to the variable inside the body of the stored procedure, that will be reflected outside the body of the stored procedure or in your calling program. And there is one more mode, that is that is the in out mode. That is a combination of in and out mode. So there is one restriction with the out mode, and one restriction with the out mode is that you cannot access the initial value. You cannot access the initial value of the variable that you have passed in out mode. But that is not true in the case of the in out mode. So I think plenty of discussion with the all these parameter passing mode. Let us try to work around with some real example. Suppose I'll create a stored procedure, and that procedure basic create a procedure to find if a number is odd or even. Okay, so I need to create a stored procedure to find whether a number is odd or even. So what I will do, I'll just remove it home, and suppose the name of my stored procedure is odd or even, odd or what, even, and I will take just one parameter in parameter mode, and suppose the name of the parameter is num. Okay, so what will I write? If num modulus 2 is equal to what? Is equal to 0, then I will say what? select the number is even, then the number is even, else I will do what? Else I will say select what? The number is odd. I think it is very simple to understand. Okay, alright. So now I have created this stored procedure. What is the name of the stored procedure? Odd or even. That is taking an argument and finding out the argument that you have passed is whether it is even or whether the argument passed is odd. Okay, so I'll copy it and I'll just try to run this code. Let us see if it is working or not. Okay, I have not copied it. Alright, so let us again go and copy this code and let us go and paste it over here. Okay, there is some problem near okay, so whenever you create an you create a if, then you need to do this also, and if. Okay, so you need to do this also. Let me again go and copy it. I think now it should work. Yeah, it is working. So now I will first of all change the delimiter to semicolon, and then I will call what is the name of the stored procedure, odd or what, even, and then suppose I pass a argument 10. So 10 is a even number, so okay, so I think alright, call. Okay, so the number is even, but if you pass what? If you pass 11, then what will be the output? The number is odd. So you have got the output. So this is a very simple program. Let us try to make one more interesting program. So for this purpose I will just use MySQL while loops. So I will MySQL while loops. So how do you work with MySQL while loop? Let us see if I can take any of these and take on the net. I just need to see the syntax of how while statement works. So it is was to see something like this. You give while, you give the condition, and then you say do, and then you do what? Then you say end while. Okay, so I think it can be done. So I'll just need to create a stored procedure. So what is next? Our next target, our next task is to create a stored procedure to find the number is prime or composite. Okay, so I need to find out whether a number is prime or composite. So I will create a procedure. Create and suppose I say the name of the stored procedure is prime, and that is taking one argument. Suppose the argument name of the argument is a, and it is of type integer, and then inside begin and end I'm going to write the body of the stored procedure, and before that also I need to specify what delimiter. So I say the delimiter is suppose $, and here also delimiter is I need to end the stored procedure with $, indicating the end of the stored procedure. So here I just need to create the stored procedure. So how will you'll go for you go for this. I'll just tell you the logic which I'm going to apply, so that I think logic is not important. More than that important is that you understand the syntax of working with stored procedure, but still I will just try to make you understand this. So I will just open Paint. Okay, so what I'm going to do, suppose you take a number and suppose I'll just take a number, suppose say 21, and what is 21 divided by 2? 21 divided by 2 21 divided by 2 is equal to what? Is equal to 10. So I'm going to start a loop from 2 to what? 2 to 10, and then whenever I suppose then every time I'm going to divide from 2 to 10, I'm going to first of all divide 21 by 2, then I'm going to divide 21 by 3, and then I'm going to divide 21 by 4, and so on like this till I divide 21 by what? 21 by 10. And this and every time whenever I divide and I get the remainder to be 0, that means this number is what? This number is perfectly dividing this 21 number, for which I need to find out whether it is even or not. So for that I will increase the count. I'll increase the count, And if the count is greater than, so initially I will set the count to 0. I will set a variable count and I will initialize it to 0. So if the after this loop is finished processing, if the count is greater than 0, then the number is not prime. But if if the count is equal to 0, then the number is what? The number is prime. For example, let us say the number is 7. So what is 7 divided by 2? It is equal to 3. Okay, so I will run a loop from what? From 2 to what? I will run a loop from 2 to 3. Okay, so I will first of all divide 7 by 2. It is not, the modulus is not equal to 0. Then I will divide 7 by what? Equal to 3. The remainder again is not equal to 0. So count, because it was initialized in this case to 0, it will remain to be what? 0. So 7 will become what? 7 will become a prime number. But if the number was suppose 8, then it once you take 8 divided by 2, so on 8 divided by 2, the remainder will be equal to 0. So on that case, you will increment the count by 1. And once you get out the for loop, the count will it will not be 0. It will be greater than what? 0. It will be greater than 0. So that is why I will say the number is not prime. For this case, the number is composite. Okay, so I think it is a very simple logic. These are just the basics of programming. I don't need to explain them, but still let us try to. Okay, so here I go. And so what I need to do, first of all, I need to declare a variable. See, I need to declare a variable, declare count, count, and I will say integer. Okay, then I will declare a variable num, and that is also integer. And what is num? Num is num. With this num variable, I will iterate over the for loop. For example, over, if you just go over here, for example, in case of 21, you are iterating it from 2 to 10. So okay, so here initially I will need to set the value of what? Initially I need to set the value of num, and num will be equal to what? 2. And initially I need to set the value of count also. Initial value of count will be equal to what? 0. Okay, so here I do this, and while what? While num is less than or equal to what? See, for a divided by 2. Okay, so I just need to run the loop from where to where, because I till the num from 2 to the number divided by 2. Why? Because any number that is, suppose if if the number is again suppose the number is let's say suppose 25, then what is 25 divided by 2? It is equal to 12. So any number that is greater than 12 will never divide 25. Okay, any number greater than 12 will never divide 25. So that is why we just run the loop from I need to find out if a is even, a is prime or composite. So any number that is greater than a by 2, it will never divide, it will never perfectly divide a or give the remainder as 0. So for that, for that purpose, I just need to run the loop till a by 2. Okay, and then I will say end while. I think this is yeah. Now in this, now over here I am just going to write the body of the for loop. So what will I write? I will say if what? A modulus num is equal to what? 0. If this is the case, then what I will do? Then I will say set, then I will increment the value of count. Set count is equal to count plus 1. And here because I have I use if, then I will close if using what? Using end if. So I closed also, and then every time in the iteration of this loop I need to increase the value of num. So I will say set num equal to what? Num plus 1. So set num equal to num plus 1. So here I've done this, and here see, this is this is the the loop, the while loop. And once you come out of the body of the loop, while loop, you just need to check the value of count. If count is equal to 0, then what? Then I will say select select the number is prime. Else I would say what? Else I would say select the number is composite, and after this I will say end if, and end $. So I think the body, the stored procedure has been created. Let us try to run the stored procedure if it is working or not. And if there are some errors, id prime 9, the name will be is prime. Okay, id prime doesn't make sense. The name of the stored procedure is prime. Okay, let us try to run it. I'll just copy it, and then if I try to run the stored procedure, let us see if it is working or not. Yeah, very okay. So procedure is run, is successful. For example, now I will say first of all I need to set the delimiter. Okay, and now I will call the stored procedure what is underscore prime, and suppose I say 10. What the number is composite, but suppose I pass what 11, so number, I think this number is prime. Okay, the number is prime. Again, if you prime some more, suppose you pass 13, then 13 is what, also 13 is what, prime. But if you pass 14, then 14 is not prime. Okay, the number is composite. So this way, you got the working of I just created this program so that you can get a solid understanding of working with while loop. So how do you work with while loop? You first write the while loop, then you give the condition, and then you write what, you write do, and then you write the whole body, and then you close the while loop with what, end while. Okay, like this. And then if condition also, I told if you give some condition and then you give then, and then you can write else if also, and you terminate the if condition by using what, you terminate it by using end if. In this video we will continue our discussion of stored procedures, and in the previous video we just saw the basics of stored procedures. We saw that what are the modes in which we can pass arguments to stored procedures, and then we also looked on how can you create loops and then your if conditions also in your stored procedures. So all that we looked, and now let us practice some more questions related, some very easy problems which you can solve using stored procedures. So my first problem is you have to write a stored procedure to find the count of employee in a particular department passed in as argument. So what the stored procedure is doing, it is taking one argument, that is the name of the department, and then it is finding it is using, and then it is returning the count of employees in that particular department. So how will you go for this query? Okay, so try it on your own. If you are not able to get it, then we will try to solve. I'll just pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I think it is first I need to create the delimiter, and then I need to create a procedure. Suppose the name of the procedure is suppose I say the name of the procedure is num employees. Okay, and what it is taking, suppose one argument it is taking, and this is the department name, and it is of type varchar suppose 100, and then I will say begin, and then I will say end, and here I will write just $. Okay, so begin, you can have some variable declarations. So first we have variable declarations, and then we perform some operations. So first of all I need to declare one variable that will contain the number, count of employees in that department. So what will I write? Select count star from employees where dpt id equal to select dpt id from departments. So departments where dname equal to what? Suppose this argument is not dname, I would say that this is equal to v underscore dname. Alright, so it is equal to v underscore dname. So let us again try to write it. So I will say v underscore dname, and then I will say what? I will say suppose I just write to select v underscore dname. Okay, I say select v underscore dname, and I just go and run this. So if you are not okay, I have done something. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just made a mistake. I need to declare this. I need to declare a variable that will hold. Suppose I declare a variable of type integer. Okay, cnt. I declare a variable cnt of type integer, and what do I write? I write something like this. Select count star into what? Select count star into cnt. Okay, so let us if you are not able to get this query, let us first of all write let us go and write this query. So what is it exactly doing? We will just see. Okay, so for example I just go and I just paste this query. I will not write this. I will just only select the count of employees which belong to a particular department. So you'll get the feel of this query. So I'm using subqueries. So suppose the name of the department is, for example, marketing. So I will write marketing. Okay, all right, marketing. So employees does not exist. Okay. Okay, there is a small mistake. EMPLOIs. All right. So the number of employees in the marketing department is 6, and if you want the number of employees in the sales department, you will get it 2. So this is the way the query is working. So now I want to I don't want to write this query again and again. I just want to create a stored procedure for this query. So this way I'm doing it. So here what I'm doing, first of all, I'm declaring a variable. The declaring a variable of type integer, and the name of the variable is CNT. Okay, and then what I'm doing, I'm selecting the count that you are getting. For example, over here for the marketing department, you are getting the count to be 6. So but whatever count you are getting, you are collecting into which variable? You are collecting it into the CNT variable, and then I will say select CNT. Okay, so if I write like this, select CNT, select CNT, it will print CNT on the screen. The count of the number of employees, it will print on the screen. So let us try. So this is this is very standard mechanism that we use many times. Suppose you want to fetch some value, then you fetch using this, using the into clause. Okay, so you fetch using the into clause into some variables. Okay, we'll see some more examples for it. I'll just modify this stored procedure also. So let us first of all try to run this procedure. Okay, so the name of the procedure is num_employees. So let us I'll just go and create the stored procedure. I think if it is copied, I'll just copy it, and suppose I go and paste it over here. Okay, it is successfully created, and I will change the delimiter because it creates a lot of problem. Then I will call this stored procedure. What is the name of the stored procedure? num_employees, and suppose I pass a name of the department. So name of the department has to be passed as an argument. Suppose I pass a name as sales. Okay, so I just need to make a change over here also. There was a spelling mistake, so again I need to copy all this, and then I need to first of all drop this procedure. So I will write drop procedure what? num_employees. First of all, I'll drop the stored procedure, then again I'll create the stored procedure. Again now it is created, then again I'll call this stored procedure. How will I call it? Yeah, number of employees. Okay, and delimiter $. So you are getting 2 employees. I'll again change the delimiter. Okay, suppose I change the delimiter to like this, and then suppose I want the number of employees in the marketing department. Then what will I do? I will do something like this. Marketing, and then you will get the number of employees in the marketing department. So now this is the way you are working with stored procedures. Now my requirement is little different. I just do not. So now I can do something different. What I can do, I can also pass this value to this count that we have fetched. I can pass it into some kind of output variable. So how can I pass it? I can do something like this. For example, I declare a variable of type inout, and suppose I say it the name of CNT, and it is of type integer. Okay, so now firstly you were declaring this variable inside your stored procedure. Now you need to pass this this variable as an argument. So now what will I do? Don't need to select it, because this variable is of type which type? It is of type out. So if whatever changes I make to this variable inside the stored procedure, they will be reflected outside the body of the stored procedure as well. So here if I fetch the count of the marketing department, then CNT will be set to 6, and outside once the stored procedure execute, you will be able to access the value of CNT. So here that we will do. Okay, so let us copy this code, and I will change the delimiter. I think I've already changed it. Alright, so let me run it. Alright, I need to drop it. Drop procedure num_employees. This is the name of my stored procedure. I just dropped it. Okay, I have dropped the stored procedure. Now I again need to create it. Okay, query. Okay, and now what I do, I set a variable. Suppose set @CNT, and I set it to suppose 0. Initially I set it to 0, and okay, alright, let me change the delimiter. I've changed the delimiter. Now I need to call the stored procedure. So how will I call the stored procedures? What is the name? num_employees, and suppose I am talking about the marketing department, and I pass a second argument. What is the second argument? @CNT. Okay, and then suppose I say select @CNT, then what will you get? You'll get count as 6. If you know, you suppose you pass, suppose which department you pass, suppose the sales department, you know, sales, and you are passing this with this argument, that is at the rate CNT, and that is, you know, effectively it is getting collecting into this, you know, it is referring to this argument, and this has been passed as a reference. So whatever changes you are making, see, you are fetching the count of all the employees in that particular department, which you are also passing as an argument in which name b underscore d name. So that is also getting collected into this variable CNT. So here suppose I pass sales, and then, you know, if I say select at the rate CNT, then you will get the count. For example, for sales department there are 2 employees. Okay, so you know, a stored procedure can also have multiple return values. For example, I say I just do not want the, you know, I also want the average salary of the, you know, of all the employees in that particular department. For example, if you passed suppose the marketing department, for example, you just pass, suppose here you pass the sales department. I just do not only want the count of the employees, I also want what? I also want the average salary of, you know, the employees in that department. So what will I do? I will again declare a variable of type what? In out suppose avg sal, and this is also what type? This is also of type integer. Okay, so here again I can, you know, I can write something like this. I can write something like this. Select avg of what? Select average of salary into which variable? Into this variable avg sal. Sorry, avg sal. Okay, see this variable, this avg sal, this variable. So you collected average salary into which variable? The avg sal variable. So now you can now again go and run the stored procedure. Let us see, we are getting both of the output. So, you know, now we are fetching, so we are just giving, you know, one value. What we are just giving the department name b underscore d name, and you are getting what? The count of employees in that department, and you know, the average salary of all the employees that belong to that department. So here I can do it. Okay, so again, you know, I just need to copy it. How will I copy it? I'll just go and I'll just copy all this code, and before copying I just need to drop the stored procedure. So what will I say? Drop procedure num underscore employees. First of all, I'll drop the stored procedure, then again I'll just gonna create the stored procedure. It is successfully created, and then I will set 2 variables. What? Set at the rate CNT equal to, suppose at the rate CNT is equal to 0, and then I will set, okay, delimiter I will set, and then I will set one more variable. What? I will set avg sal, and that is also equal to what? 0. Then I will call the stored procedure. What is the name of the stored procedure? Num employees. And suppose I want to get the information regarding the marketing department. So for marketing department I will pass at the rate CNT, and then I will pass at the rate avg sal. See here, oh sorry, my god. Okay, again I need to call the stored procedure. What? Num underscore employees, and suppose what is the name of the department? The marketing department, and at the rate CNT is the count of employees, and in this variable you will be fetching the average salary of the employees. See here, you know, this you have written this query, you know, select as you were selecting the count, now you are selecting what? The average salary into which variable? This avg sal. Okay, so now you will be collecting that variable also. Let us go and run this. So if I say select at the rate CNT, then you'll get 6, and suppose you say avg sal, the average salary of department number 20, then you will get it to be what? 1,02,000. So this is the average salary of the, you know, the marketing department. So we have, you know, so there can be multiple return types that can be associated with the stored procedures. How, you know, you have to create multiple parameters of type out to have multiple return types in a stored procedures. Okay, so this is where we work with stored procedures. Now again, you know, the second stored procedure, let us try to quickly solve it. Stored procedure to find the name of department of an employee ID passed as an argument. So this you try out on your own. It is very simple. You know, you suppose, you know, what the stored procedure is doing. It is, you know, for the stored procedure I'm just passing the employee ID, and I want to fetch the name of the department of that particular employee. For example, I just pass, if I pass, you know, if you say select star from the employees and select star departments. Okay, then if I say, suppose I pass, so employee ID, if I pass 1, then you know the department ID is 10. That for that I mean the stored procedure must return me what? It must return me sales. Okay, so how will you go for it? Okay, try it on your own. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then I think it is very simple. It's almost like, you know, what we have written previously. I'll just copy this code and I'll go over here and I'll just paste it. So I'll first of all I'll change the, you know, I'll name the stored procedure to be empdpt, and it is taking what? It is taking, you know, the employee ID. So I will say EID. Okay, sorry, EID, and it is of type what? EID is of type integer. Okay, integer. And then, you know, there is one more variable that is, you know, I will say v underscore dname, and okay, and that is of type inout, and this variable I will you know, to fetch the department name of the employee ID that has been passed. So I will, you know, will be of type what? It will be of type varchar 20, and then I don't need any third argument in this case. I think I am done, and then, you know, I'll just I'll remove this, and what query will I write? See, I need to fetch the, you know, the name of the department. So I will say select dname into what? Select dname into v underscore dname. See, this v underscore dname, you know, this will be reflected outside the body of the stored procedure. Because why? Because this is a parameter of type inout. So select dname into vname from which table? Departments, where dpt id equal to what? It is equal to select dpt id from employees. Employees, select dpt where eid equal to what? Vid equal to v underscore eid. Okay, if you write like this, and then if you go and run the stored procedure, I think it is going to run fine. Okay, let us try to do it this also. It's not got copied. So I'll just copy it and let us see if it is working or not. Okay, yeah, it is working. So now I need to call the stored procedure. Before, you know, I'll just change the delimiter, and then I will set a variable, suppose v underscore dname, and I'll set it to, you know, blank. Okay, then I will call the stored procedure. Which stored procedure? The name of the stored procedure is emp underscore dpt. Okay, and then the first argument is, you know, you pass employee ID. So for example, I want to find the employee for employee ID 1, and you know, the second argument I will say v underscore dname, and then, you know, the stored procedure will be executed. And if I say select @v underscore dname, then what will you get? You will get sales. Why? Because Nikhil, you know, this employee Nikhil has employee ID 1, and he's working in department ID 10, and department ID 10 is what? Sales department. But if you take Sonali, then what will be the output? For example, I just go over here and again, you know, I call it, but now I pass to, suppose, employee ID as 3. Then if I, you know, if I write then I'll get the marketing department. Why? Because the employee having the employee ID 3 is working in which department? She's working in the marketing department. So this is, you know, cool stuff. Let us, you know, this is a good question. List stored procedure, list all dates which belong to a particular week they passed as an argument in the current month. So what exactly I want out of this stored procedure? I want that, suppose you create a stored procedure, and that, you know, it will take one argument. Suppose it is taking Sunday. Then what it is going to do, it is going to find all the Sundays of the current month. But if you pass an argument, suppose Tuesday, then it is going to find all the, you know, Tuesdays of the current month. So what will be the exact logic? Before writing the stored procedure, you must think about, you know, what kind of logic should I need to apply. So I need to do one thing, you know. I need to, first of all, I need to, suppose, fetch the first day of the month. So I will say this variable to be f month, and I need to create one more variable that is the last day of the month. Okay, so I get the first day of the current month, I get the last day of the current month. Then I will run a loop from the first day of the current month to, you know, to the last day of the current month. I will run a loop, And for each day I need to check. For example, for the stored procedure, suppose the stored procedure name was pp1, and you pass the argument. Suppose you want then all the Sundays that are in the current month, you pass Sunday as an argument. So it will check if this if f month the current date of it is equal to what, if on the current the day it is equal to Sunday, then it will print that day. And then you can increment f month by 1. So f month by 1 day, okay, f month by 1 day. So it will point to the next day. And then you can for every day of the month, because you got the first day of the month, you got the last day of the month. Then for if you run a loop from the first day to the last day of the month, you will get every day of the current month. And for every day you can check is it equal to Sunday. If it is equal to Sunday, then you can print that day. So the logic is very simple, but we have to be very clear about the date functions. So let us let us try to work on it. So there is one function, last underscore day. It takes a date and it finds the last day of that for example, I passed suppose 20th July 2015. I passed this date. So what will I do? What will it do? It will find the last day of 20th last day of July 2015. For example, I just say suppose like this 2015, and there was suppose the month is 05 and the day is suppose 07. What will it do? Let us see. So it will find the last day of the because May 2015, so that is equal to 2005 and 31 days. So it will find the last day of the month. So now if I say suppose last day, and suppose I pass what, if I pass date, then it will give the last day of the current month. See, according to my date, all the date settings on my calendar, if you just see, this is it's 2017 May is there. So May is equal to 5th month, and then last day is what, last day is equal to 3rd. So it will return the last day of the current month. Okay, suppose I want the first day of the current month. So what will I do? I want the first day of the current month. So let me do one thing. Let me subtract 1 month from the last day of the current, last day of the current month. So what will I do? I will say date underscore sub. And what will I subtract from, the last day? I will subtract interval 1 month. Sorry. So what will you get? I think. Okay, so you will get the if you subtract 1 month, see, I'm subtracting 1 month from the from the last day of the current month, then what you will get, you will get the last day of the previous month. Okay, you will get the last day of the previous month. And then if you add 1 day to it, suppose I add 1 day to it, so what will I add? Date underscore add, and I add 1 day to it. So what will I get? Interval 1 day. Okay, if I add it, then what will I get? I think I need to add it. Yeah, so now you are getting for the current month. From this you are getting what? You are getting the last day of the current month, and if you use this, then you are getting the the first day of the current month. So both dates I have fetched. So now I need to iterate between both of these days, and I need to find which day is equal to what, is equal to whatever, it is equal to Sunday, Monday, depending upon the argument you have passed. So let me write down this stored procedure. So I will say, first of all, also delimiter. Suppose I will say, I can create any delimiter. So now, suppose now I create this delimiter. So I create a stored procedure. Suppose procedure, suppose I name pp1. Okay, it can be arbitrary any name, but and this is taking one argument. Suppose it is of type in, and suppose I name the argument as wday, and it is of type what, varchar, suppose 20, and then I'll begin the stored procedure. Sorry, I'll just begin the stored procedure, I'll end it, and I'll write like this. Okay, so now I think it is so now first of all I need to do declare variables. Suppose f month is representing the first day of the current month. So how will I find the first day of the current month? See, here I've calculated the first day of the current month. So I just need to copy it. I think I've already explained it. So here I'll just paste it. Okay, so this is the first day of the current month, and I will declare one more variable, L month, and L month is equal to last day of the current month. See, this is the last day of the current month. This was returning the last day of the current month. So I think I need to copy it again also. Last day of the current month, enter, and if I go and just paste it over here, this is the last day of the current month. And then what I need to do, and I need to run a for loop. So sorry, a while loop. So while you know, F month is less than or equal to what, L month do. Okay, and here I will say end while. So what effectively I'm doing with this for loop, what I'm doing is that, you know, till you know this F month is less than or equal to L month, because inside this loop I am going to always increment, you know, F month by 1, and once I increment F month by 1, it is going to iterate for all the, you know, all the days of the current month. So now I'm going to do something like this. Suppose I say if so there is one there is one function, select week, you know, I have covered these function when I discussed date functions. Select weekday date. Okay, what does this mean? A weekday, you know, there is a weekday. Okay, there is day name. There is one function, day name. I think this is the function. Yeah, so day name, there is a function that is, you know, it is used to return the, you know, the what day is the, you know, the current day. So for example, you know, today it is Sunday, so it is returning what? It is returning Sunday. So here it is. So all right. So now if you know, if day name of what, or day name of F month, day name of F month is equal to what? Is equal to W day. Then what do? I select suppose I say select F month. Sorry, F month. I select it, and then I will say over here end if. I'll just end the, you know, I'll just end this if condition, and you know, then what I'm going to do is that I just need to increment the value of what? I just need to increment the value of F month by 1. So I will say set F month equal to add what? Date underscore add, and what will I add? F month, and then I will say interval 1 day. All right. So I think I just, you know, I just completed the stored procedure. Let us try to run it. What is the name of the stored procedure? pp1. So I'll copy it, and first of all I'll just, you know, some procedure of name pp1 may be existing, so I'll just drop it first. Okay, then I need to create it. I think it should be done. Okay, there is some problem. What is the problem? Okay, declare F month. Oh my god. All right, yeah, I just got it. You know, I just cannot do something like this. I can say what? I will say set F month, and then I will say what? I will say set L month. And here, you know, first before setting I need to make a declaration. So declare F month date, and I will say declare what? L month, and this is also of type what? It is also of type date. I think now it should run. All right, let us go and copy it and see if it is working or not. Or again there's a problem. Oh, what problem? L month date. Oh, all right. Declare. Again I just copy it, and let us see if it is working or not. Sorry, I'll just go to the database and just paste this whole code. It is not copied. So again let me copy it and just go and paste it over here. Okay, there is some problem. End at line 15. Okay, end by. Oh yeah, I just need to put so there are many mistakes, you know. I just need to put a semicolon over here. I think now it should run. I'll copy it again, and I'll again run it. Yeah, query. Okay, so now this procedure is done, and suppose I say call pp1, and I suppose pass the argument as Sunday. So you know, it will return me the all Sundays of the current month, and you know, I just need to change the delimiter, you know. So you are getting what, you know, 7, 14, 21 and 28. For example, you know, if you just observe this calendar, all the Sundays, you know, Sundays are coming on 7, 14, 21 and 28. For example, if you want to find all the Fridays, then what will you do? Fridays are occurring on 5, 12, 19 and 26. So what will I say? I will call pp1 and I will say Friday. Delimiter has been changed, so you are getting all the Fridays, 5th, 12th, 19 and 26, and this is exactly what my calendar is showing, 5th, 12th, 19 and 26. So triggers are also very commonly used database objects, and to understand them, it is if you can understand triggers very well, then you can perform some complex operations, and then you can design your proper applications. All these you can do, but first of all you need to understand triggers. So what are exactly triggers? So triggers are almost like stored procedures, but there is a subtle difference. You need to call a stored procedure, but for triggers, you do not need to call a trigger. In fact, they are associated with a event, and when the event occurs, a trigger is automatically fired. It is almost, you must have done some kind of event-driven programming, maybe in JavaScript or Android, or maybe in your swings. You have studied it, then you must have done some event-driven programming. So if some event occurs, then some automatically the function, you associate a function with an event, and when the event occurs, automatically the function is called. For example, suppose you say on mouse click, so you associate an event with on mouse click, and when you click the mouse, actually the event gets fired and the function is executed. So stored procedures are also triggers are also like that. So let us try to see without wasting any time. Let us see how can we create trigger. So if you have to create trigger, you have to create trigger, then you have to give the name of the trigger, and then you have to give trigger time. So trigger time can have two values, that is before and after, and trigger event is what insert, update and delete. Okay, so and then on which table you want to associate with the that trigger. So everything will become clear if we have a practical demonstration of all this. So let us practically try to understand this. Let us there is one table, that is I generally take the EMP table. So this is my very small very small EMP table, and now I want to associate a trigger with this table. So what I will do, I will just open a notepad, and so unlike stored procedures, you cannot have select statements inside inside triggers. So I will say create a trigger. Suppose the name of the trigger is trig_emp. Okay, this is the name of the trigger, and I will say after insert on suppose emp, and then I will say for each row. This I will explain what does this mean, and Control Z. I'll just explain what does this mean, and then within begin and end I will give the trigger body. Then I need to give the delimiter also. So okay, I will set the delimiter suppose to $, and begin and end, within the begin and end I need to set the trigger body. So I have created a trigger. So when will this trigger fire? This trigger will fire when after perform an insert operation on which table? The EMP table. Okay, clear? Suppose you perform an after an insert operation on which table? On the EMP table. So suppose you say okay, suppose you say, if you write over here before, then what will it mean? It means before insert operation occurs on the EMP table. Or you can write something like this, suppose before update, that means before an update operation on the EMP table. Or you can write before delete, that means before delete operation on which table? On the EMP table. So this is the triggering over here. If you go, this is what the trigger event. So trigger event can have I'll just okay, I was on notepad. All right. So trigger event can be update, insert or delete, and trigger time will be before or after. Trigger time will be before and after. So let us try to understand this. I have one table. I'll just show you what table is it. Because inside triggers you cannot have any select statement, so I will create a log table. So I will say create just to understand how first of all we are trying to explore how triggers actually work. Okay, create create table, suppose trig_logs, and I will have just one columns logs, and this will be of type suppose varchar 200. Okay, let us do this. Table has been created. So the name of the table is trig underscore logs. So whenever I do this, suppose whenever you say after I will say after insert on which table, on the EMP table. After insert on EMP table, I will say insert into trig underscore logs values. Suppose I will say new row in EMP table has been inserted. Okay, like this. All right, so I created the trigger trig underscore EMP. So I am just gonna so what is this? What is the trigger body? See, so the event associated with the trigger is that after insert on my EMP table, and that what I am doing, whenever you are going to insert on EMP table, a new row in the trig underscore logs table will be created, and that that will have this. Okay, a new row in the EMP table has been inserted. Okay, so let us try to do this. I'll just copy it, and I'm gonna I think I've copied it. I'm going to copy all this, and once I copy it, I'm just gonna paste it $, and the trigger is created. So how now I will say insert into which table? Insert into EMP, and I will say values. Suppose a new employee is there. Suppose employee ID is 4. His name is suppose Madhava, and his department ID is say suppose 10 20. Okay, and the manager ID say suppose okay, it is equal to 2. All right, this is the manager ID. I'll just insert it now. Okay. All right, there's some problems, Okay. All right, I think there is a foreign key constraint that has been inserted. Again, I just need to put $. Okay, one row has been affected. So if you say select star from EMP, if you see this table, delimiter. Okay, if you see this table, then then one row has been inserted. And if you see this table, select star from trig underscore logs, what you are seeing, a new row in the EMP table has been inserted. Why? Because this trigger got automatically fired up when when you performed an insert operation on which table? On the EMP table. See, I associated this event, which event? The insert event, with the EMP table, and this trigger got automatically fired when I performed an insert on the EMP table. Now suppose I will now create another trigger. Suppose trig update. After I would say after update. Okay, and okay, so here I will say a new row in the EMP table has been I would say updated. All right, let us try to all right, I'll spelling up update. Okay, update. Okay, here I'm just going to copy it, and after I copy it, I'll just run this. Let us see what happens. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now you try to update. So I have now created a trigger that is associated with what event? That is associated with an update event. Okay. That is associated with an update event. So let us try to run this. Let us try to first of all update the EMP table. Update EMP set suppose ename is equal to Krishna, where ename equal to say suppose I want to update the name from Neha to say suppose Krishna. Okay, okay, one match has been performed, so one row has been updated. Now if you perform select star from which if you do something like this, select star from trig logs, $. Okay, so now because you performed an updation, so a new row in the empty table has been updated. And now I will tell you about this, which I told you that I will tell you about this also. What does this mean for each row? What does this mean? Let us try to understand this. I will say select star from EMP. This is my EMP table. All delimiter I need to set. Okay, all right. So now what I do, whoever employee is in department number 10, I set their department to department number 30. What will I say? Update what? EMP. Set dpt id equal to 30, where dpt id equal to 10. Okay, so can you guess how many rows in the MP table will be updated by this? See, 3 employees have department ID 10. So that means 3 rows will be updated. And for each of the 3 rows that have been updated, this trigger will run. Okay, this trigger will run for all the 3 rows that have been updated. Let us try before trying to do this. I will say delete from what, to make everything clear. Delete from trig underscore logs. First of all, I'll clear this table and I will say select star from trig underscore logs. This table is empty. Select star from trig underscore logs. This table is empty. And now you try to perform the update operation on the EMP table. Update what? EMP. Set what? dpt id equal to 30, where I would say dpt id equal to 10. So 3 rows will be updated, and for each of the 3 rows this trigger will run individually. Okay, so that is what is meant by for each row. If I say select star from trig underscore logs, you will get how many rows? You are getting 3 rows. So this is what is the meaning of each row. Suppose if 3 rows have been inserted, then for each of the row this will run. Okay, and now suppose you can perform you can write this trigger for what operation? You can perform this operation for delete operation also. Delete, and I would say a new row has been what? A new row has been deleted. And then I will change the name of the trigger. I will not say update, I will say it equal to delete. And now I've created this trigger. And now I'll just go and copy all this and I'll just paste it. Okay, all right. So now the trigger for delete event has been created. And now what I will do, I'll again I will delete from trig underscore logs. So this the delete event has been associated with which table? It has been associated with EMP table. Okay, so the trigger is going to run on delete of EMP table, and not to confuse it with trig underscore logs table. It is, this table is not associated with any of the triggers. So I'll just I'll just run it. Okay, all right. So I'll just run it, and now what I will do, I will select this. I will perform a delete operation on the EMP table. I will say delete from EMP. All right, delete from EMP, where I would say suppose EID equal to 2. Oh, there is a foreign key constraint. So now on this, okay, I would say EID equal to 4. Okay, let us try to delete from this table. 1 row has been deleted, and now if you say select star from select star from trig underscore what underscore logs, if you do, then you are getting what? A new row in EMP table has been what? Deleted. I would at least not say a new row. I would go on to say a new row a row has been deleted. Okay, new row, because I did it for insert, that is why it's not it's making not a lot of sense. I would say I would just remove this row in case of new, in this case of delete. Okay, a row in EMP table has been deleted. Okay, so this is this is the basics of triggers. But now let us go a little more further, and there are 3 operations. One is the insert operation, one is the I would say events, actually update event, and the third is a delete event. So for insert, you are inserting some value. Okay, you are inserting some value. So inserting the values that you are inserting, you can fetch it through what? You can fetch it through new. For update, you are removing some value and then you are inserting some new value. Okay, see, in update operation, what do you do? The previous values are removed and your new values are inserted. So for update, you will get both old and what? Old and new. And for delete, you are not putting any new value, you are just removing the old value. So for delete, you will only get what? You will only get old. So what are these new old? Okay, let us try to understand this. So I will let me drop these triggers. Let me drop these triggers so I can drop trigger. I will just paste it, I think, copy it. Okay, sorry, it does not exist. Okay, and then there was one trigger that was associated with update, and there was one trigger that was associated with delete. I'm dropping these triggers, okay, so that I can write some more complex operations on it. So there is one operation, one trigger that is associated with insert. So I will say after, suppose insert on which table? On EMP table. For each row I would say something like this. Suppose suppose you are inserting into the so inserting, you are inserting some new values. So you can suppose what new name you are inserting. So I would say concat, I will say you have inserted an employee with name, and then I would say comma new dot what is the name of the column? ename. Okay, so so what does this mean? When you are writing the new dot ename, suppose you write the statement, suppose you say insert into emp values, suppose you say 4 and Madhava and department ID 10, and the manager ID suppose 1, and you write like this. If you write like this, then what this new row you are inserting. So if I say new dot, what I say, new dot ID, oh sorry, new dot EID, see this column, his name is EID. Here you go, this from the EMP table, this is the EID column. So when I say new dot EID, what will be equal to? What will be equal to 4. If I say new dot ename, then it will be equal to what? Name equal to that will be equal to Madhava. Okay, a lot of spell mistakes. So this way it is gonna work. Okay, and similarly new dot department ID equal to 10 and new dot NGR ID equal to what? It will be equal to 1. So let us just verify it. I'll just remove it. I think, yeah, okay. So it should work, I think. Yeah, all right. Let us try to create this. You have inserted an employee with the name what? New dot name, and I'll just copy it, and then I'm just gonna I'm just gonna run it. Okay, I think it's not got copied. Okay, let us copy it once again. Copy, and all right, and now what I will do, I will insert a new row. What row I will insert? Insert into EMP, suppose values, and suppose employee ID is 4, because this employee we deleted, and then suppose name is Madhava, department ID is 10, and manager ID is 1, and you insert this row. The limiter is $. Okay, you have inserted this row. Then you suppose say select star from what? Trig underscore what? Logs table. If you select it, then you will get what? Okay, this row was already there in this table. It was already there. Okay, so if you say delete from, all right, first I need to set the delimiter. Okay, delete from trig underscore logs, delete, and then you insert a new row. For example, I will say there is one employee, suppose name 5, his name is Madhusudan. Okay, his department ID is 10, manager ID 1. Okay, one row has been inserted, and now you suppose you say select star from what? From trig underscore logs. Then what will you get? You have inserted an employee with what name? You have inserted employee with name Madhusudan. See how you are accessing the name, new name. You are writing what? New dot ename. Okay, and now suppose I create a trigger for what? I create a trigger for update. Okay, and I would say with name, I'll just copy it, and suppose I go and paste it over here. I would say, because when you perform an update operation, you insert one, you insert one row and then you remove one row also. Okay, so here I'm doing the same. You have removed an employee with suppose name. Okay, so this old, I will access it with what? Old. Okay, so the previous name that has been removed, I will access it with old.new name, and the name that has been inserted, I will access it with what? I will access it with new. So let us try to run it. All right. This is my stored procedure, and I will before I will say delete from trig underscore logs, so that everything is clear. All right, $. Oh, okay. Why it is not getting? I think. Alright, yeah. So let me try to do this. Let me create it, copy, and I will run it. Oh, sorry, it is not. I will say after insert, not. I will say after update. Alright, so trigger has not been yet created, and $. Again, let me go just copy it, and if I just go and paste it over here, what will be the output? It is successful. So this is my EMP table. Okay, $. Okay. Okay, so now what I do is that suppose I change the name of Madhav to Keshav. Okay, so what query will I say? I will say update query. Okay, so update what? EMP set ename equal to what? Set ename equal to Keshav, where I will say ename equal to what? It is equal to Madhav. Madhav. Okay, yeah. One row has been changed, and once you say select star from what? Trig underscore logs. If you do like this, what it is giving. So it is giving what? You have inserted an employee with the name what? Keshav, and you have removed an employee with what name? You have removed an employee with name what? Madhav. Okay, so this is you are getting both old and new. But in case of delete, what you will get? You will get only what? For each row you will only get the old clause. So suppose I will say after delete, and here also I will put what? Here also I will put delete, and now I will say you have, I will write like this: deleted an employee with name this, and I'll just only copy it, and I'll just with the dpt id, I would say old.dpt id, and I will just again, if I just go and paste it over here, I will say then suppose mgr id and old dot. So in case of delete, you will be only able to access what? You're only able to access the old old clause, because no new row is not getting inserted. So let us I think it is done. Okay, so I'll just go and copy it, and first of all I'll delete from trig underscore logs. I will empty this table. Okay, if I say select star from trig underscore logs, and this table is now empty, so that we have a fresh result set. Okay, so again copy, and I'm gonna paste it. Alright, this has been pasted, and now when I say select star from EMP, see this this trigger has been associated with the delete event. So now let us try to delete one row, and let us try to delete for example, say suppose Keshav. So what will I say? Delete from EMP, where what? eid equal to Keshav, for Keshav, eid is equal to what, 4. So I just need to delete this row. So I will say something like this, okay. One row affected. And now if you say select star from trick underscore logs, you will get what? You have deleted an employee with name what, Keshav. You have deleted an employee with department ID what, 10, and you have deleted an employee with manager ID what, manager ID 1. So you are getting all the all the associated details of the rows that you have deleted. Okay. So this way, so just to revise, I would say again you just you take a look at this. For delete you are having just old, and for update you are having old and new modifiers, and for insert you are having only what, new. Okay. So in the previous video, we just saw the triggers are special kind of stored procedures that are automatically called when some event related to some table occurs, and we need to design triggers. And in this video, we will have some good examples. We'll solve good number of examples, in which we will create some triggers, and then you can understand what is the purpose of creating triggers. So the first purpose of creating trigger is to maintain and audit information. So let us go for it. So I would go on to the database without wasting any time. Suppose use all right. And then when I say select database, then you are inside the publisher database. There is one table, the EMP table, okay, and on this table I want to maintain and audit information. So first of all, I'll say delete from EMP. I'll just delete this employees table, and there is a trigger associated with this table, insert underscore EMP. I'll just tell I've just dropped this trigger. Okay, so and there is one table also. Because I'm just going to create this table. Okay, so let us go and create a table. Suppose the name of the table is audit underscore EMP, and this audit underscore EMP table is maintaining audit information for the EMP table. So the first column is the type of operation. Suppose I say it is of type varchar 20, and then the second operation is, say, suppose time of operation. Suppose it is of type date time. And the third is suppose say v old, that are old values that are associated with the operation, and then I would go on to say v new, that are the new values that are associated with the operation. So I have just created this table. Okay, so this table is successfully created. Let us go and here I'm just again gonna create it. Okay, so I will say what I will first of all create a delimiter, and then I need to create what? I need to create a trigger. Suppose I would say the trigger is insert underscore EMP, and I would say after insert on which table? After insert on EMP table, and then I will say for each row, and then the begin, and then the end and $. Okay, so this trigger will be fired whenever you perform an insert operation on which table? Whenever you perform an insert operation on the EMP table. See, that is why I have named this trigger as what? Insert underscore EMP, because this will be fired when you perform an insert operation on EMP table. And for this insert operation, I need to keep an audit information. So what will I do? I will say insert into audit underscore EMP. All right, audit underscore EMP and values. And what is the type of operation? The type of operation is a insert operation. What is I would say cur date. Time of operation is cur date, because it is insert operation. There are no old values that are associated with the operation, but yes, there are new values. So see, this is the input EMP table. Suppose I say this is my EMP table. Now I would say, suppose I would just say that I just need new values of name and department ID. I don't want anything else. I just want the new values of name and department ID. So what will I say? New dot ename, and then what will I say? New dot dpt id. All right, I think it should work. So I have created a trigger for insert operation on the EMP table. Let us see if it is working or not. I just need to copy all this, and then I'm just gonna paste it. Okay, it is working. fine. Alright, so I would say insert into EMP, suppose some values. Suppose there is one employee Nikhil, his suppose his name is Nikhil, employee ID 1, department ID 10, and suppose age is 25. Let us go and create this row. Okay, so if I say select star from EMP, then you will get this, a new employee has been inserted. But if you say what? If you say select star from what? Audit underscore EMP, then you will get the auditing information. See, one operation, insert operation was performed on this and this date. See the current date, this is the current date. If you just see my, time on my own PC, and this is new values, you have inserted a new employee with name Nikhil and department ID what? Department ID 10. So in this way I have maintained an auditing information for the EMP table. So what I need to do, this was just for insert operation. Let us have a trigger for what? For update operation. So what will I write? I will, I'll just copy it, and this trigger I would name, suppose what? I would suppose name update underscore EMP, and this trigger is for what purpose? It is for update operation on the EMP table. And then I would say insert, because the type of operation now will be what? It will be type of update operation. So update operation is associated with both values. It is associated with new and old values. Why? Because a new row is being deleted and an old row is being deleted and new row is being inserted. So I just paste it, and in place of new I would just write what? Old, and here also in place of new I'll just write what? Old. Okay, so I think it should work. All right, let us just go and copy this, and let us just go and pasting. Okay, I think I need to copy it again. Copy, and everything is fine. Okay, let us go and run this code. Okay, so see, this is my EMP table. Select star from EMP. Now I have to create a trigger for what? For update operation as well. So let us now go and update the table. Suppose update EMP set ename equal to I would say Nitin, comma dpt id equal to 20, where suppose eid equal to 1. Okay, let us write this. So an update operation has been performed. So if you write select star from EMP, you will get what? This. But if you write select star from what? Audit underscore EMP, then you will get an auditing information. See, an update operation will perform on this and this date. The previous old values are what? An employee with Nikhil was with department ID 10, but this has been replaced by a new employee with name Nitin and department ID what? Department ID 20. So I'm maintaining an auditing information. So with this I would just create a new trigger, and for what purpose? I would create a trigger for delete operation on the EMP table. So I just copy this, and I would say what? I would say delete. After what? After what operation? Delete on EMP. So here I would write what kind of operation? Delete. Okay, and because delete operation is not associated with any new values, just the old values are being removed. So for I am just going to write null over here, and I think it is done. Okay, so let us just go and copy it, and okay, it's not good. I would just copy all this code, and let us go and paste it. Okay, so if you say select star from EMP, then you will, I would change the delimiter, and then if I say delete from EMP where eid equal to 1, suppose I delete this row, then if I perform select star from audit underscore EMP, then what will you get? See, a delete operation has been performed on this and this date, and the old values are what? Nitin and 20. The name was Nitin and the department ID was 20. So employee with name Nitin and department ID 20 is being deleted. Okay, and there are no new values associated with the delete operation. So in this way we have created an auditing information for which table? For the EMP table. So this is one of the uses of triggers. Let us try to do something more. trigger for automatic ID generation of EMP table. Okay, so what I want to create a trigger for automatic ID generation of EMP table. So what do I exactly mean? Let me tell you. First of all, I would say so this table is already empty. If I say select star from EMP table, this table is already empty. So if you want to drop a trigger, then what will you write? Drop trigger name. So okay. So here I would say insert into EMP value. Suppose I insert employee BTHLO1. Suppose ID is this, and okay, all right. First of all, let me do this MP. Okay, all right. So I would say insert into EMP values, and suppose what BTHLO1 is the ID. Suppose name is Nikhil, and I would say department ID is 10 and age is 25. Okay, so let us go and create this row. Okay, this row has been created. Let me create another row. Suppose 2, and suppose Nitin, department ID 20 and age say suppose 23. Let me create another row. Okay, let us suppose 1, department ID 20, name suppose Neha, and I would say BTHLO03. Okay, let us do like this. All right, now if I say select star from EMP, what do you observe in this table? Any special observance for the EID? See, EID is automatic, it is incrementing like this. The first employee is having the EID as BTHLO1, and the second is having BTHLO2, and the third is having BTHLO3. So IDs are being they are being incremented in this fashion. So I now want to create a trigger. So whenever you perform an insert operation on the EMP table, so the new ID generated should be what? It should be equal to BTHLO4. Okay. So this should be the new ID for my EMP table. So I want to create a trigger for that. Okay. So how will I create it? You can try it on your own. Let us first of all you try it on your own. I think you have all the tools to go for it. And I'll just pause the video. Okay. So if you are not able to get it, then let us try to solve it. So here, see if I say select length of what? Length of EID. Length of EID is what? Length of EID from the EMP table. If you write like this, you are getting 6. Okay. So and okay. So if I write select max of substring, I am first of all explaining the logic behind all this, and select max of substring from the 6th position, and from the 6th position to the entire length of EID. Okay, so then what will you get? Let us see. From which table? From the EMP table. Let us see. You are getting what? 3. So you are getting the maximum ID is what? Maximum ID is 3. See this part. If you just write substring. So if you just write this, you don't write max. You just write what? You just write substring. Let us see what is what will be the output. You see, you are getting 1, 2, 3. So this way I have generated. So from which position to the 6th position? Because if you see the string, BTHLO is having, it is having length 5, and from the 6th position the number are starting. So I am taking the numbers, and out of those numbers I am finding what? I am finding the maximum. And now what I need to do, whenever I need to create a new ID, I need to add 1 to this maximum value and just insert that ID. Okay. So how will I go for it? I need to first of all create a trigger for this. So I think I've done all this. I will create so before I'll just I need to add a delimiter. So delimiter, and then I will say create a trigger. Suppose trig underscore EMP, and I would say before insert on which table? On the EMP table, and for each row, and begin and end. Okay, sorry. All right. So here what I need to do, I need to first of all fetch the maximum. See here, I need to first of all fetch the maximum this ID value. This I need to fetch. So for that purpose, I am just gonna maintain one field. Declare, I will say max SNO, and it is of type int. All right. Okay. And all right. And I would say select what? Max of what? You know, I just need to copy it, I think. Select okay, I'll just go over here and I'll just paste it into what, into what? Max SN. From which table? From the EMP table. Okay, and then what I need to say? I just need to say something like this, insert into what? Insert into EMP values. Okay, so I don't need to insert it, I just need to set what I need to set. I just need to set the new employee ID, and new employee ID will be what? Concat of what? Concat of BTH hello. See, this is the fixed part, and what is the, you know, what is the I would say max SNO plus 1. Okay, I think this should work, because right now in this table, if you observe, max SNO is giving 3. So next max SNO plus 1 will give what? It will give 4. So here I just need to write what? Max SNO plus 1. So let us try it out. Is it working or not? Okay, let me create this trigger. Trigger underscore EMP is the name of the trigger, and let us see if it is working or not. Okay, query okay. And let us now try to insert into which table? Okay, insert into EMP values. Suppose I can give any ID, suppose SSS, and suppose the name is webhub. The department ID is 20, and suppose age is 26. Okay, $. All right, I need to change the delimiter. I've changed it. Okay, so if you write select star from EMP, see, this employee is now having what? This employee is having the ID what? Okay, I just need to, all right. All right, so new this employee, now this employee is having which ID? This employee is having ID BTHLO04. Now suppose I go and create one more employee. How will I create? I will create something like this. So whatever ID I can get, you know, I can give whatever ID. Suppose I give this ID. I give the name to be, suppose, Nidhi. Okay, and I give the department ID, say suppose 10, and suppose age is 28, and I just create it. And if you say what? Select star from EMP, then you know Nidhi will have what ID? Nidhi will have the ID of 5. So in this case there is one flaw. For example, let us see if I just empty out this table. Okay, 5 rows have been deleted. All right, so this was working, you know, because why? Because you have created this trigger, and this trigger was taking, you know, this trigger was taking the responsibility of creating new employee IDs. But now what I do, I have emptied the whole employees table, and now let us try to insert one more row into it. Suppose this when there is one employee with name Amit, one employee with name Amit, his department ID is 10, and suppose his age is 31. Okay, let us try to insert it, and if I say select star from EMP, let us see if it is working or not. See, the employee ID is coming out to be null. Why employee ID is coming out to be? See why this employee ID is in this case is coming out to be null. This is because of this. Once you are saying what you are saying, this select max. See, there is no employee right now. Suppose if you delete the EMP table, suppose you say delete from EMP, and now if you say what? Select max of, suppose you write this. Okay, if you write this, copy, and okay, and select max from which table? From the EMP table. If you write like this, then you will get what? Null. So if you are getting null, then you know it will insert what? It will insert null ID for employees. So I need to check for this condition also. You know, if the whole table is empty, then I need to check for this condition also. So how will I check for this condition? I would just say something like this. because if there are no employees in the table, then you know, in that case max SNO will come out to be what? In that case max SNO will come out to be null. So I would check what if max SNO is what? If max SNO is null, then I would say what? I would say set set max SNO equal to 0, and I will, you know, with this I will just end this condition. Okay, end if. All right, end if. And then, you know, you are inserting it. So if suppose, you know, the whole table is empty, then max SNO will come out to be what? A max SNO will come out to be 0. And what you are saying, what you are setting the new ID, you are setting it to what? VTHLO plus comma what? Max SNO plus 1. So 0 plus 1 will be equal to what? It will be equal to 1. Okay, so in this way I am checking the boundary condition also. So I need to drop this trigger. So, and I need to recreate it. So what was the name of the trigger? Trig underscore EMP. So let us first of all drop this trigger, and again I'll just copy all this code, and I'm just gonna paste it. I think it is not copied. Copy, and again just paste it. Okay, there is some problem. All right, I think yeah, again I just need to copy it and to paste it. Should work. Okay, so it is working. So now let me empty the EMP table. I would say delete from EMP. Okay, and I need to set the delimiter. All right, so now I insert into EMP table. How I insert? I would say insert into which table? Insert into EMP, and then I would say values, and I can give any IDs, for example this ID, because it will be inserted in serial fashion. Suppose the employee is Nikhil, department ID is 10, and suppose age is 25. Let us go and insert it. One row affected. And if I say select star from the EMP table, then you are getting it. Okay, so now if you insert one more employee, suppose you can give any ID, because IDs are, you know, they are auto generated, and an ITIN, and suppose department ID is 20 and age is 23, and you do it and you write select star from EMP, you are getting the employee ID in serial fashion. So this is being done by which trigger? This is being done by this trigger. Okay, so in this way we have solved this problem also. Let us now quickly move on to the next problem. Trigger to have count of inventory in product and category tables. So let me see if these tables are existing, and then I need to create it. I'll just quickly create them if they are not existing. Okay, product and category. Okay, all right, so these tables are not existing. Okay, all right, so first of all I will create a table, and what is the name of the table? Category. So category table will have these fields, you know, CID, category ID, and it will be the primary key for the categories table. Then the category name, it will be of varchar, say suppose 20 type, and there is one QTY field. Okay, CQTY, and it is of type int. I'll just explain what this CQTY field is. Okay, so I've created this table. If you say DSC category, then you will get this. Okay, so now what is this? I would just explain. Yeah, and then I will insert some data into this table. Insert into what? Category table, and I would say suppose category ID is 1. The category is of suppose. So this is basically a database for the inventory management of a departmental store. So in a departmental store, you get what? You get soaps, all the, you know, FMGC products you get in a departmental store. So I'm going to insert it, suppose soap and shampoo, and all right, soaps, shampoo, and then I can, you know, you can have in a departmental store, for example, say suppose creams, all right, creams, and let me go and insert it. So if I say select star from which table? Select star from the category table, then you will get all this. So in my then I will say create table products products. Okay, then I am going to write PID integer. I am going to make it the primary key. Then I am going to give what? I am going to give the product name, and I would say it to be varchar suppose 100, and then I will give the what? Category ID, and category is a ID of type int. Okay, so this category ID is basically, I'll just tell you what it is. Category ID is telling to which category this product is belonging from the category table. So I'll just need to insert a foreign key constraint. So alter table what? Alter table products, add constraint, suppose pd dot cat dot cid underscore fk, and it is foreign key constraint on the CID table, and it references what? It references the category table, and which column of the category table? The CID column of the category table. So I've added a foreign key constraint also. So now if you say DSC products, so you'll get this table. So DESC. So you'll get this table, and CID is a foreign key. So now what I want, suppose I insert into this, so I will say first of all, okay, I will say insert into which table? Insert into suppose products, and I insert a product with the ID suppose 11, suppose the name of the, it is a type of, suppose it is a soap, then I will say there is a soap of Dove. Okay, Dove is a popular brand of soaps, and category ID will be what? Category ID will be 1. Okay, all right, say okay, values, all right, and then I suppose say there is one more soap, Synthol. Okay, Synthol is also a very popular brand of soaps. Okay, suppose the ID is 1, but the category ID will be what? Category ID will be 1. Okay, and then suppose I insert a shampoo. All right, suppose the name of the shampoo is Clinic. Clinic is a very popular shampoo brand in India. I don't know whether it is outside India or not. Okay, so I'll insert it. So if I say select a star from category, then you will get what? You'll get this. And if I say select star from products, products, all right, so you are getting what? You are getting, in your departmental store there are, there are 2 soaps. How there are 2 soaps? Because Dove and Synthol have category ID 1, and category ID, category ID 1 means it is of type soap. So as far as category ID 1 is concerned, how many items are there in your departmental store? There are 2 items in your departmental store. And as far as category ID 2 is concerned, how many items are there in your departmental store? There are 1 items in your departmental store. So ideally what should have had happened is that the category ID for in place of for this row, for the first row in the category table, the quantity should have been set to what? The quantity should have been set to 2, and for the second row the quantity should have been what? Set to what? It should have been set to 1. Why? Because in your departmental store there is 1 shampoo and there are 2 soaps. So I need to now create a trigger for this purpose. And what will the trigger perform? What kind of operation? It will perform in operations on the update and for the insert and delete operation on the products table. So whenever you are going to insert a item in the product table, what you will do? You will increment the quantity. You will increment the quantity by what? You will increment the quantity by 1. And when you are going to delete an item from the products table, because 1 item of that category is being deleted, you need to delete what? You need to delete 1 item from the, you need to subtract 1 from the total quantity, CQTY of that particular, category ID. So let us try to write this. I think if I write this trigger, then it will become more clear. I'll just remove this. So again, I don't think I need to write the whole of code. I'll just remove this, because this part is almost create trigger for what? Suppose because I am creating on the product table, so I will say product underscore insert. Okay, before I would say okay, after insert on which table? After insert on the products table. Okay, and what you are going to write on this? So if I write something like this, if I write update category set CQTY equal to QTY plus 1, where CID equal to new dot CID. What will this mean? What will this mean? See, if I'm saying, if you insert into, if you are inserting this into products table, what is the new category ID that you are inserting? That is equal to 2. And against that category ID, 2, you are incrementing what? You are incrementing the total quantity. So this is what I'm exactly trying to do in this trigger. Okay. So whenever you insert a row, because this trigger is for what? For each row, this trigger will be fired, and for each row you will have a new value of what? And you will have a value of CID, and against that CID you need to update the category table and increment the total quantity by what? They increment the total quantity by 1. Why? Because this is a kind of insert operation. So here I have created this, and then I need to create one more trigger, and that trigger will be for what purpose? That trigger will be for delete operation. So how will I do it? I will just copy this and prod underscore what? Prod underscore delete, and I would say after what? After delete on products, and I would say here, because the product is being deleted. Why? Because suppose you say delete, if you say delete from products where PID equal to 1 1, what? Delete from products where suppose PID equal to 1 1. If you write like this, then what will be the new value of CID? The new value of CID will be 1, and against that CID I need to decrement the total quantity by what? I need to decrement the total quantity by 1. So I created these two triggers. So let us go and quickly create these triggers and just see if they are working or not, and then see if it, triggers are. So first of all, I would say delete from products, because let me synchronize these tables, and then you say select star from category. This is the category table, and select star from products table. Alright, so these tables are synchronized because right now there are no products, and in the categories, for soap category, because there are no products related to soap, then the quantity is what? Quantity is 0, and for shampoo and creams also. And now let us go and, first of all I'll just copy it, and I'm just gonna paste it over here. Let us see. Okay, it's not working. Okay, I'll just remove it. Copy and query. Okay, and then again I'm just gonna copy it and paste it. There is new. Oh, sorry, my god. Alright, so for delete operation you only got what? You only get what? Old modifier. Okay, so I think I don't need to explain it. Alright, let me again go and create this query. Okay, so now if I, because if you say select star from, just, where is that? Select star from category. Let me set the delimiter. Alright, so if you say select star from category, you are getting this. Now let me insert into product. Insert into what? Products values. Okay, there is one product with ID 1, and it is a soap. So suppose the soap is a Dove soap, and the product ID, category ID will be what? Because it belongs to the category of soaps, so the category ID will be 1. And now if you say select star from category, you are getting, in your departmental store, automatically the quantity has been incremented by what? It has been incremented by 1. Suppose now you insert one more soap. Suppose the ID is 1 2, and suppose the soap is synthol, and alright, and category ID is again 1. Okay, so you are getting what? If you write select star from category, you are getting this. You are getting 2. And now if you suppose insert one more product, suppose with ID 1 3, and suppose it is a shampoo, and suppose the shampoo is Clinic Plus. I don't know about other countries, but in India Clinic Plus is a very popular brand. So category ID will be what? 2. And now if you say select star from category, you will get what? You will get, in your departmental store, you see select star from forward. So it is basically, you know, you can use this model for inventory management in your departmental store. Automatically it will have a, you know, it can maintain a count of all the categories, total category in your departmental store.